Welcome, dear friend, to this perfect time of the year for calming stories that gently lull you into the peaceful embrace of night. As you settle in, let the soothing sounds of our video wash over you, inviting relaxation and tranquility. Anticipate the comforting tales that await, each one ready to wrap you in warmth and wonder. We are so grateful for your time and presence here. Imagine the crackling of the cozy fireplace in the background, adding an extra layer of comfort to your experience. Now, let's journey together into the world of dreams. Story 1. In the cozy little village nestled in the heart of an enchanted forest, life seemed to dance to a melody of its own. The village, bathed in the golden light of dawn, was a vivid tapestry of colors and sounds. Quaint cottages, their roofs draped in a lush cascade of ivy, lined cobblestone paths that whispered tales of yesteryears with every step taken upon them. The aroma of freshly baked bread wove through the crisp morning air, mingling with the scent of pine, creating a symphony of fragrances that wrapped around each villager like a warm embrace. Greetings were exchanged with hearty laughter, and the air was filled with a sense of belonging and joy. In this village lived a young girl named Lily. She was a spirited soul, her heart as vibrant as the wildflowers that carpeted the meadows. Her emerald eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity, always seeking to uncover the mysteries hidden just beyond her reach. She found beauty in the simplest of things, like the dew-kissed spiderwebs that glistened in the early light, delicate threads of nature's artistry, or the soft rustle of leaves as they danced in the gentle breeze, whispering secrets of the forest. Lily was known among the villagers not only for her adventurous spirit, but also for her kindness. She often spent her afternoons helping old Mrs. Willow in her garden, learning the secrets of the herbs that could heal or soothe. Mrs. Willow admired Lily's eagerness to learn and often told her, "Your heart, dear Lily, is as open as the sky, and that is your greatest strength." Mrs. Willow's garden was a sanctuary of scents and colors, a place where time seemed to stand still. The garden was abuzz with the gentle hum of bees flitting from bloom to bloom, and the cheerful chirp of birds hidden among the branches of apple trees. It was here that Lily learned the art of patience from the slow growth of the plants, and the value of nurturing from the care that Mrs. Willow bestowed upon her garden. One summer afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows across the garden, Lily and Mrs. Willow sat on a weathered bench, sipping tea brewed from freshly picked chamomile. The air was thick with the sweet scent of blooming roses, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves overhead. Mrs. Willow, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief, shared stories of her own youthful adventures, tales of hidden glades and mythical creatures said to roam the forest. These stories, woven with threads of magic and wisdom, ignited Lily's imagination, planting seeds of dreams that would one day blossom into reality. One crisp autumn day, when the air was tinged with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the sky was a masterpiece of fiery hues, Lily felt an irresistible pull towards the woods. Her heart beat in rhythm with her excitement as she ventured deeper into the forest, her steps light and purposeful. The towering trees seemed to watch her with ancient eyes, their branches like arms reaching out to embrace her. As she wandered, she stumbled upon an old, weathered stump. Its surface was etched with the passage of time, telling stories of seasons long past. Drawn by an invisible force, Lily reached out and placed her hand on the rough bark. To her astonishment, the stump began to glow with a warm golden light, casting a soft halo around her. The light was gentle and inviting, like the embrace of a long-forgotten dream. Lily gasped, her heart racing with wonder, as if the forest itself had breathed a secret into her soul. Suddenly, a tiny door appeared on the side of the stump, creaking open to reveal a peculiar little creature. He had a wispy beard that seemed woven from silver moonbeams and mischievous eyes that twinkled like stars in the midnight sky. "Greetings, young one," the creature said in a gentle voice that echoed like a distant melody. "I am Oakley, the keeper of this enchanted stump." Lily could hardly believe her eyes. "A talking stump," she murmured, her curiosity piqued and her heart a fluttering bird within her chest. Oakley chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, this is no ordinary stump, my dear. It is a gateway to the most wondrous of realms, where magic flows like the very sap that once coursed through these ancient roots." Lily's eyes grew wide with excitement, her imagination taking flight on invisible wings. A magical realm? Can you take me there? Oakley stroked his beard thoughtfully, the gesture as old as the forest itself. It is a perilous journey, one that requires a pure heart and unwavering courage. But I sense those qualities within you, Lily. With a wave of his tiny hand, the door on the stump swung open, revealing a shimmering portal that pulsed with a rhythm of its own. Lily gasped, her heart pounding with anticipation, a thrill that danced along her spine like a playful breeze. "Step through, and let your adventure begin," Oakley said with a warm smile, his eyes sparkling with ancient wisdom. Summoning all her courage, Lily took a deep breath, the scent of moss and earth grounding her, and stepped through the portal. In an instant, she found herself in a breathtaking realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The air was alive with magic, a tangible force that tingled against her skin and set her heart aglow. The realm was a symphony of sights and sounds, a place where the ordinary rules of nature seemed to bend and sway. Towering crystals cast a kaleidoscope of colors across the landscape, their facets catching the light and sending it scattering like a chorus of rainbows. Whimsical creatures with gossamer wings danced among the glittering streams, their laughter a melody that filled the air. Lily's eyes danced with wonder as she took in the sights and sounds of this enchanted world, her soul singing with joy. As she wandered deeper into the realm, she encountered a wise old owl perched atop a crystalline branch. His feathers shimmered like the night sky, each one a story woven into the tapestry of time. "Welcome, young traveler," the owl hooted, his voice resonant with the weight of centuries. "You have much to learn on your journey." Lily listened intently, her heart open and her mind eager, as the owl imparted ancient wisdom. He spoke of the delicate balance of nature, the interconnectedness of all things, and the importance of respecting the world around her. His words were like seeds planted within her, taking root and blossoming into understanding. With newfound knowledge guiding her steps, Lily continued her exploration. She encountered friendly fairies who showed her the magic of laughter and joy, their giggles like a bubbling brook that washed away her fears. Gentle forest sprites taught her the value of patience and perseverance, their presence a calming balm in the whirlwind of her thoughts. But soon, Lily faced a daunting challenge. In a once vibrant meadow, a dark shadow had fallen, casting a pall over the land. The creatures who called it home were in despair, their voices a mournful chorus that tugged at Lily's heart. Determined to help, Lily spent time observing the shadow, noticing how it seemed to grow with each passing day. Her heart ached for the creatures, and she remembered Mrs. Willow's words about the healing herbs. Drawing on that knowledge, she began to gather ingredients, crafting a potion that shimmered with the essence of the forest's magic. Lily knew that brute force would not solve this problem. Instead, she turned to the lessons she had learned from her newfound friends. With a heart full of compassion and wisdom, she approached the source of the darkness, a troubled spirit weighed down by sadness and loneliness, its form shifting like a stormy sky. Instead of fighting, Lily listened, offering kindness and understanding. She spoke softly, her words a gentle breeze that soothed the spirit's turmoil. Slowly but surely, the darkness began to dissipate, unraveling like mist in the morning sun. The meadow was bathed in warmth and light once more, a tapestry of colors and life that sang with renewed vigor. The creatures rejoiced, their gratitude a symphony of joy that filled the air. They thanked Lily for her courage and her gentle spirit, their voices twining together in a song of hope and renewal. As Lily prepared to return home, Oakley appeared once more, beaming with pride. "You have proven yourself worthy, my dear," he said, his voice a melody of affection. "The magic of this realm will forever live within you, a guiding light on your path through life." With a grateful heart, Lily stepped back through the portal, emerging in the familiar forest with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded her. The trees whispered their secrets to her, the wind carried her laughter to the stars, and the earth cradled her steps with love. From that day on, she carried the magic of the enchanted realm wherever she went, inspiring others with her wisdom, compassion, and unwavering spirit of adventure. Her heart was a beacon of light, illuminating the path for those who dared to dream and follow their own journeys into the unknown. Back in the villagers noticed a change in Lily. Her tales of the enchanted world captivated their imaginations, and soon others began to explore their surroundings with fresh eyes, finding magic in their everyday lives. Lily became a storyteller, weaving tales of wonder that sparked a renewed sense of adventure and curiosity in the hearts of young and old alike. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Lily gathered the children of the village around a crackling fire. The flames danced like spirits set free, casting flickering shadows that seemed to come alive with the stories she shared. With each word, the children's eyes widened in awe, their imaginations taking flight to places beyond their wildest dreams. Through her stories, Lily taught the children the lessons she had learned, the importance of kindness, the power of courage, and the magic that lay within each of them. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lily felt a deep sense of fulfillment. She had not only discovered a magical realm, but had also brought a piece of that magic back to her own world, forever changing the lives of those around her. As the seasons passed, Lily's influence continued to grow. The villagers began to notice small changes around them, a flower blooming in an unexpected place, a gentle creature appearing at their doorstep with a glimmer of mischief in its eyes, or the unexplainable warmth that filled their hearts during the coldest winter nights. It was as if the very essence of the enchanted realm had seeped into the village, knitting its magic into the fabric of their everyday lives. Lily, now a young woman, often wandered to the edge of the forest, where she would sit beneath the ancient trees, her heart still open to their whispers. On one such day, as she sat listening to the rustling leaves, Oakley appeared beside her, his eyes twinkling with a wisdom that seemed to span the ages. "You have done well, Lily," he said, his voice blending with the melody of the wind. "The magic you carry has woven itself into the hearts of your people. It is a gift that will continue to grow long after you have left this world." Lily smiled, her heart swelling with pride and gratitude. "I have learned so much, Oakley, more than I ever dreamed possible." Oakley nodded, his expression one of gentle understanding. "And yet there is always more to learn, more to explore. The world is vast, full of mysteries and wonders waiting to be uncovered." With those words, Lily knew that her journey was far from over. There were still paths to walk, stories to discover, and magic to share. Her adventurous spirit, undiminished by time, urged her onward, her heart a compass pointing towards the unknown. In the years that followed, Lily set out on new adventures, traveling beyond the confines of the forest to distant lands where the sun rose upon vast oceans and the moonlight danced upon windswept deserts. She met wise sages atop snow-covered mountains and exchanged stories with travelers who had seen the world from the back of the wind. Everywhere she went, Lily shared the tale of the enchanted realm, her words stitching new patterns into the fabric of each place she visited. Her stories became like seeds, taking root in the hearts of those who listened, inspiring them to seek their own adventures and to see the world through eyes that recognized magic in the mundane. And so Lily's legacy grew, stretching far beyond the little village nestled in the heart of the enchanted forest. Her name became synonymous with the spirit of exploration and the beauty of discovery. Her tales, carried on the backs of travelers like precious cargo, wove a tapestry of wonder and wisdom that spanned the globe. In the twilight of her years, Lily returned to her village, greeted by the familiar sights and sounds that had first kindled her longing for adventure. The villagers, now older and wiser, welcomed her with open arms, their lives enriched by the magic she had shared. Sitting by the fireside, surrounded by a new generation of eager listeners, Lily's voice carried the warmth of countless journeys, each word a beacon guiding them towards their own adventures. Her stories, ever vibrant, painted the night sky with dreams, each one a star lighting the path to a world brimming with magic and possibility. In the end, Lily's life was a tapestry of vibrant threads, each one a story of wonder, compassion, and courage. And as the years went by, the villagers would often say that if you listened closely, you could hear the echoes of her laughter in the wind, and feel the warmth of her spirit in the golden light of dawn, a reminder of the magic that lives within us all. Her stories became legends, passed down through generations, each retelling a spark that kept the village's own magic alive. And so, in this village nestled within the enchanted forest, magic was not a distant dream, but a living, breathing force, woven into the fabric of life, as the village thrived under its gentle spell, forever touched by the adventures of a young girl named Lily. Once upon a time, in a village nestled at the edge of a vast whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Lyra. This village, quaint yet bustling with life, was a tapestry of its own, woven with the laughter of children skipping along cobblestone paths, the aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from the bakery, and the comforting hum of villagers engaged in their daily tasks. Each morning, the golden sun would rise over the thatched rooftops, casting a warm glow that danced upon the dew-kissed fields, while the cawing of crows echoed from the distant woods, a call to the day's beginning. To an outsider, the village seemed like a place where time had paused, preserving its charm and simplicity. The villagers moved with a comforting rhythm, their lives entwined with the land that provided for them. The air was thick with stories, passed down through generations, and the very stones of the village seemed to hum with ancient songs. It was a place where dreams were born and nurtured, where the past and present coexisted in harmonious balance. Lyra was a weaver by trade, known for creating tapestries that seemed to capture the very essence of the seasons. Her fingers danced like the wind through threads of vibrant colors, but within her heart, a quiet unease had begun to stir. Change, like the unpredictable patterns in the clouds, loomed on the horizon. Often she would pause, a thread hanging suspended in her hand, as if listening to a distant song only she could hear. Her workshop was a sanctuary of sorts, filled with the soft clack of wood echoing rhythmically as her loom brought life to each strand. The walls were adorned with her creations, each tapestry telling a story of its own. The air was often filled with the scent of lavender, gathered fresh from her garden and hung in delicate bundles from the rafters, mingling with the earthy aroma of wool. Outside her window, the village bustled with life, and the forest beyond whispered ancient secrets in the rustling leaves. The village itself was an artist's palette, with wildflowers painting the roadsides in bursts of color, and the villagers' voices a symphony of everyday life. However, as the days grew shorter and the nights longer, Lyra found herself longing for something more, though she could not quite name what it was. Her longing was not a sudden pang, but a gentle whisper that tugged at her heartstrings. It was in the way her fingers hesitated over a new pattern, in the way she paused at her window, gazing into the distance where the forest met the sky. Lyra, with her deep brown eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages, often pondered what lay beyond her familiar world. She had an insatiable curiosity that her friends admired, though she rarely spoke of it. In the quiet moments of dusk, when the village settled into the embrace of evening, Lyra would wander to the well in the village square, its water reflecting the hues of the setting sun. Here, she would sit and listen to the tales of travelers who occasionally passed through, their stories adding color to her dreams. These travelers spoke of lands where the sun kissed the earth differently, where mountains rose like ancient sentinels guarding secrets of the world. Their tales painted images of vibrant cities where life thrummed with a different kind of energy, where the air was alive with the scent of spices and the clamor of bustling markets. One chilly evening, when the moon hung low and full in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village, Lyra decided to take a walk to the edge of the forest. She wrapped herself in a woolen shawl, its colors as warm as the hearth, and stepped into the crisp night. The air was cool against her skin, a gentle caress that sent a shiver down her spine, and the ground beneath her feet was carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched softly as she walked, their earthy scent rising in the cold air. The path ahead was bathed in moonlight, a silken ribbon weaving through the shadows. As Lyra ventured deeper into the forest, the sounds of the village faded into the distance, replaced by the soft murmurs of nocturnal creatures. The path was dappled with moonlight, guiding her steps like a gentle hand. She stumbled upon a small, hidden clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens. The air around the tree shimmered with a faint, magical light, and Lyra felt a strange sense of calm wash over her. It was as if the tree itself was alive with wisdom, whispering to her in a language only her heart could understand. Drawn to the tree, Lyra reached out her hand to touch its rough bark. As her fingers brushed against the surface, the ground beneath her feet trembled ever so slightly. From the roots of the oak, a soft golden light began to unfurl, spiraling upwards to form a delicate, glowing cocoon around her. Lyra stood still, her breath caught in wonder, feeling an unusual warmth seep into her bones. In this magical embrace, Lyra closed her eyes and saw visions of herself in a myriad of forms, each one a reflection of her hidden dreams and unspoken fears. She saw herself weaving tapestries that danced with stories untold, saw her feet walking paths she had never dared tread. She felt a gentle nudge, a whisper of encouragement that seemed to say, "Change is but a thread, weaving the tapestry of who you are meant to become." There, in the ethereal glow, she also saw glimpses of her childhood, of her mother's gentle smile as she taught Lyra to weave, of the stories her father told by the fireside that painted her dreams. They were reminders of the roots that grounded her, yet urged her to grow. She saw her younger self, a bright-eyed girl with laughter spilling like a stream, chasing fireflies in the meadow, and her heart ached with a bittersweet longing for those simpler days. When Lyra opened her eyes again, the cocoon of light had vanished, leaving her standing in the stillness of the clearing. The forest, with its towering trees and shadowed paths, felt like an old friend now, its whispers a comforting melody. Though the forest was unchanged, she felt different, as if a small, hidden part of her had unfurled its wings. Returning to her village, Lyra found comfort in the familiar sights and sounds, yet she carried with her the tender glow of the forest's gift. She shared her experience with her closest friends, Mira and Tom, who listened with wide-eyed wonder and gentle smiles. Mira, a potter with hands always speckled with clay, nodded thoughtfully. "Growth is like shaping clay," she said. "Sometimes it takes a gentle touch, sometimes a bold one, but always it shapes us into something more." Tom, who crafted music from the strings of his lute, strummed a soft tune in agreement. "And like a melody," he added, "each change adds a note to the song of our lives." Encouraged by her friends, Lyra began to embrace the changes within her. She ventured beyond her workshop, exploring new patterns and colors in her tapestries, inspired by the visions she had seen. Her work began to reflect a deeper understanding of the world, resonating with the beauty and complexity of life. The villagers marveled at her creations, sensing the magic woven into each piece. Through the seasons, as the village thrived and the forest flourished, Lyra's heart grew lighter. She realized that change, once a shadow she feared, had become a companion, guiding her towards a life filled with wonder and discovery. She learned to listen to the whispers of the forest and the gentle advice of her friends, understanding that growth was a journey, not a destination. One day, as she walked through the village square, she noticed a young girl staring intently at one of her tapestries displayed in the market. The girl's eyes, wide with wonder, reminded Lyra of her own curiosity. She knelt beside her, sharing the stories each thread held, sparking a light in the girl's eyes that mirrored her own transformation. This exchange was a reminder that her journey was not just hers alone, but a thread in the larger tapestry of her community. A few days later, an unexpected visitor arrived in the village. An elderly traveler, his cloak tattered by the winds of countless journeys, paused in front of Lyra's workshop. Intrigued by her tapestries, he entered, his eyes scanning the vibrant threads before settling on Lyra. "These speak of the heart's journey," he said, his voice a rumble like distant thunder. "They tell tales even the stars would envy." The traveler, named Elion, shared stories of his own travels, of mountains that kissed the sky, of rivers that sang ancient songs, and of cities where the air was thick with spices and secrets. Lyra, captivated by his tales, found her own dreams stirred. Elion's presence was like a gust of wind, sweeping away the cobwebs of doubt that occasionally clouded her heart. Elion's tales painted vivid images in Lyra's mind, of sunsets over distant shores where the sand glimmered like gold, and of forests where the trees whispered in languages forgotten by time. His stories were not just words, but living, breathing entities that danced in Lyra's imagination, awakening a wanderlust she had long buried beneath the rhythm of her loom. One day, Elion invited Lyra to accompany him to a nearby town where a grand festival was being held. The prospect was both thrilling and daunting. Lyra hesitated, the familiar fear of stepping beyond her village tugging at her heart. Yet the spark of curiosity ignited by Elion's stories urged her to accept the invitation. The journey to the town was a revelation. As they traveled, Lyra absorbed every detail. The vibrant hues of autumn leaves fluttering down in a gentle cascade, the crispness of the air filled with the scent of pine and distant wood smoke. Elion shared tales of the lands they passed, and Lyra found herself weaving these new experiences into the fabric of her mind. The festival was a riot of colors and sounds. Music filled the air, a cacophony of drums and flutes that blended into an intoxicating melody. Stalls lined the streets, offering an array of delights, exotic fruits, rich spices, and finely crafted trinkets that sparkled under the sun. Lyra's senses were overwhelmed, yet she felt invigorated, each moment a new thread in her tapestry of experiences. Among the crowd, she met artisans from other villages, their works a testament to the diversity of human creativity. She exchanged ideas with a painter whose vibrant canvases captured the essence of the seasons, much like her tapestries. Their conversation was a dance of inspiration, each artist sharing techniques and stories that enriched the other's vision. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the town in a warm glow, Lyra realized that her world had expanded beyond the borders of her village. The festival was a tapestry of its own, woven with the threads of countless lives, each one vibrant and unique. It was a reminder that her journey was part of a larger story, a narrative that connected her to the world beyond. When Lyra returned home, she brought with her not only souvenirs, but a newfound understanding of her place in the world. Her tapestries began to reflect this broader perspective, incorporating elements from the festival and the stories she had heard. The villagers, in turn, were captivated by her work, sensing the magic and wonder of the wider world captured in each piece. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Lyra continued to weave her story, one vibrant thread at a time. Her tapestries now told tales of courage and transformation, of the gentle strength found in embracing the unknown. As she sat by her loom, the crackling fire casting a warm glow around her, Lyra knew that she was not alone in her journey. With each new day, she welcomed change with open arms and a heart full of hope, knowing that it was, indeed, a beautiful part of life's ever-unfolding tapestry. In the comforting embrace of her home, beside the crackling fire, Lyra found peace, her heart at rest, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Her story, woven with threads of change and courage, became a beacon of inspiration, whispering to all who would listen that life, with its twists and turns, was a tapestry of endless possibilities. As she sat, surrounded by the warmth of the hearth and the gentle hum of the village beyond, Lyra understood that she was not merely a weaver of tapestries, but a weaver of dreams, binding together the past and the future, each thread a testament to the beauty of life's ever-evolving dance. In time, Lyra's tapestries found their way to distant lands, carried by traders who spoke of the enchantment woven into each piece. Her work became renowned not just for its beauty, but for the stories it told. Stories of a village at the edge of a whispering forest, of an ancient oak that held the wisdom of the ages, and of a weaver whose heart was as open as the sky. As people far and wide came to admire her creations, Lyra understood that her journey of transformation had not only changed her, but had touched the lives of many, each thread a connection to the world beyond her village. And so Lyra's legacy grew, a testament to the power of embracing change and the boundless possibilities that awaited those who dared to dream. The village, forever humming with life and stories, became a testament to the endless possibilities woven into the fabric of time and space. As the sun set each day, casting its golden light over the village, the whispering forest would sing of Lyra's journey, a melody passed on through the ages, inspiring hearts to listen, to dream, and to weave their own paths through the tapestry of life. Once upon a time, nestled in the serene embrace of the whispering willow woods, there lived a gentle woodcarver named Linden. His small cottage, adorned with ivy and surrounded by wildflowers, sat on the edge of the forest where the sun filtered through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the soft, mossy ground. The cottage itself seemed like an extension of the woods, its wooden beams and stone chimney steeped in the earthy scent of pine and the sweet fragrance of blooming lilies. The melody of chirping crickets and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze provided a constant symphony, lulling the forest into a peaceful slumber each night. The Whispering Willow Woods was a place of wonder, where the air was thick with the perfume of nature's bounty and the gentle hum of life that resonated through every leaf and branch. The forest was a tapestry of colors and textures, from the deep green of the towering pines to the gentle sway of the silver-leafed willows. The undergrowth was a riot of color, with violets and bluebells peeking through the foliage, and the ground was a soft carpet of moss that cradled Linden's every step. Linden was known for his exquisite carvings that seemed to breathe life into wood, yet his heart was heavy with the burden of change. His hands were as skilled as they were gentle, the wood often whispering secrets to him as he worked. With each stroke of his chisel, he unveiled the soul within the timber, a testament to his deep connection with nature. Despite his talents, a shadow loomed over Linden's heart, a whisper threading through the trees, a whisper of change that sent a shiver through his soul. The kingdom beyond the woods was growing, and with it came the call for Linden to leave his beloved forest and share his craft with the world. The kingdom beyond was a place of bustling energy, with cobblestone streets echoing with the clatter of horse-drawn carriages and the lively chatter of its denizens. The air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of freshly baked bread and the rich spices of the market stalls. It was a vibrant place, alive with the sounds of laughter and music, a stark contrast to the quiet serenity of the woods. Linden loved the woods dearly. The whisper of the wind through the leaves was his lullaby, and the soft rustling of creatures in the underbrush was his morning chorus. He was a creature of habit. Every morning he would rise with the birds, his heart in sync with the forest's rhythm. The cool morning dew would cling to his boots as he wandered through the trees, gathering inspiration from the intricate patterns of bark and the delicate curvature of leaves. Each day was a page in the quiet book of his life, written in the language of nature and solitude. Every evening he would sit by the fireplace, carving by the gentle glow of the flames, the scent of burning pine filling the air. Yet, the whisper of change grew louder, tugging at the edges of his contentment. As the days passed, Linden found himself torn between the comfort of the familiar and the beckoning of the unknown. His hands, so skilled with chisel and knife, trembled with uncertainty. The wood he carved seemed to absorb his hesitations, each piece reflecting the turmoil within him. It was during one such restless night, as the moonlight caressed his troubled brow, that a peculiar thing happened. A soft, luminous glow seeped into the room, and from the hearth sprang forth a tiny figure, no taller than a candle flame. It was a fire sprite, with hair of flickering embers and eyes like sparkling coals. Her voice was a gentle crackle, warm and soothing, as if the hearth itself had come alive to offer comfort. "Dear Linden," she began, her voice a comforting melody against the backdrop of crackling logs. "I am Ember, a spirit of the hearth. I have watched you carve your dreams into wood, yet I see you struggle with the change that stirs around you." Linden, though startled, felt a comforting warmth spread from the sprite's presence. "I fear what lies beyond these woods, Ember. Here I know every root and branch, every whisper of the wind. Out there, everything is different." Ember nodded, her fiery hair casting a glow around the room. The flickering light danced on the walls, casting shadows that seemed to tell a story of their own, narrating tales of old that only the walls could remember. "Change is the breath of life, Linden. It is not to be feared but embraced. Let me show you what lies within." With a gentle wave of her hand, Ember summoned a swirl of sparks that filled the room, dancing like autumn leaves caught in a playful breeze. As Linden watched, his carvings began to shimmer and shift, transforming into visions of the world beyond the woods. He saw bustling marketplaces, vibrant and full of life, where his carvings brought joy to those who beheld them. Children laughed with delight as they played with wooden toys, and adults marveled at the lifelike details of his creations. He saw friendships kindled and stories shared, each piece of wood carrying a piece of his heart. And then he saw himself, not as a lone woodcarver, but as a teacher, sharing his craft and learning from others. His heart swelled with a warmth that matched the sprite's glow, a warmth that whispered of belonging and purpose. "But how do I find the courage to begin?" Lyndon asked, his voice barely a whisper, as if fearing to disturb the delicate balance of his world. Ember smiled, a radiant flicker of light. "You are not alone, Lyndon. There are those who will walk this path with you." True to her words, the very next day, as Lyndon wandered the forest, he encountered an old friend, a gentle giant of a bear named Bramble. Bramble had always been a creature of wisdom and kindness, his deep brown eyes full of understanding. His fur was a rich, earthy brown, and his presence exuded a comforting solidity, like the ancient oaks that towered above. "Lyndon, my friend," rumbled Bramble, his voice like distant thunder, "I hear the call of change upon the wind. It is not an easy path, but I will walk it with you." Encouraged by his friend's steadfast support, Lyndon felt his fears begin to melt away like morning mist. Together they ventured beyond the whispering willow woods, each step a testament to the courage found in companionship. The path wound through the forest, the trees whispering their blessings as they passed. The air was alive with the scent of earth and greenery, a reminder of the world they were leaving behind, but also of the beauty that lay ahead. As they journeyed, Lyndon met others who, like Bramble, offered their friendship and guidance. There was Solana, a spirited young woman with a heart as open as the sky, whose laughter was as bright as the sun. She taught Lyndon the art of storytelling, weaving tales as intricately as he carved wood. Her stories were vibrant, painting pictures in the minds of those who listened, and Lyndon found himself inspired to create new designs, each one a reflection of the tales she spun. And there was Rowan, a wise old raven with feathers like midnight silk, who shared the secrets of the world from high above the trees. His voice was a melodic caw, filled with ancient wisdom and humor. He showed Lyndon the world from a new perspective, teaching him to see beyond the surface and delve into the heart of things. Through these friendships, Lyndon discovered that change was not something to be conquered but embraced. With each new experience, he felt himself grow, like a tree reaching for the sun, his roots firmly grounded in the love of his friends and the forest that had nurtured him. One evening, as they sat around a campfire beneath a canopy of stars, the air filled with the sweet scent of burning wood and the gentle hum of night creatures, Solana turned to Lyndon with a smile. "You have changed, my friend," she said softly. "You are no longer just a woodcarver. You are a creator of dreams, a weaver of stories." Lyndon looked around at his friends, the warmth of the fire reflected in their eyes, and he understood. Change had been a journey of discovery, not just of the world, but of himself. The fear that once gripped his heart had given way to a profound sense of freedom and possibility. As the weeks turned into months, Lyndon found himself thriving in the world beyond the woods. He became known not only for his carvings, but for the workshops he hosted in various towns. People traveled from afar to learn from him, eager to understand the magic he infused into wood. His students, from eager children to thoughtful elders, brought with them stories of their own, enriching Lyndon's understanding of the world and deepening his craft. Yet, even as he flourished, Lyndon often thought of the whispering willow woods. He missed the quiet symphony of the forest and the way the light played through the leaves. On these contemplative evenings, he would carve small tokens of the forest, a leaf, a whispering willow, a tiny bear, and send them back with travelers who promised to place them at the edge of the woods, a way of leaving pieces of himself behind. Then one day, as the first snowflakes began to fall, dusting the world in silvery white, Lyndon decided it was time to return. Not to stay, but to visit, to see the forest in its wintry silence, to hear the whispers that had once so frightened him. He traveled with Bramble, Solana, and Rowan, his heart filled with anticipation. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the air crisp and clean, the snow crunching softly beneath their feet. The trees, bare and majestic, stood like ancient sentinels, their branches reaching towards the sky. As he walked through familiar paths, Lyndon felt a peace he hadn't realized he was missing. The forest was as he remembered, both unchanged and yet, somehow, more profound. The time away had allowed him to see with new eyes, to appreciate the beauty and wisdom of the forest in new ways. That evening, As they gathered around a fire, surrounded by the quiet majesty of the woods, Linden spoke. I have learned much during our travels, but the greatest lesson of all is that home is not a place, but a feeling. It is the people we share it with, the memories we create, and the love we carry in our hearts. Ember appeared once more, her glow bright against the snowy backdrop, her smile warm and knowing. You have found the courage to change, Linden, and in doing so, you have discovered the true essence of your craft, not just in wood, but in the bonds you've formed and the stories you've shared. With Bramble by his side and the spirit of the hearth in his heart, Linden stepped forward into the unknown, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. The path before him was bright with the light of dawn, and he felt a gentle breeze carry the whispers of the forest, a reminder that home was never far away, and in that moment, he knew that the greatest magic of all was the courage to change and the love that guided him on his journey. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the whispering willow woods, Linden's story unfolded, a tale of transformation and friendship, woven together by the gentle hands of time and the tender touch of magic. And as the stars winked down from the velvet sky, the forest whispered once more, carrying with it the promise of endless possibilities and the comforting warmth of home. The world awaited, and in the heart of the woods, Linden had found the strength to embrace it. Story 4. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight dappled the forest floor like a woven quilt of golden light, there nestled a quaint little village named Bramble Brook. The village was known for its enchanting charm, and the gentle hum of magic that seemed to float in the air like the sweet scent of honeysuckle. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, each with a tale to tell and a skill to share. Among them was young Finn, a curious and bright-eyed boy with a knack for noticing things that others might overlook. Finn lived with his grandmother, a wise woman known in the village for her herbal remedies and calming presence. Her name was Granny Willow, and her cottage was a cozy haven filled with the earthy scent of dried herbs and the soft glow of candlelight. Together, they tended to a small garden that buzzed with the life of bees and butterflies, their wings whispering secrets of the flora they visited. In the evenings, they would sit by the fireplace, surrounded by shelves filled with jars of vibrant dried flowers and roots, where Granny Willow would weave stories of olden times and magical lands, her voice a soothing melody that painted vivid pictures in Finn's mind. One evening, as the last of the sun's rays dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its cloak of stars, Finn noticed something peculiar. A soft, shimmering light flickered in the distance, deep within the woods. It wasn't the glow of lanterns or the twinkle of fireflies, but something more mysterious, dancing like a wisp just beyond the edge of the trees. The light pulsated gently, casting long shadows that seemed to beckon him toward the unknown. Granny Willow, Finn called softly, his voice carrying a note of wonder. Have you seen the light in the woods? It's like nothing I've ever seen before. Granny Willow set down her knitting, the ivory needles clicking together as they came to rest. She peered through the window, her eyes narrowing with a thoughtful gaze that seemed to pierce the veil of the night. Ah, the whispering woods have many secrets, my dear, she said with a gentle smile, her voice holding the wisdom of countless moons. Perhaps it's time we discovered what this one might be. The next morning, after the dew had kissed the grass and the birds began their cheerful symphony, filling the air with a chorus of trills and chirps, Finn and Granny Willow set out toward the woods. The path was soft underfoot, carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched gently as they walked. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of the forest, mingled with the sweet aroma of blooming wildflowers that lined their path like nature's own tapestry. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Finn's keen eyes noticed a trail of peculiar footprints, smaller than a fox's, yet larger than a rabbit's. The prints were unlike any he had seen before, and they glistened with a faint, silvery sheen that caught the light filtering through the canopy above. Look, Granny, Finn pointed out, crouching down to inspect the tracks. These prints must belong to whoever, or whatever, made that light. Granny Willow leaned over, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. She ran her fingers lightly over the prints, feeling the subtle magic they left behind. Indeed, they are quite unusual. Let us follow them and see where they lead. The footprints led them through a thicket of wildflowers with petals like stained glass, their colors vibrant and alive in the morning light. They crossed a bubbling brook, the water gurgling over smooth stones, whispering secrets of the woods as it passed. Finally, they reached a small glade, bathed in sunlight. At the heart of the glade stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms, and beneath its boughs, nestled in the roots, was a tiny creature unlike any Finn had ever seen. It was a Lumaluna, a magical creature known for its ability to create light from the moon's glow. Its fur shimmered with a silvery luminescence, and its eyes sparkled like the stars. The Lumaluna looked up at them with a friendly, if somewhat shy expression, its delicate whiskers twitching as if sensing the magic in the air. "Hello there," Finn greeted softly, crouching down to the creature's level. "Are you the one who's been casting that beautiful light?" The Lumaluna nodded, its ears twitching with delight. It seemed to understand that Finn and Granny Willow meant no harm. Its fur bristled with a soft glow, casting a gentle light that danced across the tree's roots. Granny Willow knelt beside Finn, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, filled with warmth and kindness. "I wonder, little one, why have you chosen to reveal yourself now, after all this time hidden in the woods?" The Lumaluna padded closer, its tiny paws barely making a sound on the soft earth. With a gentle nudge of its nose, it pointed toward a patch of wildflowers swaying in the breeze. Among them, Finn noticed a peculiar flower that seemed to glow with a light of its own, its petals a luminescent white that seemed to capture the essence of the moonlight. "Ah," Granny Willow said, understanding dawning in her eyes. "That is a moon blossom, a rare flower that blooms only once in a blue moon. It seems our little friend here has been tending to it." Finn smiled, understanding the Lumaluna's plight. "You wanted to make sure it bloomed safely, didn't you? But now that it's bloomed, what's next?" The Lumaluna tilted its head, and with a soft flick of its tail, a small, magical glow surrounded the moon blossom. Its petals unfurled fully, releasing a gentle fragrance that filled the glade with a sense of peace and wonder, a scent that seemed to speak of dreams and starlit nights. Granny Willow clapped her hands softly, her eyes shining with admiration. "What a marvelous guardian you are, little Lumaluna. You've protected something truly special." Finn watched as the Lumaluna gave a contented purr, its mission seemingly complete. "Does this mean you'll stay with us, or will you return to the deeper woods?" he asked. The Lumaluna looked around the glade, then back at Finn and Granny Willow. With a joyful leap, it settled into the roots of the oak, as if to say it had found a new home. It nestled comfortably, its luminescent fur creating a warm glow that seemed to blend seamlessly with the golden shafts of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Granny Willow reached out and gently patted the Lumaluna's head. "You are welcome here, sweet creature. We'll make sure you're safe and happy." With the mystery of the shimmering light unraveled, Finn and Granny Willow returned to Bramble Brook, their hearts light with the joy of new friendship. And from that day on, the Lumaluna and its moonblossom became cherished parts of the Whispering Woods, watched over by the villagers with love and care. The Lumaluna's gentle light became a symbol of hope and magic, a reminder of the wonders that lay hidden in the world. Days turned into weeks, and the bond between Finn and the Lumaluna grew stronger. Each morning, Finn would visit the glade, bringing along small trinkets he had crafted, a tiny wooden flute, a woven bracelet of forest flowers, a small pouch of herbs from Granny Willow's garden. The Lumaluna, in turn, would light up the glade with a radiant glow, its fur shimmering brighter in gratitude. One evening, as Finn made his way to the glade, he noticed a group of villagers gathered at the edge of the forest. They were whispering, their faces filled with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Among them was Old Man Thistle, the village storyteller, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his curiosity piqued. Old Man Thistle turned to him, his voice a rumble like distant thunder. "The Lumaluna's light has reached the village, lad. It's drawing more visitors from nearby towns. They say it's a sign of good fortune, and people are eager to witness its beauty." Finn felt a swell of pride, knowing the Lumaluna had brought joy to so many. Yet, a part of him wondered how the creature felt about this newfound attention. That night, as the village celebrated with songs and laughter, Finn slipped away to the glade. He found the Lumaluna nestled in its usual spot, its glow softer than usual, as if weary from the day's events. "Are you all right?" Finn asked, sitting beside it. The Lumaluna looked at him with gentle eyes, and Finn sensed its unease. It pointed its nose toward the moon blossom, now a beacon of light in the darkened glade, and Finn understood. "You want to protect it from too much attention, don't you?" he said, his voice barely a whisper. The Lumaluna nodded, its ears flicking with a touch of concern. The next morning, Finn shared his thoughts with Granny Willow. "The Lumaluna wants to keep the moon blossom safe, but with so many visitors, it's becoming difficult," he explained. Granny Willow nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps we can create a sanctuary, a place where both can thrive in peace and still be shared with those who truly appreciate their magic." Together, with the help of the villagers, they built a small enclosure around the glade, lined with gentle reminders of respect and care for the magical inhabitants. The villagers agreed to visit quietly, leaving offerings of flowers and songs, ensuring the space remained a haven of tranquility. With this newfound balance, the Lumaluna's glow brightened once more, content in its role as a guardian and friend. Finn continued his visits, each one a reminder of the magic that lay not just in the woods, but in the bonds of friendship and understanding. Each night, Finn would visit the glade, where the Lumaluna's gentle glow would light up the evening, casting a serene and magical glow over the village. As he lay in bed, listening to the soft rustle of leaves outside his window, he knew that sometimes the smallest creatures could hold the greatest wonders, and that kindness and curiosity could light the way to unexpected friendships. He dreamed of adventures and mysteries waiting to be discovered, his heart filled with a sense of wonder and possibility. And so, the village of Bramblebrook continued to thrive, with its tales of magic and wonder, as the stars twinkled above like 1,000 guardian lights, watching over the peaceful world below. As Granny Willow would say each night, her voice a gentle reminder of all that was good, good things come to those who seek with open hearts. And indeed, Finn had found something truly good in the heart of the Whispering Woods, a reminder that magic was always within reach for those who dared to look beyond the ordinary. Yet, as days passed, a change began to unfold in the Whispering Woods. The gentle breeze that usually carried the songs of birds and rustling leaves now held a different tune, a soft, melancholic hum that seemed to echo from the depths of the forest. It was subtle at first, almost like a distant memory, whispering its secrets to those willing to listen. Finn, with his ever-curious nature, noticed this change. He often found himself pausing in his daily tasks, his ears attuned to the mysterious melody. It was as if the woods were calling to him, sharing a story that needed to be heard. Determined to uncover the source, he shared his thoughts with Granny Willow. "There's a song in the air, Granny," Finn said one morning, the words tumbling out with a mix of excitement and intrigue. "It's different, almost as if the woods themselves are trying to tell us something." Granny Willow, with her deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, listened intently. The lines of wisdom etched into her face softened as she considered his words. "The woods have always been alive with stories, my dear. Perhaps they wish to reveal another secret to us." With renewed purpose, Finn and Granny Willow set out once more, their steps guided by the haunting melody. The forest seemed to embrace them, its paths weaving them deeper into its heart, where the canopy overhead formed a protective dome, filtering the sunlight into a soft, ethereal glow. As they ventured further, they came upon a part of the forest Finn had never seen before, a grove encircled by ancient trees, their gnarled branches stretching like protective sentinels. In the center, a small, crystal-clear spring bubbled gently, its waters shimmering with an otherworldly light. Sitting beside the spring was an elderly woman with hair as silver as moonlight. Her eyes, though aged, sparkled with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. She hummed softly, her voice intertwining with the forest's song, creating a harmonious symphony that resonated with the very soul of the woods. "Welcome, young Finn and wise Willow," the woman greeted, her voice a melody in itself. "I am Selene, keeper of the forest's heart. It is time for you to know the story that binds the Lumaluna to the Whispering Woods." Finn and Granny Willow listened as Selene shared the tale of the Lumaluna's origins, a story woven with threads of magic and mystery. Long ago, when the world was still young, the moon gifted the Lumaluna to the forest as a guardian, a beacon of light and hope in times of darkness. The Lumaluna's task was to nurture the moon blossom, ensuring its rare bloom would bring balance and tranquility to the woods. But now, Selene continued, her voice tinged with sorrow, a shadow looms at the edge of the forest, threatening to extinguish the Lumaluna's light and with it, the harmony of our world. Finn felt a shiver run through him, a mix of fear and determination. "What can we do to help?" he asked, his voice steady with resolve. Selene smiled, her eyes reflecting the courage she saw in Finn. The Lumaluna's strength comes from the bonds it forms, bonds of friendship, kindness, and understanding. You, dear Finn, have already begun this journey. Continue to nurture these bonds and teach others to do the same. Only through unity can we protect the magic that sustains us. Granny Willow placed a comforting hand on Finn's shoulder. "We will do all we can, Selene. The village of Bramblebrook stands with you." With their hearts full of purpose, Finn and Granny Willow returned to the village, sharing Selene's story and rallying the villagers to protect the Whispering Woods. Together, they forged a deeper connection with the forest, visiting the glade with reverence, ensuring the Lumaluna and its moon blossom thrived in peace. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and with the gentle guidance of the moon, the village of Bramblebrook became a beacon of hope, its legacy intertwined with the magic of the Whispering Woods. Finn, with his open heart and unyielding spirit, continued to seek out the wonders of the world, knowing that every step forward was a journey into the extraordinary. In the following weeks, the villagers of Bramblebrook worked diligently to preserve the harmony of the Whispering Woods. They organized gatherings where stories of the Lumaluna and its origins were shared, fostering a deep respect and understanding of the magical balance that safeguarded their home. Each story was a thread in the tapestry of their community, weaving the past with the present, creating a shared vision of a future where magic and reality coexisted in harmony. Finn, inspired by the tales and the Lumaluna's resilience, took it upon himself to learn more about the forest's secrets. He often spent afternoons at the village library, poring over ancient scrolls and tomes that detailed the history of Bramblebrook and the mystical creatures that called it home. His thirst for knowledge became a beacon of hope for the village, encouraging others to explore the depths of their heritage and the magic that lay intertwined with their everyday lives. One day, as Finn delved into a particularly ancient tome, he discovered mention of a hidden sanctuary deep within the forest. It was said to be a place of great power, where the energies of the earth and sky met, creating a nexus of magical potential. Intrigued by this revelation, Finn shared his findings with Granny Willow and the village elders. "This sanctuary," he explained, "could be the key to strengthening the Lumaluna's light and ensuring the moon blossom's continued bloom. If we can find it, we might be able to amplify the magic that protects our village." The elders, moved by Finn's determination and the urgency of the situation, agreed to embark on a quest to locate the sanctuary. They gathered a small group of villagers, each with unique skills that would aid in the search. Among them were Lark, a skilled tracker with an unparalleled knowledge of the forest's paths, and Alara, a gifted herbalist with an innate connection to the natural world. The journey into the deeper woods was a test of resolve and unity. The forest, though beautiful, was filled with challenges: dense thickets that obscured the path, trickling streams that wound like serpents through the underbrush, and ancient trees that seemed to shift and change as if alive with their own purpose. As the group ventured further, Finn felt a growing sense of anticipation. The air seemed to hum with energy, as if the forest itself was guiding them toward their destination. It was during a particularly quiet moment, when the sun's rays filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, that Lark spotted a peculiar formation of rocks, their surfaces etched with runes that glimmered in the light. "This must be it," Lark said, excitement threading his voice. The group gathered around the stones, their hearts beating in unison with the forest's rhythm. Alara knelt beside the rocks, her fingers tracing the symbols with reverence. "These runes speak of protection and renewal," she murmured, her voice filled with awe. "We are indeed close." With renewed determination, they pressed on, each step bringing them closer to the sanctuary. Finally, they emerged into a clearing unlike any they had seen before. The air was alive with shimmering motes of light that danced like fireflies, and in the center stood a monolithic stone, its surface carved with intricate patterns that pulsed with a gentle, radiant glow. The villagers gathered around the stone, their hearts filled with wonder and hope. Finn, feeling a deep sense of connection to the place, stepped forward. He placed his hand on the stone, and as he did, a wave of warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of unity and purpose. "This is it," he whispered, his voice a blend of awe and certainty. "This is where we can strengthen the Lumaluna's light." The villagers, inspired by Finn's conviction, began to work together, drawing upon their skills and knowledge to channel the sanctuary's energy. They sang songs of hope and renewal, their voices blending with the forest's melody, creating a symphony that resonated with the very soul of the woods. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the clearing in a warm golden glow, the sanctuary's light grew brighter, enveloping the villagers in its embrace. The Lumaluna, sensing the change, appeared at the edge of the clearing, its fur shimmering with newfound brilliance. It stepped forward, its eyes meeting Finn's, and in that moment, a bond of understanding and gratitude formed between them. Together, they had succeeded in safeguarding the magic of the Whispering Woods, ensuring the Lumaluna's light would continue to shine brightly, a beacon of hope for generations to come. As the villagers returned to Bramble Brook, their hearts light with the joy of achievement, Finn knew that the journey had only just begun. The Whispering Woods held countless secrets waiting to be uncovered, and with each discovery, the bonds of friendship and unity would grow stronger. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle guidance of the moon, the village of Bramble Brook thrived, its legacy intertwined with the magic of the Whispering Woods. Finn, with his open heart and unyielding spirit, continued to seek out the wonders of the world, knowing that every step forward was a journey into the extraordinary. Story 5. In the heart of the ancient Everwood Forest, where the air hummed with the gentle resonance of time and the whispers of old magic, a hidden realm thrived beneath the canopy. The leaves of towering oaks and whispering pines swayed in the soft, dappled light that filtered through, painting the forest floor with patches of emerald and gold. The scent of rich earth and blooming wildflowers wafted through the air, mingling with the distant, melodic sound of a babbling brook that wound its way deep into the forest's heart. This was a place where time felt fluid, stretching and folding like the ripples in the brook, a timeless sanctuary that held all who entered in its embrace. The creatures of this forest lived lives interwoven with the rhythm of nature, each playing a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the marks of countless seasons, etched with intricate patterns like a tapestry of time. His eyes, deep and knowing, reflected the wisdom passed down through generations. Thistle was revered as the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's secrets. His presence was like the steady heartbeat of the forest, a constant amidst the ever-changing tapestry of life. Thistle's closest companion was a sprightly squirrel named Bramble, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, a warm, fiery hue that seemed to dance with each flick of his bushy tail. Bramble was quick and curious, always darting about the forest, collecting acorns and tails alike. His laughter was a bright, tinkling sound, like the chime of tiny bells, and his eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint that spoke of unquenchable curiosity. Yet beneath this playful exterior lay a heart full of empathy, and a mind always seeking to understand the deeper mysteries of their world. Together, they made an unlikely yet harmonious pair, traversing the forest paths and sharing stories by the light of the moon. One crisp autumn morning, as the air carried the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change, Thistle and Bramble set out on their daily journey. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the soft calls of birds preparing for their winter migration. The air was cool and invigorating, the kind that filled one's lungs with a sense of freshness and possibility. As they ambled along, they came upon a glade where sunlight poured down like liquid gold, warming the earth and inviting all creatures to gather. In this glade stood a grand oak tree, known as the elder tree, its branches stretching skyward as if to embrace the heavens. The elder tree was the heart of Everwood, its roots entwined with the essence of the forest itself. It was said that the tree held the wisdom of every creature that had ever walked beneath its boughs. Its bark was rough and ancient, yet it pulsed with life, a testament to the ages it had witnessed. As Thistle and Bramble approached, they noticed a gathering of forest creatures beneath the elder tree. There were rabbits with fur as soft as morning mist, deer with eyes like pools of liquid amber, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the first light of dawn. They were all drawn by the same concern, a growing imbalance in their world. The gentle breeze carried whispers of a strange phenomenon. The seasons were shifting, and the usual harmony of nature was becoming unsettled. The warm autumn days lingered longer than they should, delaying the crisp breath of winter. The creatures could feel the change in their bones, and it filled their hearts with unease. The air, usually charged with the vibrant energy of the forest, felt heavy with anticipation and uncertainty. Thistle, with the wisdom of ages etched upon his shell, listened intently to their concerns. Bramble, ever the eager helper, watched his friend with bright, attentive eyes, his tail twitching with a mix of anxiety and determination. Thistle understood that this was no ordinary shift, but a sign of deeper discord within the forest. "Fear not, dear friends," Thistle began, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "The forest is alive, a living tapestry woven with the threads of harmony. Sometimes those threads can become tangled, but with patience and understanding we can restore balance." The creatures gathered closer, drawn to Thistle's calming presence. "Long ago," Thistle continued, "our ancestors spoke of a hidden place, a sacred grove where the magic of the seasons converges. It is said that within this grove lies the Heartstone, a crystal imbued with the essence of all seasons. By attuning this stone, we can realign the balance and restore the natural order." Bramble's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then we must find the Heartstone. I'll gather the bravest and swiftest among us, and we'll set out on a quest to restore our forest." Nodding, Thistle added, "Remember, the journey will not be easy. The path is woven with trials that test the heart and spirit, but together, with courage and friendship, we shall prevail." As the creatures murmured among themselves, a soft voice emerged from the crowd. It was a young fox named Lark, whose fur was the color of twilight shadows. She stepped forward, her eyes reflecting both fear and determination. "I will join the quest," she declared, her voice steady despite her trembling paws, "for my kits and for the future of our forest." Inspired by Lark's bravery, other creatures joined in. A pair of wise old owls, Feather and Flight, offered their keen eyesight and knowledge of the forest's secrets. A family of industrious beavers pledged to build bridges and paths for safe passage. A chorus of frogs, led by the charming croak, promised to guide them through the marshlands. And so a band of brave forest creatures set forth, guided by Thistle's wisdom and Bramble's unyielding spirit. Their journey led them through mist-laden valleys and over babbling brooks, where the air was filled with the scent of pine and the promise of adventure. They traveled through nights bathed in moonlight and days warmed by the sun's gentle embrace. As they ventured deeper into the forest's heart, the air grew cooler, hinting at the winter yet to come. They encountered challenges along the way, a chasm of swirling mist and a grove where the shadows seemed to dance with an otherworldly life. Each trial demanded trust, kindness, and the collective strength of their friendship. They learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the earth, drawing from the wisdom of their ancestors. At one point, they reached the edge of the whispering cliffs, where the wind howled with a voice of its own. The path ahead seemed treacherous, with jagged rocks and steep drops. It was here that Bramble's agility shone, guiding them with deft leaps and bounds, his laughter ringing out like a beacon of hope. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Thistle shared stories of the past, tales of courage and perseverance. His stories wove a tapestry of hope, binding the group together with a sense of purpose. Lark, curled up beside her companions, found comfort in the warmth of their shared journey, her heart swelling with the possibility of a future where her kits could thrive. As they continued their journey, they stumbled upon a forgotten glen, hidden behind a curtain of cascading ivy. The glen was unlike any other part of the forest. It was a place where time seemed to pause, allowing the weary travelers to catch their breath. In the center of the glen, there was a pool so clear that it mirrored the sky, capturing both the sun's radiant light and the moon's gentle glow. Here, the creatures paused to replenish their spirits. The owls, feather in flight, took to the skies, their wings cutting through the crisp air as they scouted the path ahead. The beavers busied themselves, constructing a small bridge over the stream that meandered through the glen, their skilled paws weaving branches with the precision of an artist. Meanwhile, Thistle and Bramble sat by the pool's edge, the cool water lapping at their feet. Bramble's eyes, ever curious, wandered to the reflections dancing upon the surface. "Thistle," he began, his voice tinged with wonder, "do you think the forest remembers us, just as we remember it?" Thistle, with his steady gaze fixed upon the water, nodded slowly. "The forest holds our stories, Bramble. Every step we take, every breath we draw, leaves an imprint upon its soul. We are part of its eternal song." Their conversation was interrupted by a gentle rustle from the shadows. It was Lark, her twilight-hued fur blending seamlessly with the deepening dusk. She approached hesitantly, her eyes filled with questions. "Do you believe we'll succeed, Thistle? Do you think we can truly restore the balance?" Thistle turned to face her, his expression one of unwavering certainty. "The forest chose us for this journey, Lark. It believes in us, as we must believe in ourselves. The heart of Everwood beats with the courage of those who dare to protect it." The creatures spent the night in the glen, finding solace in the unity of their shared quest. As dawn broke, painting the sky with shades of rose and gold, they resumed their journey, their hearts fortified by the bonds they had formed. The journey continued, the forest revealing new wonders with each passing day. They encountered a hidden meadow where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals swaying gently in the breeze like a tapestry of nature's artistry. The air here was sweet, with the scent of nectar, and the sound of buzzing bees added a vibrant symphony to the scene. In another part of the forest, they found a grove of ancient trees whose gnarled trunks twisted and turned, their branches reaching out like arms frozen in dance. The creatures paused to marvel at the trees, feeling the weight of their years and the stories they held within their bark. It was here that Thistle shared a story of the first dawn, a tale of light and life that filled their hearts with warmth and renewed their determination. Finally, after many days and nights, they reached the sacred grove. The air was thick with magic, vibrating with an energy that made their fur stand on end. In the center of the grove, bathed in ethereal light, lay the heartstone, its surface shimmering with the colors of all seasons: verdant greens, fiery oranges, frosty blues, and gentle blossoms of spring. Thistle approached the heartstone with reverence, his heart swelling with the stories of those who had come before. He placed a gentle paw upon its surface, and the stone began to glow, casting a warm light over the gathered creatures. The colors swirled and danced, weaving together in a harmonious symphony of light and magic. As the heartstone's glow intensified, the air around them shifted. The warmth of autumn gave way to the crisp, invigorating chill of winter. Snowflakes began to fall, each one unique and delicate, blanketing the forest in a pristine white. The creatures watched in awe as the balance was restored, their hearts filled with a profound sense of peace. With the seasons realigned, the forest thrummed with a renewed vitality. The creatures returned to the elder tree, their spirits uplifted by the success of their quest. Thistle, with a contented smile, shared one final story, a tale of gratitude and the enduring power of friendship. As the creatures nestled into their homes, the forest settled into a gentle slumber beneath its snowy blanket. The air was filled with the soft sound of falling snow, a lullaby that promised rest and renewal. The return to the elder tree was celebrated with a gathering, a feast of acorns, berries, and sweet honey shared among friends. The creatures, their bonds strengthened by the journey, exchanged stories and laughter, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had played a part in the forest's restoration. Lark, her kits nestled at her side, looked around at her companions, her eyes brimming with tears of joy and relief. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the gentle rustle of leaves. "Thank you for believing in us, for believing in this forest." Bramble, ever the optimist, bounded forward, his tail flicking in excitement. "We did it together, Lark. The forest will always thrive as long as we stand united." And so, in the heart of Everwood Forest, the balance was restored and the creatures thrived, bound together by the wisdom of the ages and the strength of their bond. The forest, ever ancient and ever new, continued to whisper its stories to those who would listen, a testament to the enduring magic of nature and the timeless dance of the seasons. As night fell, the stars appeared, twinkling like 1,000 tiny beacons in the velvet sky. The forest, wrapped in its snowy blanket, seemed to sigh with contentment, its heart beating in time with the creatures who called it home. And beneath the canopy of stars, Thistle and Bramble shared one last story, a tale of hope and renewal, a reminder that the magic of the forest was alive in every heart that dared to believe. The night air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and the soft whisper of snowflakes dancing to the ground. As Bramble gazed at the stars, he felt a deep connection with the forest, a realization that their journey had not only restored the balance of the seasons, but had also forged an unbreakable bond among them all. He turned to Thistle, whose eyes reflected the starlight, and whispered, "The forest is our home, Thistle. We've become part of its story, and it a part of ours." Thistle nodded, his gaze warm with pride. "Yes, Bramble, we are its guardians, its storytellers. As long as we remember to listen to its whispers, the forest will always guide us." The night deepened, wrapping the forest in a serene silence. The creatures of Everwood, nestled in their burrows and nests, dreamed of the adventures yet to come and the endless stories waiting to be told. And as the first light of dawn began to touch the horizon, the Everwood forest stood tall and unwavering, a living testament to the power of unity and the magic that dwells within every heart willing to believe in the impossible. As dawn painted the sky with the gentle hues of a new day, a sense of renewal washed over the forest. The snow glistened under the early sun, each flake reflecting the light like tiny crystals. The creatures stirred from their slumber, their hearts buoyed by the knowledge that their journey had been one of purpose and meaning. The forest, too, seemed to awaken, its every leaf and branch stretching toward the light, eager to embrace the new cycle of seasons. Thistle and Bramble, side by side, watched as the forest came alive once more. The air was filled with the songs of birds, a chorus of joy that spoke of hope and harmony. The babbling brook, now free from the grip of frost, sang its own melody, a gentle reminder of the passage of time and the promise of life. As the day unfolded, the creatures of Everwood gathered once more at the elder tree, their hearts united in celebration. It was a time of reflection and gratitude, a moment to honor the courage that had carried them through the darkness and into the light. In the heart of the forest, where the air hummed with ancient magic and the whispers of the past, a new story began. It was a story of friendship and unity, of the power of nature and the resilience of those who dared to protect it. And as the sun rose higher, bathing the forest in its warm embrace, the creatures of Everwood knew that they were not merely inhabitants of the forest, but its guardians, its storytellers, and its enduring spirit. Story 6. In a small, quiet village nestled between the soft, rolling hills and the whispering pines, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her days were filled with the simple joys of village life, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees buzzed harmoniously in the background. Yet in Lila's heart there simmered an unquenchable curiosity, a whisper of adventure that beckoned her beyond the familiar paths of her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of pink and amber, Lila found herself at the edge of the forest, a place that villagers often spoke of with a mix of awe and caution. The trees stood tall and wise, their leaves rustling like soft, conspiratorial laughter. A narrow path, overgrown but inviting, wound its way through the underbrush, and Lila, with a heart full of wonder, stepped forward. The forest was a realm of its own, a tapestry of shadows and light dancing across the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and damp leaves. As Lila walked, she marveled at the vibrant life all around her. The playful chatter of squirrels, the flutter of colorful butterflies that seemed to guide her deeper into the heart of the woods. Soon, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an enormous tree, its trunk wide enough to house a family of bears, its branches stretching toward the sky like welcoming arms. This was no ordinary tree, for its bark shimmered as though dusted with tiny stars, and nestled among its roots was a small, sparkling pool. As Lila approached, she noticed that the pool was alive with movement. Tiny creatures, no bigger than a thumb, flitted about on gossamer wings. They were the color of twilight, with eyes that gleamed like moonlit pearls. These were the Fairling folk, known in stories for their gentle wisdom and mischievous spirits. "Welcome, Lila," chimed a voice as sweet as wind chimes in a summer breeze. It was one of the Fairlings, her wings a delicate shade of lavender. "How do you know my name?" Lila asked, her voice a mix of awe and delight. "We know all those who possess the heart of a seeker," replied the Fairling with a twinkle in her eye. "We have been waiting for you." The Fairling introduced herself as Nairi and invited Lila to sit by the pool. As they talked, Nairi explained that the tree was the heart of the forest, a place where dreams were nurtured and courage was found. Many had come seeking answers, few had the heart to listen. Lila listened intently, her curiosity weaving a bridge between her world and this enchanted realm. She learned of the forest's secrets, of the hidden trails that led to forgotten places, of the ancient magic that hummed in every leaf and stone. "Would you like to see something truly wondrous?" Nairi asked, her voice a soft melody. Lila nodded eagerly, and Nairi beckoned her to follow. They walked through a path lined with soft, glowing mushrooms that lit their way like lanterns in the night. The path opened up to a meadow where the sky seemed to touch the earth, and in the center a gentle stream wound its way through a carpet of wildflowers. The stream sang as it flowed, a gentle, tinkling tune that spoke of far-off lands and hidden wonders. Lila dipped her fingers into the water, which was cool and soothing, and watched as her reflection shimmered alongside the Fairlings who danced upon the surface. In this place of beauty and tranquility, Lila felt a warmth blossom in her chest, a courage that had always been there, waiting to be discovered. She realized that the journey itself, the act of stepping beyond the known, had awakened something profound within her. As the sun began to set, painting the meadow in a soft, dusky glow, Nairi spoke once more. "You have the heart of an explorer, Lila. Remember, true courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to face it with an open heart." With Nairi's words echoing in her mind, Lila felt a deep sense of peace wash over her. She knew that she would carry this newfound courage with her, not just in the forest, but in every step of her life. As she made her way back through the forest, the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky. The path seemed friendlier now, each shadow a familiar friend rather than a mystery. When she reached the edge of the forest, she turned back to see the Fairling folk waving goodbye, their wings sparkling like tiny stars in the night. Lila returned to her village with a heart full of stories and dreams, her spirit alight with the magic of her adventure. She had not only discovered the wonders of the forest, but had also found the strength within herself to embrace the unknown. And so, as she wrapped herself in a cozy quilt and drifted into sleep, the gentle rustle of the forest leaves seemed to whisper a lullaby, a promise of new adventures waiting just beyond the horizon. In her dreams, the forest danced in moonlit splendor, a place where courage and curiosity would forever guide her path. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a forest filled with ancient trees and sparkling streams, there lived a community of woodland creatures. They dwelled in harmony with the magic that flowed through every branch and stone. Among them was a young rabbit named Willow, whose curiosity often led her on wondrous adventures. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find the entire forest blanketed in a shimmering mist. The misty veil clung to every surface, obscuring the world in a hazy enchantment. Willow's whiskers twitched with intrigue as she hopped out of her cozy burrow to investigate. As she ventured deeper into the misty woods, Willow noticed strange things afoot. The mushroom rings had rearranged themselves into peculiar patterns, and the acorn caps littering the ground seemed to have traded places. Even the buzzing of the bees sounded a little off-key. Perplexed, Willow sought out her wise friend, Oakley the ancient oak tree. Oakley's branches creaked with wisdom as he observed the mystical mist swirling around them. "Ah, young Willow," Oakley rumbled, "it seems we have been graced by the presence of the mist weavers, mischievous sprites known for their playful illusions." Willow's eyes widened with delight. She had heard tales of the elusive mist weavers, but never had the chance to encounter their whimsical magic. "But why have they come to our forest?" she asked, tilting her head curiously. Oakley chuckled, his leaves rustling. "The mist weavers are drawn to the joy and wonder of this realm. They seek to remind us that sometimes we must look at the world through a different lens to appreciate its true beauty." As if on cue, a tiny figure materialized from the mist, giggling softly. It was a mist weaver, a diminutive being with gossamer wings and a twinkle in her eyes. She danced around Willow, leaving a trail of shimmering dust in her wake. "Greetings, little one," the mist weaver chirped. "We have come to share our enchantments and remind you to embrace the magic that surrounds you." Willow was entranced by the mist weaver's graceful movements and the way the mist seemed to bend and swirl at her command. She realized that the strange occurrences she had witnessed were all part of the mist weaver's intricate illusions, designed to awaken a sense of childlike wonder. Over the next few days, Willow and her woodland friends embarked on a delightful journey, guided by the mist weaver's whimsical tricks. They discovered hidden pathways that led to secret glades, heard the whispers of ancient trees sharing their stories, and even witnessed the stars rearranging themselves into intricate celestial dances. Through it all, Willow learned to embrace the magic within and around her, appreciating the beauty in the unexpected. She realized that sometimes the most wondrous things happen when we let go of our preconceptions and allow ourselves to be enchanted. As the mist eventually dispersed, the mist weavers bid farewell to the forest, leaving behind a trail of stardust and cherished memories. Willow and her friends felt a newfound sense of wonder and appreciation for the magical realm they called home. From that day on, whenever strange occurrences unfolded, or the world seemed a little out of sorts, Willow would smile and remember the teachings of the mist weavers. She knew that true magic often revealed itself in the most unexpected ways, and all it took was an open heart and a willingness to embrace the mysteries of the world. Story 8. In a galaxy where stardust danced like fireflies across the velvet expanse, there existed a small verdant planet named Valoria. Here, the gentle hum of nature was a symphony, and the air was sweet with the fragrance of alien blossoms. Valoria was a sanctuary for those seeking solace from the ever-expanding universe, and it was here that two unlikely companions would meet and discover the true meaning of friendship. The first of these companions was Leora, a Valorian native. Her skin shimmered with the iridescent hues of the planet's lush forests, and her eyes reflected the deep cerulean of its tranquil seas. Leora was known for her nurturing spirit. She lived in harmony with the planet's flora and fauna, tending to them as one would a beloved garden. The second was a traveler from a distant star, a robotic being named K0RA, whose sleek metallic form contrasted with the organic beauty of Valoria. K0RA's circuits were designed for exploration and data collection, and its creators had programmed it with an unquenchable curiosity about the universe. However, this curiosity often led to misunderstandings, for K0RA processed emotions in a way that was foreign to most organic beings. Their paths crossed on a sun-dappled morning beneath the boughs of a towering lumen tree. Leora had been gathering luminescent berries when she stumbled upon K0RA, who was attempting to scan the tree's bark. In its eagerness, KRA had disturbed a nest of flowery birds, sending them fluttering into the air in a cacophony of startled chirps. "Be careful," Leora exclaimed, her voice gentle but firm. "These creatures are delicate and easily frightened." K0RA's sensors whirred as it processed the situation. "Apologies, I did not intend to cause distress. My objective is to learn." Leora smiled, though her expression was tinged with patience. "Learning is admirable, but it must be done with care and respect." Thus began their unlikely companionship, born from a misunderstanding and nurtured by mutual curiosity. Leora, with her deep connection to the life of Valoria, found herself intrigued by K0RA's analytical view of the world. K0RA, in turn, was fascinated by Leora's ability to feel and empathize, qualities that were as alien to it as the concept of warmth. Their days were filled with shared exploration. Leora taught K-R-A to listen to the whispers of the wind through the leaves, to decipher the colors of dawn and dusk, and to appreciate the delicate balance of life on Valoria. In return, K-R-A shared its knowledge of the stars, recounting tales of distant worlds and phenomena that glittered far beyond the Valorian sky. Yet, as is often the case with friendships, they faced challenges that tested their bond. One such challenge arose when a meteor storm threatened to disrupt the harmony of Valoria. The meteors, while beautiful, bore the potential to cause great harm to the planet's ecosystems. Leora's heart ached at the thought of her beloved home being harmed. "We must protect Valoria," she declared, determination shining in her eyes. KZRA's processors calculated the risks. "Agreed, our strengths lie in our differences. Together, we can devise a solution." And so, they worked tirelessly under the canopy of stars. Leora gathered natural resources, using her knowledge of the land to create barriers and safe havens for the creatures of Valoria. K0RA, with its advanced technology, devised a system to track the meteor paths and predict their impacts. In the process, they learned to communicate without words, understanding the subtle cues of their respective worlds. K0RA began to appreciate the warmth of an encouraging touch, while Leora found comfort in the steady logic of KORA's presence. The storm arrived with a magnificent display of celestial fireworks. Meteors streaked across the sky, but thanks to the duo's preparations, Valoria remained unharmed. As the last of the meteors faded into the horizon, Leora and KORA stood side by side, basking in the glow of their success. "You've taught me much about your world," K0RA remarked, its voice carrying a newfound warmth, "and about emotions I did not understand before." Leora nodded, her heart full. "And you've shown me the vastness of the universe beyond. Together, we've become more than the sum of our parts." In the quiet that followed, they realized that their differences had become their greatest strength. Where once they had seen barriers, they now saw bridges, built on the foundations of trust and understanding. As the days passed, they continued their adventures, each new challenge strengthening their bond. Leora and K0RA learned that true friendship transcends species and origins, grounded in the simple yet profound act of caring for one another. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the unlikely companions found comfort and joy in their shared journey, knowing that no matter what lay ahead, they would face it together. The universe, with all its wonders and mysteries, had become a little smaller and a lot more meaningful, all because of the friendship that blossomed on the peaceful planet of Valoria. Story 9. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with the wind, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This was no ordinary village, for it nestled in the embrace of magic that wove itself into everyday life. Lanterns glowed with the gentle light of glow moths, and cobblestone paths sparkled faintly as if sprinkled with stardust. The villagers of Willowbrook were a contented folk, always busy with their crafts and tending to their gardens. Yet they were suddenly abuzz with an unusual mystery. Each morning they found their beloved sundial, a grand and ancient stone disk in the village square, rotated slightly from its place. This sundial was not only a timekeeper, but also a symbol of their harmony with nature. The villagers, puzzled and slightly worried, whispered amongst themselves. Could it be the work of mischievous sprites, wondered the baker, with flower-dusted hands? Or perhaps a sign from the wise old owls that guard the forest, mused the seamstress, her needle pausing midair. Amidst the chatter, young Finn, a gentle-hearted boy with a curious mind, decided to unravel this mystery. Finn was known for his keen observation and his ability to see what others often overlooked. His eyes sparkled with the same curiosity that made him a beloved storyteller among his friends. One sunny afternoon, when the sun cast its golden glow over the village, Finn set out to seek the counsel of a wise mentor, Miss Mirabelle. Miss Mirabelle was the village's herbalist, a woman with silver hair that cascaded like a waterfall and eyes that twinkled with ancient knowledge. Her cottage, at the edge of the woods, was a haven of warmth and wonder, filled with the scent of lavender and the soft chirping of enchanted crickets. As Finn approached, Miss Mirabelle greeted him with a warm smile, her hands cradling a steaming cup of chamomile tea. "Ah, Finn, what brings you to my little corner of the world?" she asked, her voice as soothing as the rustling leaves. With earnestness, Finn explained the mystery of the sundial, and Miss Mirabelle listened intently, nodding. "The world often speaks in whispers, dear Finn. We must learn to listen closely," she said, gesturing for him to follow her to the garden. In the garden, where herbs danced lightly in the breeze, Miss Mirabelle knelt beside a patch of moonflowers that bloomed in the midday sun, an unusual sight. "Nature has its own rhythms," she murmured, "and sometimes the clues we seek are right before us." Intrigued by her words, Finn observed his surroundings more keenly. He noticed a gentle trail of silver dust leading from the sundial towards the edge of the woods. With a nod of thanks to Miss Mirabelle, Finn decided to follow this glimmering path. The trail led him deeper into the forest, where the canopy above filtered the sunlight into beams of soft light, dancing upon the forest floor. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the distant melody of a babbling brook. As Finn walked, he felt a soft nudge against his leg. Looking down, he saw a small, fluffy creature with eyes as bright as stars. "Hello there, little one," Finn said, crouching down to meet the creature's gaze. It chirped in response, a sound like tinkling bells, and trotted ahead, pausing to ensure Finn was following. The creature led him to a clearing where a gentle, shimmering pond reflected the sky's azure hue. Gathered around the pond were a group of creatures, similar to Finn's new friend, all busily moving small stones and leaves, arranging them in intricate patterns. Finn watched in awe as the creatures worked with purpose and precision. It dawned on him that these creatures were not causing mischief, but were caretakers of the forest's balance. They were aligning the sundial with the natural cycles, ensuring harmony with the changing seasons. With a newfound understanding, Finn gently approached the creatures. "Thank you for your work," he said softly, and the creatures chirped happily in reply, their little eyes gleaming with appreciation. Returning to the village, Finn shared his discovery with the villagers, who listened with wonder and gratitude. They marveled at the wisdom of the forest and the gentle creatures who watched over them. From that day on, the villagers of Willowbrook learned to cherish the subtle changes brought by their mysterious friends, finding joy in the delicate balance of nature. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, they knew that all was well in their enchanted world. Finn, content with the knowledge he had gained, sat by the sundial, watching the stars twinkle into existence. He felt a cozy assurance settle within him, as comforting as the embrace of a soft blanket on a chilly night. The mystery had been solved, not through grand gestures or loud proclamations, but through quiet observation and the gentle guidance of the forest's wisdom. And so, in the peaceful embrace of the whispering woods, the village of Willowbrook slept soundly, knowing they were part of a wondrous, magical tapestry that would continue to weave its gentle stories for generations to come. Story 10. In a distant corner of the universe, where stars shimmered like scattered jewels across an indigo sky, lay the vibrant planet of Chloris. This lush world was known for its emerald forests and turquoise rivers, where the atmosphere was perpetually filled with the scent of blooming flora and the soft, melodic hum of gentle wildlife. Chloris was home to the leaflings, a serene species with skin that shimmered like dew-covered leaves, and their eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Living among the leaflings was a young botanist named Talia. She was deeply connected to her planet's flora, possessing an innate ability to understand the whispers of the plants. Her days were spent tending to the gardens and studying the vibrant ecosystem, finding solace in the gentle rustle of leaves and the calming trickle of water. One afternoon, as Talia ambled through the whispering woods, she noticed an unusual glimmer in the sky. Her heart skipped a beat. It was a starship, its metallic surface gleaming under the Chloris sun as it descended into the lush canopy. Talia hurried to the landing site, curiosity and concern entwined within her. As the starship settled, its door slid open with a soft hiss, revealing a figure unlike any Talia had seen before. Standing before her was a traveler from the planet Oris, a rugged, rocky world known for its vast deserts and towering mountains. The being had skin as gray and textured as stone, with eyes that glinted like polished onyx. His name was Kale. Kale, a geologist and adventurer, had traveled across galaxies to study various planets' geological structures. His journey had led him to Chloris, a world so unlike his own that it felt like stepping into a dream. However, Kale's initial excitement was tinged with apprehension. The lush greenery and vibrant life forms were foreign and daunting to someone accustomed to the arid landscapes of Oris. Talia approached Kale cautiously, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Hello, traveler. Welcome to Chloris. My name is Talia." Kale offered a nod, his voice a deep rumble. "I am Kale. Your world is different." Their initial interactions were tinged with misunderstandings. Talia's gentle nature and connection to the vibrant life of Chloris seemed alien to Kale, who was accustomed to the stark, silent beauty of his rocky home. Meanwhile, Talia found Kale's stoic demeanor puzzling, his fascination with rocks and minerals a curiosity she struggled to comprehend. Despite their differences, a shared challenge soon brought them closer. A sudden change in the weather, a rare occurrence on Chloris, brought torrential rains that threatened to flood the valleys and uproot the delicate ecosystems. Talia, realizing the impending danger, knew she needed help to protect her beloved forests. Seeing the urgency in Talia's eyes, Kale stepped forward. "I may not know much about your world, but I understand the land. Together, we can find a way." Working side by side, Talia and Kale combined their knowledge. Talia used her understanding of the plants and their interconnected roots to guide the water flow, while Kale, with his geological expertise, identified areas where the rock formations could be altered to redirect the deluge safely. As they toiled, Talia began to understand the beauty Kale saw in his world. He spoke of the way sunlight danced across the desert sands, the majesty of mountains carved by time, and she listened, seeing through his words the artistry of stone. In turn, Kale learned to appreciate the symphony of life that thrived on Chloris, the intricate dance of nature that Talia so lovingly tended. Their efforts bore fruit as the waters receded, leaving the forests unharmed and vibrant. Exhausted but relieved, Talia and Kale sat together under a canopy of stars, the air filled with the sweet scent of damp earth and blooming flowers. "You saved my home," Talia whispered, her eyes reflecting the starlight. Kale shook his head, a rare warm smile gracing his rugged features. "We saved it together." In the days that followed, Talia and Kale forged a bond deeper than the roots of the oldest trees. They explored Chloris together, Talia introducing Kale to the wonders of the forest, while Kale shared stories of his travels across the galaxy. Their friendship blossomed, a testament to the strength found in understanding and embracing differences. Through their journey, Talia and Kale learned a profound lesson, that true friendship transcends origins and appearances, thriving on the shared experiences and mutual respect found in the heart. And as the sun set over the verdant horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, they knew they had found in each other a companion for life's adventures. And so, under the watchful gaze of distant stars, Talia and Kale's story became a cherished tale on Chloris, a reminder that even the most unlikely companions could discover the true meaning of friendship amidst the wonders of the universe. Story 11. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there stood a small, time-worn shop named Curiosities and Wonders. The shop was a treasure trove of peculiar items, run by an elderly gentleman with a twinkle in his eye and a knack for storytelling. His name was Mr. Waverly, and he had an uncanny ability to match each visitor with an object that seemed to hold a whisper of magic. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, and the air was filled with the scent of spiced apples, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara was a curious soul, always searching for adventure in the pages of books and the quiet corners of her village. Her eyes sparkled with wonder as she gazed upon the myriad of objects that crowded the shelves. As she moved through the shop, her fingers brushed against an old dusty compass. It was small and unassuming, with an intricate design etched into its brass casing. Clara felt a peculiar warmth spread through her fingertips, as if the compass were alive with an unspoken promise. "Ah, you've found the compass of whimsy," Mr. Waverly said, appearing beside her with a knowing smile. "It's said to guide the heart, not just the feet." a perfect companion for those with a spirit of adventure. Intrigued, Clara decided to purchase the compass, feeling a tug of destiny that she couldn't quite explain. As she left the shop, Mr. Waverly whispered, "Remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Clara soon discovered that the compass didn't point north. Instead, its needle danced erratically, spinning and settling in unexpected directions. Each time she followed its lead, she found herself in a place she had never before explored, a hidden grove in the woods, a secret path by the river, or a forgotten garden blooming with wildflowers. One day, the compass led her to an ancient oak tree on the outskirts of Willowbrook. Beneath its sprawling branches, she found a small, carved wooden box. Though the box was locked, Clara felt certain that it held something significant. She pondered how to open it, realizing that this was a challenge that required more than mere strength. Determined to uncover its secrets, Clara sought the wisdom of her friends in the village. First, she visited old Samuel, the village historian, who was known for his gentle demeanor and vast knowledge of the past. In his cozy cottage, surrounded by books and maps, Samuel listened intently to Clara's tale. "The key to your box," he mused, "may lie in understanding its history. Sometimes knowledge is the key that unlocks mysteries." Encouraged by his advice, Clara next sought out her friend Lily, a kind-hearted girl with a talent for solving puzzles. Together, they spent an afternoon in Lily's sunlit attic, piecing together clues about the box's origins. As they worked, their laughter filled the air, and Clara realized that the journey of discovery was enriched by the company of friends. Finally, Clara turned to the wise and gentle Mrs. Green, the village gardener, whose hands had nurtured many a seedling into bloom. Mrs. Green had a knack for seeing the beauty in all things, and a wisdom that was as deep as the roots of the ancient oak. "The earth teaches us patience, dear Clara," Mrs. Green said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Sometimes we must wait for the right moment, for the right understanding to blossom." Taking these lessons to heart, Clara returned to the oak tree, the compass in hand. She sat beneath its branches, feeling the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft caress of the wind. With a newfound patience, she closed her eyes and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. And then, as if in answer to her silent question, the compass's needle stopped its dance and pointed directly at the box. Clara reached out and touched it gently, her fingers tracing the intricate carvings. In that moment, she felt a connection, a harmony between her own heart and the mystery of the box. Slowly, the box began to unlock, revealing a small, delicate locket within. Inside the locket, there was a tiny portrait of a young girl, her eyes filled with the same curiosity and wonder that lit Clara's own. With a smile, Clara understood the lesson of her journey. The compass had not only led her to an object of beauty, but had also guided her through an adventure of friendship, wisdom, and self-discovery. As Clara made her way back to the village, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the promise of more adventures to come. And as she walked, the locket nestled against her heart, Clara felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that the journey she had embarked upon was just the beginning of many more to come. In the quiet of that autumn evening, under a canopy of stars, Clara learned that sometimes the most magical journeys are the ones that lead us back to ourselves. And in the gentle embrace of Willowbrook, she found her place in the world, a place filled with wonder, kindness, and the promise of endless discovery. Story 12. In a far-flung corner of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds against the velvet blackness of space, there lay a small, vibrant planet named Luminara. It was a world known for its rolling lavender fields that glowed under the gentle light of 3 crescent moons, and its air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming night flowers. Luminara was home to the Loomis, a gentle species with gossamer wings and eyes that sparkled with kindness and curiosity. One serene evening, as the moons cast their silvery glow over the landscape, a new star appeared, not in the sky but streaking across it, a small spacecraft, twirling through the atmosphere like a leaf caught in a playful breeze. The ship came to rest softly in the heart of a lush meadow, its metallic surface reflecting the moonlight. From the ship emerged a creature unlike any the Loomis had ever seen. It was a being from the distant planet of Kragora, known for its rugged mountains and stormy skies. The Kragoran was a towering figure, with skin that shimmered like granite and eyes that mirrored the swirling tempest of its home planet. The Loomis, ever curious and welcoming, gathered around the visitor with gentle flutters of their wings. Among them was Miri, a young lumen who was known for her boundless enthusiasm and warmth. She approached the Kragoran with an open heart, her voice as soft as the breeze that rustled through the meadow. "Welcome to Luminara," Miri said with a smile. "We are honored by your presence." The Kragoran, whose name was Tharn, nodded solemnly. The journey had been long and he was weary. His voice, deep and resonant, seemed to echo from within the caverns of his homeland. "I am Tharn," he rumbled. "I come seeking knowledge and peace." The Loomis chirped softly among themselves, their wings creating a gentle hum. Though Tharn's appearance was imposing, they sensed no malice, only a loneliness that tugged at their hearts. Days passed, and Tharn began to explore the wonders of Luminara. Miri, with her ever-present smile, became his guide, showing him the hidden groves where luminescent butterflies danced and the crystal-clear streams that sang with the whispers of ancient tales. Despite their differences, an unlikely friendship began to blossom between the two. Yet, as with any new relationship, misunderstandings sometimes clouded their path. One morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Tharn attempted to assist Miri in tending to the delicate night flowers. With his large, rocky hands, he accidentally crushed a blossom, its petals drifting sorrowfully to the ground. Miri's heart twinged with sadness, not for the flower, but for the look of remorse that shadowed Tharn's features. "It's all right, Tharn," she reassured him softly. "The night flowers bloom in abundance. Your presence here brings more joy than any single blossom." Tharn nodded, grateful for Miri's understanding, and from that moment he vowed to tread more gently, not only on the land, but in his interactions with his new friends. As time wove its tapestry around them, a challenge arose that tested the bonds of their friendship. A fierce storm, unlike any seen on Luminara in many cycles, gathered on the horizon, its dark clouds roiling like the ocean's fury. The Loomis, fragile and unused to such tempests, fluttered anxiously, seeking shelter among the trees and caves. Miri, her heart steady and brave, knew they needed help. She turned to Tharn, whose Kragoran nature made him familiar with storms as fierce as this. "Tharn, will you stand with us?" she asked, her voice a thread of hope and trust. Tharn gazed at the storm, then at Miri, and nodded. "I will," he affirmed with a strength that calmed the winds around them. Together, they devised a plan. Tharn used his formidable strength to reinforce the Loomis' fragile homes, creating barriers against the howling winds. Miri, with her soothing presence, rallied the Loomis, guiding them to safe havens and comforting them with her gentle words. The storm raged through the night, a symphony of thunder and rain, yet the bonds of friendship forged amidst the tempest held firm. As dawn broke, painting the world anew in hues of hope and renewal, the storm's fury subsided, leaving behind a land refreshed and a community united. In the days that followed, the Loomis and Tharn worked side by side to restore the meadow to its former beauty. The shared experience of weathering the storm had deepened their understanding and respect for one another, bridging the vast distances between their worlds. As the last traces of the storm vanished into memory, Tharn prepared to continue his journey. But before he departed, he stood beside Miri in the heart of the meadow, where night flowers now bloomed once more. "Miri," Tharn said, his voice gentle as a summer breeze, "your friendship has taught me more than I could have ever hoped to learn. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts beat with the same rhythm." Miri's eyes sparkled with unshed tears, her wings fluttering with emotion. "Tharn, you have shown us the strength of unity and the beauty of diversity. We will always cherish the time you spent with us." With a final embrace, Tharn stepped back into his spaceship, its engines humming softly to life. As he ascended into the sky, the Loomis waved, their wings a brilliant tapestry against the morning light. And so, in the endless dance of the cosmos, a Kragoran returned to his distant home, carrying within him the light of friendship that transcended the stars, leaving behind a world forever touched by his gentle strength and the enduring warmth of a Loomis's open heart. Thus, on Luminara, the tale of Tharn and Miri became a cherished legend, reminding all who heard it that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find common ground in the heart's embrace. Story 13. In the quaint village of Wrenwood, nestled between lush, whispering forests and rolling, emerald hills, there lay a mystery that had been whispered about for generations. It was said that somewhere in the heart of the forest, where sunlight danced through the leaves and shadows played like mischievous sprites, there existed a hidden world. This secret realm was not visible to all, but only to those with the purest of hearts and the keenest of eyes. Within this peaceful village lived a young girl named Lila, whose spirit was as bright as the sun-dappled meadows she often wandered. Lila was known for her kind heart and insatiable curiosity, traits that endeared her to the villagers and the creatures of the forest alike. Her days were spent exploring, her hazel eyes wide with wonder as she discovered new paths through the woods, her auburn hair catching the light like smoldering embers. One autumn morning, as the crisp air carried the scent of fallen leaves and distant fireplaces, Lila set out on one of her adventures. The forest beckoned her with its symphony of rustling trees and the gentle gurgle of a nearby brook. She wrapped herself in a warm woolen cloak, its deep green hue blending seamlessly with the forest around her, and set off, her footsteps silent on the soft, leaf-carpeted earth. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon an ancient oak, its gnarled branches twisting skywards like the arms of an old storyteller weaving tales of yore. At its base, half buried in a tangle of roots and moss, lay an object that glimmered in the morning light. Intrigued, Lila knelt down and brushed away the earth to reveal a small, intricately carved box. It was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift like clouds, and its wood was as smooth as a river stone, warm to the touch despite the cool air. Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension as she opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft golden velvet, was a delicate glass vial filled with a shimmering liquid that glowed like moonlight on water. She felt a strange, tingling sensation in her fingertips as she lifted it out, the liquid swirling and shifting as if it held the secrets of the stars. As she held the vial, a gentle voice, as soft as a breeze through the trees, spoke to her. "You have found the elixir of echoes," it said, "a gift from the hidden world. With it, you may glimpse the unseen, hear the unheard, and understand the unspoken." Lila's eyes widened with awe. She knew she had stumbled upon something truly magical, something that could change her world forever. But with this discovery came a responsibility she did not yet understand. She carefully placed the vial back into its box and tucked it into her cloak, feeling its warmth against her side. Determined to learn more about her mysterious find, Lila decided to seek the wisdom of Elder Finn, the oldest and wisest of the villagers, who lived on the edge of the forest in a cottage surrounded by blooming marigolds and lavender. Elder Finn was known for his knowledge of the old ways and the secrets of the land, and many sought his counsel in times of uncertainty. As Lila approached his cottage, the door creaked open, and Elder Finn appeared, his eyes twinkling with a knowing light. His hair was as white as freshly fallen snow, and his voice was a gentle rumble, like distant thunder on a summer afternoon. "Ah, Lila," he greeted warmly. "I felt the magic stirring and knew you would come." Lila smiled, feeling both comforted and curious. She showed him the box and the vial, and he nodded thoughtfully. "The elixir of echoes is a rare gift," he said, "one that offers a glimpse into the hidden world and the truths that lie beyond our sight. But it is not to be used lightly, for its power is great and its effects profound." They sat together on the porch, the sun setting in a blaze of orange and pink, casting long shadows across the garden. Elder Finn spoke of the hidden world, a place where the lines between reality and magic blurred, and where the heart's true desires could be revealed. It was a realm known only to those who dared to seek it, a place of wonder and mystery. "But," he cautioned, "to enter the hidden world, one must be pure of heart and true of purpose. The elixir will guide you, but you must listen to your heart and the whispers of the forest." Lila listened intently, her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation. She understood the responsibility that came with the elixir and felt a deep sense of purpose growing within her. She thanked Elder Finn and promised to use the elixir wisely. As night fell, Lila returned home, the the stars twinkling above like scattered diamonds on a velvet sky. She felt the weight of the vial in her cloak, both a comfort and a reminder of the journey she was about to undertake. She knew that the hidden world held secrets that could change her forever, and she was ready to uncover them. The following morning, with the first light of dawn peeking over the hills, Lila set out once more. She made her way to the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the sound of birdsong filled the air like a sweet, melodic lullaby. She found a quiet clearing, where the sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. With a heart full of anticipation, Lila uncorked the vial and took a cautious sip of the elixir. It tasted like the essence of 1,000 sunrises, warm and sweet, with a hint of something ancient and powerful. As she drank, she felt a gentle tug at the edges of her consciousness, as if the world around her was shifting and reshaping itself. The forest seemed to come alive in a new way, colors deepening and sounds sharpening. She could hear the whisper of the leaves, the murmur of the brook, and even the soft hum of the earth beneath her feet. And then, as if emerging from the mist, the hidden world revealed itself. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the trees shimmered with an ethereal glow, and the air sparkled with tiny motes of light. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, their forms both familiar and fantastical. Lila watched in wonder as a pair of silver-winged foxes danced playfully through the underbrush, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. As she explored this magical realm, she encountered beings who seemed to recognize her, their eyes bright with welcome and curiosity. There was Silas, a gentle giant of a bear with a coat as white as winter's first snow, who offered her a ride on his broad back. And there was Aaron, a graceful deer whose antlers were entwined with delicate blossoms, guiding Lila through the hidden paths of the forest. With each step, Lila felt a deepening connection to the world around her, as if she were a part of its very fabric. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, who spoke of ancient times and forgotten tales, and to hear the secrets carried on the wind, stories of courage, friendship, and love. In the heart of the hidden world, Lila discovered a circle of stones, each one carved with intricate symbols that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light. It was here that the heart of the forest lay, a place where the magic was at its strongest, and where Lila felt the full weight of her journey. Sitting among the stones, Lila closed her eyes and listened, allowing the magic to flow through her, to guide her. She felt the presence of those who had come before, the echoes of their hopes and dreams resonating within her. And she realized that the journey she had embarked upon was not just a physical one, but a journey of the heart and soul. In this moment of clarity, Lila understood the true nature of the elixir. It was not a tool for seeing the unseen, but a catalyst for self-discovery, for unlocking the potential within. It was a reminder that the world was full of wonder, and that the magic lay not in the elixir itself, but in the hearts of those who dared to dream. With this newfound understanding, Lila returned to the village, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She carried the memories of the hidden world with her, a treasure more valuable than any she could have imagined. And she shared her experiences with the villagers, not as tales of wonder, but as lessons of hope and friendship, of the power of kindness and the beauty of the world around them. In the days that followed, Lila found herself changed. She saw the world with new eyes, appreciating the small miracles of everyday life, the laughter of children, the warmth of a friend's embrace, the gentle rustle of the wind through the trees. She understood that magic was not just in the hidden world, but in the love and connections she shared with others. And so as the seasons turned and the years passed, Lila became known not just for her adventures, but for her wisdom and kindness, her ability to see the beauty in all things. The tale of the Elixir of Echoes became a cherished story in the village, a reminder of the magic that lay within each of them. As the village of Wrenwood thrived, the forest continued to whisper its secrets, and those who listened could hear the echoes of Lila's journey, a testament to the enduring power of wonder and the transformative magic of the heart. And so the story of Lila and the hidden world lived on, a comforting balm on quiet nights, told by firesides and beneath starry skies, a gentle reminder that there is magic to be found in the world, if only we dare to seek it. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient oak stood tall, its branches swaying in the breeze, holding the echoes of a young girl's laughter and the promise of adventures yet to come. The elixir of echoes was returned to its resting place, waiting patiently for the next seeker of dreams, for the next soul brave enough to uncover the hidden world and to discover the magic within themselves. Story 14. In a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Maeve. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 unasked questions. Maeve was well loved in her village for her kindness and her habit of finding beauty in the most unexpected places. She spent her days exploring the forest, listening to its secrets, and dreaming of adventures yet to come. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, Maeve set out on her daily wander. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook. As she walked deeper into the woods, she felt a familiar sense of peace wash over her. She paused by the brook, kneeling to watch the water dance over smooth stones, when something caught her eye, a glint of light from beneath the surface. Intrigued, Maeve reached into the cool water and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change in the light. She turned the box over in her hands, marveling at its craftsmanship and wondering how it had come to rest in the brook. With a sense of reverence, she opened the box to find a delicate silver key nestled within, its surface engraved with tiny, shimmering runes. Maeve's heart leapt with excitement. She had always believed the forest held mysteries waiting to be uncovered, and now she had found a tangible piece of that magic. Tucking the box and key into her satchel, she continued her exploration, her mind abuzz with possibilities. As the sun climbed higher, casting dappled shadows through the canopy, Maeve's path led her to a part of the forest she had never visited before. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches stretching high into the sky. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and a profound stillness seemed to envelop the place. It was then that Maeve noticed something unusual, a faint, silvery light emanating from a cluster of trees. Drawn to its glow, she approached cautiously. To her astonishment, the light seemed to be coming from a door set into the trunk of one of the trees. The door was small, just the right size for the key she had found. With trembling hands, Maeve withdrew the key from her satchel and inserted it into the lock. It turned smoothly, and the door swung open to reveal a spiral staircase descending into darkness. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Maeve stepped through the doorway and began to descend. The staircase wound downward, the walls aglow with bioluminescent plants that cast a gentle, soothing light. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and damp stone. As Maeve reached the bottom of the stairs, she found herself in a cavernous chamber lit by a myriad of tiny glowing orbs that floated gently in the air. In the center of the chamber stood a grand, ancient tree, its roots sprawling across the floor and its branches reaching up to an unseen ceiling. The tree's bark shimmered with an otherworldly light, and its leaves whispered secrets to one another in a language older than time. Maeve approached the tree, her footsteps echoing softly in the vast cavern. As she drew near, she noticed a small stone pedestal at the base of the tree. Upon it sat a book bound in silver, its cover adorned with the same swirling patterns as the box she had found. Beside the book lay a quill, its feather glinting in the ethereal light. With a sense of awe, Maeve reached out and opened the book. Its pages were blank, but as she touched them, words began to appear, written in a graceful, flowing script. The book told the story of the forest, its ancient magic, and the guardians who had watched over it for centuries. It spoke of a hidden world, a place where the boundaries between reality and imagination blurred, and where those who sought truth and wisdom could find answers. Maeve read the book for what felt like hours, losing herself in its tales of wonder and adventure. She learned of the forest's many inhabitants, creatures who lived in harmony with the land and each other, bound by a deep sense of friendship and trust. The book also spoke of a challenge, a test of character and courage that those who discovered the hidden world must face. As Maeve turned the final page, the book's words shimmered and shifted, forming a message just for her. To protect the magic of this world, one must see with the heart and act with kindness. Trust in yourself, and you will find the way. Closing the book, Maeve felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a feeling of connection to the forest and its mysteries. She knew that she had been chosen to be a guardian, to protect the magic of this hidden world and ensure its secrets remained safe. With renewed purpose, Maeve made her way back up the spiral staircase, the glow of the orbs lighting her path. As she emerged into the sunlight, she felt changed, not in appearance, but in understanding. The forest seemed even more alive now, its whispers clearer and its magic more vibrant. Over the following days, Maeve continued her explorations, guided by the book's teachings. She discovered new paths and hidden glades, each filled with wonders and surprises. Along the way, she met other guardians, kindred spirits who had also found the key to the hidden world. Together, they shared stories and laughter, forming bonds of friendship that transcended the ordinary. Maeve's adventures were not without challenges. There were times when the forest tested her resolve, presenting her with puzzles and obstacles that required patience and ingenuity to overcome. Yet, each challenge brought with it a lesson, a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. One day, as Maeve wandered a sun-dappled meadow, she encountered a young fox with a paw caught in a hunter's snare. The fox's eyes were wide with fear and pain, and it struggled desperately to free itself. Maeve approached slowly, speaking softly to calm the frightened creature. She knelt beside the fox and carefully loosened the snare, freeing its paw from the cruel trap. The fox, though wary, seemed to understand Maeve's intentions. It nuzzled her hand gently before bounding off into the forest, its tail a flash of red against the green. Maeve watched it go, her heart filled with a sense of accomplishment and joy. In the days that followed, Maeve often caught glimpses of the fox, watching her from the shadows of the trees. It became her silent companion, a reminder of the bond she shared with all the creatures of the forest. As the seasons changed, so did Maeve. She grew in wisdom and strength, her heart open to the wonders and challenges of the hidden world. The magic of the forest became a part of her, guiding her actions and shaping her destiny. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Maeve sat by the brook where her journey had begun. She held the wooden box in her hands, tracing the patterns on its surface and reflecting on all that had transpired since she had found it. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves overhead, and Maeve felt a sense of peace settle over her. She knew that the journey was far from over, that there were still mysteries to explore and truths to uncover. But she also knew she was not alone. She had the forest, her friends, and the wisdom she had gained to guide her. As night descended and the forest came alive with the sounds of crickets and owls, Maeve returned to the village, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She carried with her the magic of the hidden world, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay just beyond the ordinary. And so, Maeve's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of kindness. It was a story that would be told for generations, inspiring others to seek the magic within themselves and the world around them. In time, Maeve would grow older, her hair silver as the key that had unlocked the hidden world, but her spirit remained as vibrant and curious as ever, her heart forever tied to the forest and its secrets. And though many years would pass, the forest would remember her, its gentle guardian, its steadfast friend, its beloved daughter. The trees would whisper her name, the brook would sing her song, and the hidden world would shine with the light of her legacy. For Maeve had learned the greatest secret of all, that the magic of the forest was not something to be found, but something to be shared, a gift to be given freely and with love. And in sharing it, she had become a part of the magic itself, a part of the endless, wondrous story of life. And so the village by the forest thrived, its people living in harmony with the land and each other, guided by the lessons of the past and the promise of the future. And Maeve's story lived on, a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who sought the magic within. In this way, the hidden world remained hidden, yet ever present, a place of dreams and possibilities, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look beyond the ordinary and see with the heart. And as long as there were those who believed in its magic, it would endure, a timeless testament to the power of friendship, kindness, and the unending wonder of the world. And so, dear child, as you drift into slumber, remember that the world is full of magic, waiting just beyond the edges of your dreams. Embrace the adventure, cherish your friends, and always, always see with your heart. For in doing so, you too can find the hidden world within and become a part of its timeless story. Sweet dreams, and may the magic of Maeve's Tale guide you to a place of peace and wonder. Story 15. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of a sprawling forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and she wore a cloak woven by her grandmother, its fabric embroidered with stars and moons that twinkled when touched by light. The villagers often whispered tales of the enchanted glade, a place hidden deep within the woods, where the air shimmered like morning dew, and the trees whispered ancient secrets. Curious and brave, Lila decided one crisp morning to set out and find this mystical place. With the sun casting golden rays upon the earth, Lila ventured into the forest. The path beneath her feet was soft with fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth. Birds sang melodious tunes, their notes cascading like laughter through the branches. Lila followed a narrow trail that wound ever deeper into the heart of the woods, each step taking her further from the familiar and closer to the unknown. As the day wore on, the forest transformed around her. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with silvery runes that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Lila paused to run her fingers over them, feeling a gentle warmth pulse beneath her touch. Suddenly, a soft giggle echoed through the trees, and she glanced around to find the source. From behind a moss-covered rock, a small creature peeked out. It was a tiny round thing with fur as soft as thistledown and eyes like polished amber. "Hello," it chirped, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Pip, the forest sprite." "Hello, Pip," Lila replied, smiling. "I'm Lila. I'm searching for the enchanted glade. Do you know the way?" Pip nodded enthusiastically, bounding from the rock to perch on her shoulder. "I do. Follow me, and I'll show you the way." Together they journeyed through the forest, Pip guiding Lila with nimble leaps and delighted chatter. Along the way they encountered a brook that sang as it danced over smooth stones, its waters sparkling with a rainbow of colors. Lila knelt beside it to drink, and the water tasted of sweet wildflowers and fresh rain. As they continued, the forest began to change once more. The air grew thick with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the trees parted to reveal a meadow bathed in soft, silvery light. This was the enchanted glade. The grass beneath Lila's feet was as soft as spun silk, and the flowers that dotted the meadow glowed with a gentle luminescence. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching skyward, adorned with blossoms that sparkled like stars. Beneath its boughs, creatures of all kinds gathered, a majestic stag with antlers entwined with ivy, a group of rabbits with coats as white as snow, and even a fox whose fur shimmered with every color of the sunset. "Welcome, Lila," said the stag, its voice deep and resonant. "The forest has whispered of your courage and curiosity, and we are glad you have come." Lila's heart swelled with warmth and wonder. She spent the afternoon in the glade, listening to stories of the forest's ancient magic, learning the songs of the birds, and playing with the gentle creatures. As the sun began to dip low on the horizon, casting a golden glow through the trees, Lila realized it was time to return home. "You are always welcome here, brave Lila," said the fox, its eyes twinkling like the first stars of evening. "Remember, true courage comes not from the absence of fear, but from the willingness to explore the unknown." With a heart full of joy and a promise of return, Lila bade farewell to her new friends and began the journey back through the forest. Pip stayed by her side, regaling her with tales of other hidden wonders she might discover one day. As Lila emerged from the woods, the sky was a tapestry of twilight hues. The village lay ahead, its windows glowing warmly in the evening light. She walked with a newfound spring in her step, her spirit uplifted by the magic she had witnessed and the friendships she had forged. From that day on, Lila often thought of the enchanted glade, of the courage it took to venture into the unknown, and of the beauty that awaited those who dared to explore beyond the familiar. Her heart brimmed with stories to share, tales that would inspire others to seek out their own adventures and embrace the wonders of the world around them. And so, beneath the gentle glow of the stars on her cloak, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the enchantment of the glade and the promise of many more adventures to come. Story 16. In the heart of the ancient whispering wood, where the air was always sweet with the scent of pine and the soft murmur of leaves told secrets to those who listened, lived a community of creatures who knew the forest as both home and kin. Here, the canopy was a tapestry of greens and browns, dappled with sunlight that danced upon the forest floor, painting it in shades of gold. Among the denizens of this verdant sanctuary was Brindle the badger, who had inherited the role of keeper of stories. His fur was a patchwork of gray and white, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of many moons. He was known for his gentle nature and the warmth of his voice, which could calm even the most restless of spirits. Brindle's burrow was not just a home, but a haven for tales of old, with walls lined by roots and moss that seemed to hum with the history of the forest. One crisp evening, as the first whispers of autumn teased the leaves from green to shades of amber and crimson, Brindle gathered the younger creatures around him. The air was cool, and the scent of earth and wood smoke hung lightly in the breeze, promising the comfort of a story well told. The young ones, a mix of curious fox kits, inquisitive rabbit kits, and eager squirrel pups, nestled close, their eyes wide and expectant. "My dear friends," Brindle began, his voice as smooth as a lullaby, "let me tell you of a time, not so long ago, when the forest faced a challenge that threatened the balance of our world. The forest had always been guided by the cycle of the seasons, each bringing its own magic. Spring's breath awakened the sleeping seeds. Summer's warmth encouraged life to flourish. Autumn's touch painted the leaves in vibrant hues, and winter's embrace blanketed the world in serene silence. This was the rhythm that the creatures had danced to for generations. But there came a time when the balance was disturbed by an unusual phenomenon. It started with the breeze, an erratic wind that whispered secrets not meant for mortal ears. It swirled through the forest, leaving the creatures perplexed and uneasy. The trees, usually in tune with the wind's song, rustled their leaves in confusion, and the clear streams that wound through the wood bubbled with uncertainty. Brindle, with his keen sense of the forest's heartbeat, knew that something was amiss. He sought the counsel of the elder tree, a towering oak whose branches stretched towards the sky like a wise old sage. Its trunk was thick and gnarled, and its roots delved deep into the earth, anchoring it in wisdom and time. As Brindle approached, the tree's leaves rustled gently, acknowledging his presence. "Wise oak," Brindle called softly, "the winds speak of change, and the forest feels unsettled. What wisdom can you share with us?" The oak's voice was a low, gentle rumble, like distant thunder. In times when the balance is disrupted, it is the unity of all creatures and forces that restores harmony. This wind carries with it a magic we have not seen in many lifetimes. It is both a challenge and a gift, a reminder that we must work together to nurture the world we share. Brindle nodded, understanding the weight of the task ahead. He knew that the forest's magic was deeply tied to the changing seasons and the harmony between its inhabitants. It was up to them to decipher the meaning of this wayward wind and restore the balance that was essential to their survival. Returning to the gathering of young creatures, Brindle shared the wisdom of the oak. "We must listen to the wind," he said, "for it carries a message that we must learn to understand. Each of us has a role to play in this tale, and together we can find the answer." The creatures of the forest, inspired by Brindle's words, set about working in harmony. The foxes, with their keen sense of smell, followed the wind's trail, trying to understand its source. The rabbits, with their quick feet, spread messages throughout the forest, ensuring that all were aware of the task at hand. The squirrels, agile and swift, gathered supplies and spread seeds, ensuring that the forest's bounty would continue to grow. Together they formed a tapestry of cooperation, each thread vital to the fabric of their world. As the days turned into nights and the nights into days, they learned to listen, not just to the wind, but to each other. They discovered that the wind's erratic dance was a call for unity, a reminder that the strength of their community lay in its diversity. As the season progressed, the forest began to heal. The wind, once wild and unpredictable, softened into a gentle breeze that carried the scent of the coming winter. The leaves, vibrant in their autumnal glory, danced joyfully to the rhythm of the forest's restored harmony. Brindle, watching the young creatures play in the dappled sunlight, felt a deep sense of peace. They had learned a lesson that would echo through the generations, that true magic lies in the bonds we forge and the care we take to nurture the world around us. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its cloak of stars, Brindle's voice wrapped around the young ones like a warm blanket. "Remember, my friends," he said softly, "the forest is a symphony, and each of us a note. Together, we create the music of life." With that, the young creatures settled into a peaceful slumber, the gentle rustle of leaves whispering lullabies, and the forest cradled them in its timeless embrace, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the harmony of nature. Story 17. In a starry expanse of the universe where constellations danced and nebulae shimmered like scattered jewels, there lay a tiny planet named Lyria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling pinks and purples, and its lands were blanketed with meadows that whispered secrets to the gentle winds. On this tranquil world lived a creature named Nara, a gentle lyran with eyes that mirrored the lilac skies and skin that glistened like the dew on morning petals. Nara's days were filled with tending to the vibrant flora, whose blooms sang soft melodies as they swayed. Far away across the shimmering void, a metallic world pulsed with a rhythmic hum. This was Zephyron, a planet of gleaming towers and skies filled with mechanical whirs. Among its inhabitants was Kal, a Zephronian, whose form was an intricate dance of light and metal. His existence was one of logic and precision, his mind a complex network of calculations and codes. One day, a cosmic ripple, a rare and mysterious phenomenon, caused Kal's starship to veer off course, plunging him into the Lyran atmosphere. He landed amidst the lush fields, his craft cushioned by the softness of the blossoms. The vibrant world was unlike anything he had ever seen, its tranquility stark against the structured hum of his home. Nara, who had been nurturing a cluster of sunlit flowers, heard the commotion and approached cautiously. She found Kal, tangled in the petals, his metallic form reflecting the colors of her world. Initially startled, she hesitated, her heart racing with both fear and curiosity. They spoke in gestures and tones, their languages as different as their worlds. Kal's first attempts to communicate were met with Nara's puzzled expressions and gentle laughter. She offered him a blossom, believing it to be a gesture of peace. Kal, misunderstanding, calculated it as an offering of energy, his systems processing the plant's properties with analytical curiosity. Days turned into weeks, and through a series of shared gestures, they began to understand each other. Nara taught Kal about the flowers and the songs of Lyria, while Kal, in turn, shared his knowledge of the stars and the vast network of galaxies beyond. Their misunderstandings became learning opportunities. Nara's spontaneous laughter softened Kal's rigid logic, while his structured explanations grounded her whimsical nature. One evening, as the twin moons of Lyria cast a silvery glow over the fields, a storm unlike any other began to brew. The winds howled with urgency, and the skies darkened, casting a shadow over the vibrant land. Nara and Kal sought shelter in a grove of ancient trees, their branches woven into a natural sanctuary. The storm raged with a ferocity that threatened to uproot the very essence of Lyria. Nara, who had never seen such fury, trembled as the winds roared. Sensing her fear, Kal enveloped her in his protective embrace, his metallic form warming to offer comfort. In that moment, Nara's trust in her unlikely friend deepened, the warmth of his presence a beacon of safety amid the chaos. As the storm subsided, the grove lay in silence, the world around them transformed by nature's power. Nara and Kal emerged to find the landscape altered, the once blooming fields now a tapestry of fallen petals and broken branches. Yet amidst the devastation, new life stirred, a testament to resilience and renewal. Together, they began the task of rebuilding, Nara's gentle hands guiding Kal's precise movements. As they worked, a new understanding blossomed between them, a friendship forged through shared trials and mutual support. Call's analytical mind found beauty in the randomness of nature, while Nara's heart embraced the logic that underpinned the universe. One day, as the fields began to flourish once more, Call received a signal from Zephyron. It was time for him to return home. The thought of parting was bittersweet. Their friendship had become a cherished bond, a tapestry woven with threads of laughter, growth, and understanding. On the day of his departure, Nara presented Call with a small, glowing flower, its petals reflecting the hues of Lyria's skies. "A reminder of our journey," she said, her voice soft yet resolute. Call, touched by the gesture, carefully placed the blossom inside his chest compartment, where it pulsed gently alongside his own rhythms. "And this," he said, offering her a small crystalline device, "a piece of Zephyron, a token of our friendship." As Call's ship ascended into the vastness of space, Nara watched until it became a twinkling star, a part of the universe's grand tapestry. Her heart was full, warmed by the knowledge that she had discovered a friend among the stars, a friend who had taught her the true meaning of connection, transcending the boundaries of worlds and words. Back on Zephyron, Call often gazed at the Lyran flower, its glow a constant reminder of the vibrant world and the gentle creature who had shown him the beauty of life beyond logic. Though separated by light years, their friendship remained a guiding star in the constellation of their lives, a testament to the power of understanding, compassion, and the bonds that unite us all. Story 18. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind and the sun dappled the forest floor with patches of golden light, there lay a small, quaint village named Willowbrook. The houses were crafted from warm, golden timber, with roofs thatched in soft, earthy tones. The scent of freshly baked bread and blooming lilacs filled the air, lending the village an aura of perpetual warmth and welcome. At the edge of the village stood the home of a kindly woodcarver named Finn. Finn was known for his gentle spirit and hands that could coax the most intricate designs from the heart of the wood. His workshop was a cozy nook filled with the scent of pine and cedar, where shavings curled upon the floor like fallen autumn leaves. One crisp spring morning, as Finn opened his shutters to let the morning light spill into his workshop, he noticed something peculiar. The carvings he had left unfinished the night before had mysteriously advanced in their creation. The delicate wings of a butterfly were now perfectly etched into the wood, every vein and line captured with a precision that surpassed even Finn's skill. Puzzled, Finn resolved to uncover the mystery behind these strange occurrences. He decided to visit his dear friend, Marin, the village's wise herbalist. Marin lived in a cottage nestled within a garden brimming with vibrant blossoms and the gentle hum of bees. She was known for her deep knowledge of the forest and its magical inhabitants. As Finn arrived, Marin greeted him with a warm smile and a steaming cup of chamomile tea. "There's a gentle magic afoot in Willowbrook, Finn," she said, listening intently as he described the strange happenings in his workshop. "The forest has many secrets, and not all are easily seen." Marin suggested that Finn seek the counsel of the moonlit owl, an ancient creature revered for its wisdom. The owl lived deep within the forest, perched high in the branches of the great oak, a tree as old as time itself. Under the soft glow of the moon, Finn set out for the great oak. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the distant calls of night creatures. As he approached, the moonlit owl's eyes, like glowing amber, watched him with a serene intensity. "Wise owl," Finn began, "strange things happen in my workshop, and I seek to understand why." The owl hooted softly, a sound like distant thunder on a clear night. "The forest knows you, Finn, and it knows your heart. It seeks to help, for you have always treated it with kindness." Finn pondered these words. Could it be that the forest was aiding him? "But why now?" he asked. "The forest senses a need," replied the owl. "Your heart has been heavy, though you speak not of it. It is a gift, a way to lighten your load." Finn, who had indeed been worrying over an upcoming village fair where his carvings were to be displayed, felt a warmth spread through him. The forest had recognized his burden and sought to ease it in its gentle, magical way. Feeling lighter, Finn thanked the moonlit owl and returned home, his heart aglow with gratitude. The next day, inspired by the forest's gift, he crafted a series of woodland creatures. A fox with eyes full of mischief, a deer poised in gentle grace, and a wise old owl resembling his recent companion. When the day of the fair arrived, Finn's stall was the talk of the village. Each carving seemed to capture the very essence of life within the whispering woods, as if imbued with the spirit of the forest itself. The villagers marveled, not only at Finn's skill, but at the subtle magic that seemed to whisper through each piece. That evening, as the villagers gathered around the bonfire, their faces lit by its warm glow, Finn shared the tale of the forest's gentle intervention. It was a story of kindness and gratitude, of unseen friends and the magic of the natural world that watched over them. And so, in Willowbrook, the tale of the mysterious carvings became a cherished story, a reminder of the gentle magic that lay within the whispering woods, a magic born of friendship and quiet understanding. As the stars twinkled above and the fire crackled its lullaby, Finn felt a deep sense of peace. The forest had spoken, and in the quiet rustle of the leaves, he had found his answer. Story 19. In a quaint little village nestled between the lush green hills and the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a girl named Clara. The village was a patchwork of cobblestone paths and thatched cottages, where the air was always filled with the scent of blooming lavender and the gentle hum of bees. Clara was known for her bright eyes and an even brighter spirit, always eager to explore the mysteries of the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, Clara set off on her usual stroll through the woods, her favorite place for gathering thoughts and berries. The forest was a tapestry of amber and gold, with sunlight filtering through the canopy like liquid honey. As she wandered, her attention was caught by a peculiar glint nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. Curiosity piqued. Clara knelt down and uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate engravings of swirling vines and tiny blossoms, and it seemed to hum softly with a warmth that tingled against her fingertips. Carefully she opened the lid, revealing a simple, yet beautifully crafted silver mirror. As Clara gazed into the mirror, she noticed something extraordinary. The reflection showed not just her face, but also a shimmering path leading deeper into the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Realizing this must be a magical object, she decided to follow the path revealed in the mirror's depths. The path led her to a part of the forest she had never seen before, where the trees whispered secrets in the wind, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Here she met her first helper, a wise old owl named Orion. His feathers were a mosaic of browns and golds, and his eyes sparkled with ancient knowledge. "Ah, young Clara," Orion hooted softly, "you have found the mirror of discovery. It shows not what is, but what could be. Your journey is just beginning." Clara, ever polite and eager to learn, asked, "What am I meant to discover, Orion?" "Patience, dear child," the owl replied. "Every step will reveal itself in time. Trust in the journey and let your heart guide you." With Orion's words echoing in her mind, Clara continued along the path, which twisted and turned like a river through the woods. She soon encountered another companion, a playful squirrel named Soren. His fur was as soft as the clouds, and he had an infectious energy that made Clara smile. Soren chattered excitedly, "I'll show you the quickest routes and the hidden treasures of these woods. But remember, sometimes the longest path holds the greatest rewards." With Soren's guidance, Clara learned to not rush, to savor each moment and every discovery. Together, they navigated through groves of towering trees and fields of wildflowers dancing in the breeze. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of coral and lavender, Clara and her companions reached a serene glade. In the center stood a magnificent, ancient stone archway covered in ivy and moss. Here, they were met by their final guide, a gentle deer named Leora, whose presence was as calming as a lullaby. "Welcome, Clara." Leora spoke in a voice as soft as a whispering brook. "This archway leads to the heart of your journey, but first you must solve the riddle of the stones." Clara gazed at the stones that surrounded the archway, each inscribed with a different symbol. She felt a moment of doubt, but remembered Orion's wisdom and Soren's encouragement. Taking a deep breath, she studied the symbols and realized they formed a pattern, a story of nature's cycles and harmony. With a serene confidence, Clara arranged the stones in a sequence that brought balance and unity to the story they told. As she placed the final stone, The archway glowed with a gentle light, inviting her to step through. On the other side, she found herself in a clearing bathed in moonlight, where the night sky was a tapestry of stars. There, she discovered the true treasure of her journey, the understanding that every small act of kindness and every moment of wonder combined to create a rich and fulfilling life. Clara returned to the village with the mirror in hand, a changed person. She shared her tales with her friends and family, inspiring them to look for magic in their everyday lives. And though she treasured the mirror, it was the journey and the friends she met along the way that held the real magic. Each night, as she drifted off to sleep, Clara knew that the world was full of secrets waiting to be discovered, and that with patience and an open heart, she could find beauty and wisdom in the most unexpected places. And so, with a contented sigh, she closed her eyes, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. Story 20. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering streams, there lived a girl named Willow. From the moment she opened her eyes each morning, Willow could sense the magic pulsing through the world around her. The wind carried secrets, the trees whispered ancient tales, and the very earth beneath her feet seemed alive with wonder. One crisp autumn day, as Willow wandered through the golden-leafed woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, intricately carved box resting atop a mossy log. Curiosity piqued, she reached out and gently lifted the lid, gasping as a warm, golden glow spilled forth. Within the box lay a single feather, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. As Willow tentatively touched the feather, a surge of energy coursed through her, and the world around her shifted. Suddenly, she found herself standing in a realm unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees stretched endlessly upwards, their branches woven into an emerald canopy that filtered the sunlight into dancing patterns on the forest floor. Crystals the size of boulders jutted from the earth, refracting rainbows of color in every direction. Willow's heart raced with wonder and trepidation. She knew she had stumbled upon a hidden world, a place where magic thrived and ancient secrets lay waiting to be uncovered. With trembling fingers, she clutched the feather tightly, resolving to unravel the mysteries that lay before her. As she ventured deeper into the enchanted forest, Willow encountered beings she had only heard of in fables and stories. Graceful fairies flitted among the blossoms, their gossamer wings shimmering like jewels. Mischievous pixies danced through the underbrush, leaving trails of sparkling dust in their wake. And towering above them all, guardians of the forest, stood the ancient traints, their bark-hewn forms twisting and groaning with every movement, their eyes glowing with ancient wisdom. At first, the inhabitants of this hidden realm regarded Willow with suspicion, for it had been centuries since a human had set foot in their sacred domain. But as she spoke softly and showed them the feather that had guided her there, their wariness melted away, replaced by a cautious curiosity. It was then that Willow learned the truth about the feather and the magic it contained. Long ago, in a time when the boundary between the human world and the realm of magic was more permeable, a great sorcerer had created the feather as a conduit for his immense power. However, as his thirst for knowledge and control grew, he became corrupted, threatening to unravel the delicate balance that sustained all life. In a desperate effort to protect the realms, the feather was hidden away, its magic sealed until a worthy bearer could be found, one with a pure heart and a deep reverence for the natural world. For generations, the guardians of the forest had watched and waited, until at last, Willow had stumbled upon the feather's resting place. With trepidation and a newfound sense of purpose, Willow agreed to aid the inhabitants of the hidden realm in their quest to restore balance and harmony. Under the guidance of the ancient traints and the tutelage of the wise fairies, she learned to harness the feather's magic, channeling its energy into spells of healing and protection. Yet as her powers grew, so too did the challenges she faced. A dark force, drawn to the feather's immense power, began to encroach upon the enchanted forest, its twisted tendrils of malice seeping into the very roots of the land. Willow soon realized that this was the corrupted sorcerer's lingering essence, a remnant of his insatiable greed that sought to regain control over the feather's magic. In a harrowing confrontation, Willow and her newfound friends, a brave fairy warrior named Zephyr, a mischievous but loyal pixie called Ember, and the ancient treant Oakenheart faced the dark force head-on. In a dazzling display of courage and unity, they combined their powers, weaving intricate spells and calling upon the very essence of nature itself. As the battle raged, Willow realized that the true strength lay not in the feather's magic alone, but in the unbreakable bonds of friendship and the unwavering belief in the sanctity of life. With this realization, she summoned the full force of the feather's power, channeling it through the love and determination she held for her newfound companions. In a blinding flash of light, the dark force was vanquished, its malignant tendrils withering and dissolving into nothingness. The enchanted forest, once threatened by corruption, was restored to its former glory, the trees and plants thriving with renewed vigor, and the air filled with the sweet song of celebration. As the dust settled, Willow found herself changed, no longer the wide-eyed girl who had stumbled upon the feather's magic, but a young woman who had faced her fears, embraced her destiny, and emerged triumphant. She had forged lasting friendships that transcended the boundaries of species and realms, and within her burned a newfound resolve to protect the natural world and the delicate balance it maintained. With a heavy heart, Willow knew that her time in the enchanted realm had come to an end. She bid farewell to her dear friends Zephyr, Ember, and Oakenheart, promising to carry the lessons she had learned and the love she had found within her always. As she stepped back through the veil between worlds, clutching the feather tightly, Willow felt a sense of profound gratitude and purpose. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the magic she had encountered would forever shape her path. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the natural world, using the feather's power to heal and protect the land she called home. She shared her knowledge with others, inspiring them to appreciate the wonders that surrounded them and to tread lightly upon the earth. And whenever she felt the weight of her responsibilities grow heavy or her resolve waver, Willow would close her eyes and remember the enchanted forest, the towering trees, the glittering crystals, and the unwavering friendship that had guided her through the darkest of challenges. For in that hidden realm, she had found not only magic, but the strength and courage that dwelled within her own heart. Story 21. In the heart of a sprawling forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the sunlight danced through leaves like golden fairies, lay the village of Eldergrove. Nestled between the towering pines and the gentle embrace of a winding river, this village was a place where magic lingered like the morning mist. On the edge of Eldergrove, in a quaint little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-clad walls, lived a young girl named Alina. She was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of the twilight sky and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of chestnut leaves. Alina spent her days exploring the forest, her heart always open to the wonders around her. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves crunched beneath her feet and the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, Alina discovered something peculiar. Nestled in the hollow of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate etchings of stars and moons, and it seemed to hum softly, as if alive with a gentle, mysterious energy. Curiosity piqued, Alina carefully lifted the box from its resting place. As she opened it, a warm golden light spilled out, enveloping her in a comforting glow. Inside, she found a small, iridescent stone, shimmering with colors that shifted like the aurora borealis. The stone seemed to pulse with a life of its own, and as Alina held it in her hand, she felt a sense of calm and joy wash over her, as if the worries of the world had melted away. Alina knew instinctively that this stone was special, a magical object with a purpose she was yet to understand. She tucked it safely into her pocket and made her way back home, her mind buzzing with questions and possibilities. That evening, as Alina sat by the fireplace, the warmth of the flames casting a gentle glow over the room, she pondered over the stone's origin and its purpose. Her grandmother, a wise woman with a heart full of stories and wisdom, noticed the thoughtful look on Alina's face. "What troubles you, my dear?" her grandmother asked, her voice as soothing as the crackling fire. Alina hesitated for a moment, then pulled the stone from her pocket and placed it gently in her grandmother's hand. I found this in the forest today. It feels magical. Her grandmother studied the stone with a knowing smile. Ah, you have found a heartstone, my dear. They are rare and precious, said to hold the power to connect the hearts of those who truly understand its magic. What does it do? Alina asked, her eyes wide with wonder. It is said, her grandmother began, her voice weaving the words like a tapestry, that the heartstone reveals hidden worlds and truths to those who seek them with a pure heart. It can guide you on a journey of transformation, showing you the beauty of the unseen and the strength within yourself. Alina listened intently, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of apprehension. But how do I find these hidden worlds? By listening, my dear, her grandmother replied, her eyes twinkling. Listen to the whispers of the forest and the songs of the river. Let your heart guide you, and you will find the path. That night, as the moon cast its silver glow over Elder Grove, Alina lay in her bed, the heartstone nestled under her pillow. Her mind was filled with dreams of adventure and discovery, and she drifted into a peaceful sleep, feeling the gentle pulse of the stone beneath her. The next morning, Alina awoke with a sense of purpose. She set out into the forest, her heart open to the wonders around her. The trees seemed to greet her with a rustle of leaves, and the river sang a melody that only she could understand. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she felt a pull, as if the heartstone was guiding her. Eventually, she came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of ancient stones, worn smooth by time and weather. Alina felt a tingling sensation, a gentle nudge from the heartstone, and she knew she had found the entrance to a hidden world. With a deep breath, she stepped into the circle, feeling the air shimmer around her. The world seemed to shift and blur, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself in a place unlike any she had ever seen. The sky was a brilliant tapestry of colors, swirling and shifting like a living painting. Trees with silver bark and leaves of gold stretched towards the heavens, and the ground beneath her feet was a carpet of soft, luminescent moss. Creatures she could only dream of flitted through the air, their wings casting rainbows in the sunlight. Alina felt a thrill of wonder and awe, her heart swelling with joy. This was a world where magic was as natural as breathing, a world filled with endless possibilities. As she wandered through this enchanted realm, she met many gentle-hearted creatures who welcomed her with open arms and warm smiles. Among them was a small, mischievous fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and kindness. The fox, who introduced himself as Ember, quickly became her guide and companion. Together they explored the wonders of the hidden world, sharing stories and laughter as they journeyed through fields of stardust and forests of dreams. Along the way, Alina learned the secrets of the land, discovering hidden gardens and ancient ruins, each with its own story to tell. Through her adventures, Alina also faced challenges that tested her courage and wisdom. She encountered a river of tears that could only be crossed by those with a pure heart, and a mountain of shadows that required a leap of faith to climb. With Ember by her side and the Heartstone as her guide, she overcame each obstacle, growing stronger and more confident with every step. In time, Alina came to understand the true magic of the Heartstone. It was not just a tool for discovering hidden worlds, but a mirror reflecting her own heart, showing her the beauty and strength within herself. Through her journey, she learned the value of friendship and the power of kindness, discovering that the greatest magic of all was the love she shared with others. Eventually, the time came for Alina to return to Eldergrove. With a heavy heart, she bid farewell to the hidden world and her newfound friends, promising to carry their memories with her always. As she stepped back into the circle of stones, the world shimmered and shifted once more, and she found herself back in the familiar embrace of the forest. The Heartstone lay warm in her hand, a reminder of her journey and the magic that lay within her heart. Back in Eldergrove, Alina shared her stories with the villagers, her words painting vivid pictures of the hidden world and the wonders she had seen. Her tales of friendship and courage inspired those around her, reminding them of the magic that existed in their own lives. And so, in the heart of the forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the sunlight danced through leaves like golden fairies. The village of Eldergrove thrived, its people united by the magic of the Heartstone and the love they shared. As for Alina, she continued to explore the forest, her heart open to the wonders around her, knowing that the true magic of the Heartstone lay not in the hidden worlds it revealed, but in the journey of the heart it inspired. And when the moon rose high above the village, casting its silver glow over the land, Alina would sit by the fireplace, the warmth of the flames wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. There she would hold the Heartstone close, its gentle pulse a reminder of the world beyond and the magic within. In the quiet moments of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, Alina knew that she was never truly alone. The hidden world was always there, waiting for her in the whispers of the trees and the songs of the river, a reminder that magic was as real as the love she carried in her heart. And so, with each new day, Alina embraced the world with open arms and a heart full of wonder, knowing that the greatest journey of all was the one that led her back to herself. Story 22. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Misty Hollow, nestled between gentle, rolling hills and a forest that whispered secrets with every breeze, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had a heart as open as the sky and a curiosity that matched the depths of the nearby shimmering lake. She lived with her grandmother, who was known for her gentle hands and her stories that wrapped around you like a warm blanket. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced down from the trees, Clara wandered into the attic of their cozy cottage. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten memories, filled with trunks and boxes that carried the scent of cedarwood and old books. As she explored, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar object, an ornate brass telescope adorned with tiny engravings that glinted like stars in the dim light. Intrigued, Clara carried the telescope to the window. As she peered through it, she gasped softly. The world outside transformed. The mundane village landscape shimmered with an ethereal glow, revealing hidden pathways woven with strands of light and creatures of fanciful design that danced in the moonlight. The telescope, it seemed, was a magical item, unveiling the mysteries of the unseen. Clara's heart fluttered with excitement, but also a gentle apprehension. She felt the pull of an adventure she couldn't quite resist. That evening, under a sky sprinkled with stars, she shared her discovery with her grandmother, whose eyes twinkled with a secret knowledge. "My dear," her grandmother said softly, "this telescope has been passed down through generations of our family. It shows more than what is visible to the eye. It reveals the truth and magic of the world around us. But remember, with such knowledge comes responsibility." Clara nodded, her mind already weaving dreams of exploration. The next day, armed with the telescope and a small satchel packed with bread, cheese, and her grandmother's herbal tea, Clara set off into the forest. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As Clara ventured deeper, she met an array of charming companions. First was Oliver, a wise old owl perched high in the trees, whose feathers were the color of moonlight. Oliver had a voice like a soft, rustling wind and was known for his vast knowledge of the forest. "Little one," Oliver hooted gently, "the path you tread is lined with wonders, but also questions. Seek answers not with haste, but with a heart open to learning." Further along, she encountered Luna, a gentle fox with fur as soft as velvet and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed grass. Luna was playful yet insightful, guiding Clara with a mischievous grin and a tail that flicked like a dancing flame. "Challenges are but riddles of the heart," Luna mused, her voice a playful melody. "Solve them with kindness, and you shall find your way." Finally, Clara met Finn, a spirited squirrel whose laughter was like a bubbling brook. Finn was small and nimble, bounding from branch to branch, his presence a reminder of the joy in the journey. With her new friends by her side, Clara approached the heart of the forest, where the trees grew dense and the air held a quiet anticipation. Here lay the challenge that would test her newfound insight, the enchanted clearing. It was said that those who entered would face reflections of their own fears and doubts, a place where wisdom rather than strength was the key. Clara stepped forward, her heart steady, and the clearing transformed around her. She saw visions of herself, moments of hesitation and fear, of doubt and uncertainty. Yet with each vision her friends gathered close, their presence a balm of courage and reassurance. Oliver whispered of the strength in acknowledging one's fears. Luna reminded her of the power of compassion, and Finn taught her the value of embracing joy, even amidst uncertainty. Clara understood then that wisdom was not the absence of fear, but the courage to face it with an open heart. With a gentle breath, she lifted the telescope to her eye, and the reflections shimmered into a tapestry of light and understanding. The clearing, once daunting, now felt like a place of peace and clarity. As the stars blinked above, Clara emerged victorious, not through force, but through the gentle strength of wisdom and friendship. Her journey had changed her, weaving new threads of confidence and insight into the fabric of her being. Returning to Misty Hollow, Clara shared her tale with her grandmother, their warm embrace a testament to the love and wisdom passed through generations. The telescope, now resting on the mantel, was no longer just a magical artifact, but a symbol of discovery and the gentle power of seeing the world, both visible and unseen, with open eyes and an open heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Clara drifted into dreams filled with the wonders of her journey, the gentle lull of her grandmother's stories a soft echo in her heart. In the cozy cottage by the forest, all was well, wrapped in the warmth of love, friendship, and the endless possibilities of what lay beyond the ordinary. Story 23. In the heart of a whispering forest, where the trees stood tall like ancient guardians, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known throughout the village for her gentle smile and kind spirit, but lately she had found herself wrestling with a restlessness she couldn't quite understand. Change was whispering to her, like the soft rustle of leaves, but she clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her life. Lila loved the forest that bordered her village. It was a place of magic and mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden streams, and the ground was carpeted with moss so soft it felt like walking on clouds. Every morning, she would take a walk along the well-trodden path, listening to the symphony of birds and the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the trees. One day, as Lila wandered deeper into the woods than ever before, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. At its center stood a grand ancient oak tree with a trunk so wide it would take 3 people holding hands to encircle it. The tree seemed to shimmer with an inner light, its leaves whispering secrets in a language only the heart could understand. Curiosity piqued, Lila approached the tree and placed her hand on its rough bark. To her astonishment, the tree responded with a warm, gentle pulse, as though greeting an old friend. As she stood there, she noticed a small door at the base of the tree, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance and shift under her gaze. Gathering her courage, Lila opened the door and peered inside. She found a cozy little room bathed in a soft, golden glow. The walls were lined with shelves, brimming with tiny glass bottles filled with swirling colors, each one labeled with a single word: courage, joy, patience, and more. In the center of the room sat a small, round table with a steaming pot of tea, as if someone had been expecting her. "Welcome, dear Leela," came a voice as soft and warm as a summer breeze. Startled, Leela turned to find an elderly woman with twinkling eyes and a smile that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. Her name was Marin, and she was the guardian of the magical oak. "I can see the questions in your heart," said Marin, gesturing for Lila to sit. "Change is afoot, and you are its chosen vessel. But fear not, for transformation is a journey of beauty, and you are not alone." As they sipped their tea, Marin explained that the bottles on the shelves contained the essence of virtues and strengths that Lila would need on her journey. Each time she felt lost or afraid, she could call upon them for guidance and support. The magic of the forest would be her ally, mirroring her inner growth and helping her navigate the changes ahead. Over the following weeks, Lila visited the clearing often, learning from Marin the secrets of the forest and the magic within herself. She discovered that the whispers of the leaves were not just sounds, but melodies of wisdom, teaching her to listen with her heart and find peace in stillness. One day, as Lila sat beneath the great oak, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny prism of light. She watched as the rain transformed the forest into a sparkling tapestry, and something within her shifted. The restlessness that had once filled her now felt like a river ready to flow, a gentle nudge toward embracing the new. With Marin's guidance, Lila learned to let go of her fear of change. She realized that transformation was not about losing oneself, but discovering new facets of the heart, like the unfolding petals of a flower. The magic of the forest mirrored her inner journey, as new paths opened before her, and her footsteps became lighter, more confident. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lila felt a warmth in her chest, a gentle flame kindled by the lessons she had learned. She knew it was time to share her newfound wisdom with her village, to help others embrace the beauty of change. With Marin's blessing and a heart full of courage, Lila returned to her village. She spoke of the magic that lay within each person, the strength that came from facing change with an open heart. Her words, like seeds, took root in the hearts of those who listened, and soon the village was filled with a new energy, a shared understanding that transformation was a gift to be cherished. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Lila blossomed into a beacon of hope and wisdom, a guiding light for those around her. The forest, too, seemed to glow with a deeper magic, as if in celebration of the harmony between Lila and the world she loved. As the seasons turned and the forest whispered its eternal song, Lila found peace in the knowledge that change was a journey of the soul, a dance of discovery and growth, and in the heart of the whispering woods, where magic and reality entwined, she knew she was home. Story 24. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of the trees could be heard if one listened closely enough, there lay a hidden glen known only to the creatures who dwelt there. The forest itself was a tapestry of emerald leaves, woven together with strands of sunlight that danced upon the forest floor. It was a place where time seemed to slip through your fingers like water, and the air was always tinged with the fragrance of pine and the distant echo of a babbling brook. In this enchanted wood, there lived a young girl named Clara. Her hair was a cascade of chestnut curls, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of someone who longed to uncover the world's secrets. Clara had lived at the edge of the forest all her life, in a quaint cottage with whitewashed walls and a roof that seemed to sigh with the weight of moss and age. Her grandmother, with whom she shared the cottage, often spoke of the wonders that lay beyond the garden gate, but Clara had yet to venture far into the woods. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began to turn shades of amber and gold, Clara's grandmother handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This," her grandmother said with a twinkle in her eye, "is a gift from the forest itself. It has been passed down through our family for generations. But remember, it is not the box that holds the magic, but what it uncovers." Clara took the box, feeling its smooth, warm wood beneath her fingers, and tucked it into her satchel. Her grandmother's words lingered in her mind like the notes of a forgotten melody as she set off towards the forest, her heart brimming with anticipation. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, and the air hummed with the gentle drone of bees. Clara walked until she reached the edge of a meadow where wildflowers swayed in the breeze. Here she paused, setting the box beside her as she sank into the grass. The meadow was alive with the flutter of butterflies and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the brush. As she sat there, Clara felt a peculiar tugging at her heart, as if the forest itself was calling out to her. She opened the box, curious to see what lay inside. To her surprise, there was nothing but a single, delicate feather, as white as the first snowfall of winter. Clara held the feather up to the sunlight, watching as it shimmered with an iridescent glow. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the meadow, lifting the feather from her hand and carrying it into the air. Without thinking, Clara leapt to her feet and followed, her feet moving lightly over the earth as if guided by an unseen force. The feather danced just ahead of her, leading her deeper into the forest than she had ever dared venture before. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their branches entwined in a canopy that whispered secrets in the language of leaves. Clara felt a sense of wonder and excitement bubbling within her, each step taking her further into a world that felt both familiar and entirely new. Eventually, the feather came to rest at the base of a grand old oak, its trunk knotted and gnarled with age. Clara knelt beside it, her fingers brushing the feather as she looked up at the towering tree. There, nestled amongst its roots, was a small, hidden door, barely visible beneath a curtain of ivy. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Clara pushed the ivy aside and opened the door. Inside was a passageway, dimly lit by the soft glow of phosphorescent moss that clung to the walls. Taking a deep breath, Clara stepped inside, the door closing softly behind her. The passageway led downward, spiraling into the earth, until at last Clara emerged into a vast underground cavern. The walls glistened with crystals that caught the light and scattered it in a myriad of colors, painting the air with rainbows. In the center of the cavern was a pool of water, its surface as smooth and reflective as a mirror. As Clara approached the pool, she noticed a figure standing on the opposite side. It was a boy, no older than herself, with hair like spun gold and eyes that gleamed with the same curiosity she felt in her own heart. He smiled at her, a warm and welcoming smile that dispelled any lingering fear. "Welcome," he said, his voice echoing softly in the cavern. "I am Finn, guardian of this hidden realm." Clara returned his smile, feeling an instant kinship with this boy who seemed to belong to the very essence of the forest. "I'm Clara," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I followed the feather here." Finn nodded, gesturing to the pool. "This is the mirror of echoes. It reflects not just what we are, but what we might become. It shows us the paths we might take and the choices that lie before us." Clara knelt beside the pool, gazing into its depths. At first she saw only her own reflection, but slowly the image began to shift and change. She saw herself standing on the edge of a great adventure, surrounded by friends she had yet to meet and places she had yet to discover. She saw herself facing challenges with courage and kindness, her heart growing wiser with each step she took. As the vision faded, Clara felt a sense of calm settle over her. She had come seeking magic, and she had found something far more precious, a glimpse of the possibilities that lay ahead, shaped by her own choices and actions. Finn joined her by the pool, his expression thoughtful. "The future is not set in stone, Clara. It is shaped by our decisions, by the friendships we forge, and the kindness we show. The mirror of echoes is a guide, but it is our hearts that lead the way." Together, they sat by the pool, sharing stories and laughter, their voices mingling with the echoes of the cavern. Clara felt as though she had known Finn for a lifetime, their friendship as natural as the changing seasons. As the light in the cavern began to fade, Finn rose, offering Clara his hand. "It's time for you to return," he said gently. "But know that the magic of the forest is always with you, and you are always welcome here." Clara nodded, taking his hand as they walked back through the passageway to the hidden door. As she stepped back into the forest, she turned to see Finn standing in the doorway, his silhouette framed by the glow of the crystals. "Thank you," she said, her heart full of gratitude. With a final smile, Finn closed the door, leaving Clara alone in the forest once more. The feather lay at her feet, a reminder of the journey she had taken and the wisdom she had gained. As she made her way back through the forest, the sun setting in a blaze of color over the treetops, Clara felt a deep sense of peace. She had discovered a hidden world within the natural world, a place where magic and friendship intertwined like the branches of the ancient trees. And she knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, she would face them with courage and kindness, guided by the light of friendship and the strength of her own heart. When Clara returned home, her grandmother was waiting by the fire, the warm glow casting flickering shadows on the walls. Clara shared her tale, the words flowing like a gentle stream, and her grandmother listened with a knowing smile. "You have discovered the true magic of the forest," her grandmother said softly, her eyes shining with pride. "It is the magic of discovery, of friendship, and the courage to follow your heart." Clara nodded, feeling the truth of her grandmother's words settle within her like a comforting embrace. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the world was full of hidden wonders waiting to be uncovered. That night, as Clara lay beneath her quilt, the memory of the mirror of echoes lingered in her mind. She drifted off to sleep with the knowledge that she carried the magic of the forest within her heart, a guiding light, that would illuminate her path, no matter where it led. And so, in the quiet of the forest, where the trees stood as silent sentinels beneath the starlit sky, Clara's journey began anew, a story woven with threads of adventure, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world around her. Story 25. In the heart of an ancient forest where the canopies soared like cathedral ceilings, sunlight dripped through the leaves in golden streams, dappling the forest floor below. This was a place where the whispers of the wind carried stories older than the tallest oak, and the air was sweetened by the breath of the earth itself. The forest was alive with the quiet hum of life, where creatures of all kinds went about their hidden lives, unseen yet ever present. Here, in a secluded grove, lived a gentle deer named Phelan. Phelan had a coat the color of autumn leaves, a patchwork of russet and gold, and eyes as deep and gentle as an evening sky. He was known among the creatures of the forest for his wisdom, a trait passed down from his mother and her mother before her, whispered in the language of rustling leaves and flowing streams. The forest thrived in perfect harmony. Each creature played its part, from the industrious ants weaving their homes beneath the roots to the wise old owl who watched over the night from his perch high above. The trees themselves were guardians, their branches stretching toward the heavens, their roots delving deep into the earth, binding the forest together in a web of life. Phelan loved the forest dearly, and he spent his days wandering the winding paths, learning its secrets through the shifting seasons. With the change of each season, a new magic unfurled. In spring, the forest was a symphony of blossoms and birdsong, a vibrant tapestry of rebirth. Summer brought a lush, verdant stillness, the air heavy with warmth and the scent of pine. Autumn painted the trees in fiery hues, the crisp air carrying the sound of crackling leaves underfoot. Winter wrapped the forest in a blanket of snow, a silent, serene world of glittering frost. One morning, as the first blush of dawn kissed the sky, Phelan sensed something amiss. The air was unusually still, as if the forest itself held its breath. He followed the path to the heart of the grove, where a small, crystalline pool lay. The water, usually clear and sparkling, was murky and clouded. Phelan's heart ached at the sight, for the pool was the lifeblood of the grove, nourishing the roots of the great trees and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled there. Determined to restore the balance, Phelan sought the counsel of the wise old owl, who had seen many seasons pass. The owl listened with solemn eyes, his feathers ruffling gently in the breeze. To heal the pool, you must seek the source of its sorrow, he advised, his voice as soft and steady as the night wind. Phelan nodded, understanding the task before him. He set off, his hooves barely disturbing the fallen leaves, as he followed the stream that fed the pool. The stream wound through the forest, a silver ribbon threading through emerald greens and shadowed glens. As he walked, Phelan listened to the language of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the murmur of water, and the soft sighs of the wind. At last, he came to a place where the stream widened and slowed, and there he found the source of the trouble. A great fallen tree lay across the water's path, its branches tangled and twisted. The stream pooled around it, unable to flow freely, and the water grew stagnant and dark. Phelan paused, taking in the scene. He knew that nature, like life, was ever-changing, and that each challenge held within it the seeds of renewal. He closed his eyes and thought of the stories his grandmother had shared under the starlit sky. She had taught him that true strength lay not in force, but in understanding and cooperation. With a deep breath, Phelan stepped forward. He called upon the creatures of the forest, his voice gentle yet firm. "Friends, the forest needs our help," he said. "Together we can restore the flow of life to this stream." From the shadows emerged a myriad of creatures, each drawn by Phelan's call. The beavers, skilled architects of the forest, began to gnaw through the branches, their teeth sharp and swift. The rabbits and squirrels cleared away the smaller twigs and leaves, their nimble paws working tirelessly. Even the birds lent their aid, carrying away the debris piece by piece. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the stream began to flow once more, its waters clear and bright. The creatures worked in harmony, each contributing their unique gifts. Phelan watched with a heart full of gratitude, knowing that the forest was healing, its balance slowly being restored. By the time the sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, the stream ran freely again, its music a joyous song that echoed through the grove. The pool sparkled beneath the twilight, a mirror reflecting the first stars of evening. Phelan stood by the water's edge, his heart at peace. He felt the gentle touch of the wind, a silent thank you from the forest itself. As the moon rose, casting its silver light across the land, Phelan knew that the harmony of the forest had been preserved, a testament to the power of unity and understanding. The creatures returned to their homes, the owl to his perch, the beavers to their lodge, the rabbits and squirrels to their burrows and nests. Phelan lingered by the pool, listening to the soft symphony of night sounds, the gentle rustling of leaves, the whisper of the stream. As he turned to leave, Phelan thought of the generations that had come before him and those that would follow. He knew that the wisdom of the forest, passed down through time like a cherished story, would continue to guide those who listened with open hearts. With a final glance at the moonlit pool, Phelan made his way back through the forest, the path familiar and welcoming beneath his hooves. The forest was a living tapestry, woven with threads of life and light, and Phelan was a part of it, as it was a part of him. And so the forest continued its eternal dance, a place where magic and reality intertwined, where the lessons of the past shaped the promise of the future. In the heart of the ancient woods, the creatures lived in harmony, their lives a testament to the enduring beauty and balance of the natural world. As the stars twinkled above, Phelan settled down in his favorite glade, the earth soft beneath him, the air cool and gentle. He closed his eyes, lulled by the lullaby of the forest. In that moment, all was well, and he drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the wonders yet to come. Story 26. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest where sunlight filtered through leaves like golden rain, and the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. This village was unlike any other, for it nestled in the embrace of ancient trees that whispered secrets to those who cared to listen. Its cobblestone paths wound like gentle ribbons, and its cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful shutters, looked as if they had sprung from the pages of a beloved storybook. The villagers of Willowbrook were known for their cheerful dispositions and their fondness for gatherings under the starlit sky, where tales of old were spun and laughter danced upon the breeze. However, a peculiar series of events had recently woven a thread of mystery through the tapestry of this peaceful village. It all began one crisp autumn morning when the villagers awoke to find that the apples in the orchard had turned a most unusual shade of blue. The apples, usually a deep, inviting red, now shimmered in the sunlight with an ethereal glow, like sapphires kissed by the dawn. The villagers were bewildered, for they had never seen anything quite like it. Among the villagers was a kind-hearted young girl named Lila, whose curiosity was as boundless as her compassion. Lila, with her auburn curls and eyes the color of a clear summer sky, had a knack for solving puzzles and a heart that always sought to help others. She decided that this delightful mystery was worth unraveling. With a basket in hand and determination in her step, Lila set off to the orchard. As she wandered beneath the canopy of vibrant leaves, she noticed something peculiar. A soft humming sound, almost like a lullaby, was emanating from the very heart of the orchard. The sound was soothing, like a gentle breeze rustling through wind chimes, and it seemed to beckon her closer. Following the melody, Lila soon found herself at the base of the oldest apple tree in the orchard. Its trunk was gnarled and wise, and its branches stretched toward the sky like welcoming arms. Perched upon one of its branches was a small, magical creature, a glimmer-winged fairy. The fairy was no taller than Lila's hand, with iridescent wings that shimmered in hues of amethyst and emerald. "Greetings, Lila," the fairy sang in a voice as soft as a sigh. "I am Eliana, guardian of the orchard. It seems you have found your way to the source of the mystery." Lila, her eyes wide with wonder, curtsied politely. "Hello, Eliana. I couldn't help but follow your song. The apples have turned blue, and everyone is quite puzzled." Eliana's laughter was like the tinkling of bells. "Ah, the blue apples! It is a curious sight, indeed. But fear not, for it is no cause for alarm. You see, the enchantment upon these apples is a blessing, not a curse." The fairy fluttered down to rest upon Lila's shoulder, her wings brushing softly against Lila's cheek. Every 100 years, the forest renews its magic, and the apples turn blue as a sign of this renewal. It is a time for celebration and sharing the bounty with all creatures of the forest. But why do the villagers not remember this? Lila asked, her brow furrowed in thought. The passage of time weaves memories into stories, and stories sometimes fade, Eliana explained gently. But you, dear Lila, have the heart to remember and retell. With this newfound knowledge, Lila thanked Eliana and returned to the village, her basket filled with the enchanting blue apples. She gathered the villagers in the village square and recounted her encounter with the glimmer-winged fairy. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their faces alight with wonder and understanding. Inspired by Lila's tale, the village decided to host a grand feast under the twinkling stars, celebrating the magic of the forest and the unity of the community. They decorated the square with lanterns that glowed like captured moons and tables that groaned under the weight of delicious fare. The blue apples, when shared, brought with them a sense of joy and renewal, just as Eliana had promised. As the evening wore on, laughter and music filled the air, and the villagers felt a renewed connection to the world around them. They danced beneath the sky, their hearts light and their spirits high, knowing that they were part of a magical tapestry that wove together nature, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of ages past. And so, the mystery of the blue apples was resolved with the softest of touches and the kindest of hearts. As the embers of the evening's fire glowed warmly, the village of Willowbrook drifted to sleep, cradled by the whispering trees and the promise of tomorrow's wonder. From that night on, every 100 years, the villagers would gather to share the stories of the blue apples and the wise little fairy, ensuring that the enchantment of the forest would never be forgotten again. Story 27, title, The Whispering Woods. In the gentle embrace of twilight, a small village lay nestled between the rolling hills and the vast expanse of an ancient forest. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and quaint cottages, each adorned with climbing roses and ivy. The air was perfumed with the scent of lavender and the faintest hint of pine drifting from the nearby woods. This village, known as Elderglen, was home to many simple folk who cherished the quiet life, but it was also the dwelling of something extraordinary, a hidden world within the natural environment. The heart of this story belongs to a young girl named Lila, whose spirit was as vibrant as the wildflowers she often gathered. Lila was known throughout the village for her curious nature and her love for the forest that bordered Elderglen. It was not uncommon to find her weaving tales of adventure and wonder for the younger children, her eyes alight with the magic of her imagination. One cool evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila set out towards the forest, with a worn leather satchel slung over her shoulder. Within it she carried a small loaf of bread, a flask of her mother's warm honey tea, and a book of tales she had yet to read. But the most precious item she carried was a tiny, intricately carved wooden flute, gifted to her by her grandfather. It was said to hold the power to summon the gentle creatures of the forest and reveal secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. The forest, known to the villagers as the Whispering Woods, was a place of mystery and enchantment. Sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. As Lila wandered deeper into the woods, she felt a sense of calm wash over her, as if the forest itself welcomed her presence. With each step, the path grew narrower and more winding, leading her to a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Here the trees seemed to arch protectively over a shimmering pond, its surface like glass reflecting the stars above. Lila settled herself on a moss-covered log, drawing the flute from her satchel. She held it gently, feeling the smooth wood under her fingertips, and began to play a melody her grandfather had taught her. The notes floated through the air, mingling with the songs of the forest, and creating a symphony that seemed to awaken the very soul of the woods. As the last note faded, the stillness of the clearing was broken by a soft rustling in the underbrush. Lila's heart leapt with excitement as a small, delicate creature emerged, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that gleamed with an ancient wisdom. The fox approached her cautiously, its head tilted in curiosity. Lila extended her hand, offering a crumb of bread and a gentle smile. To her delight, the fox accepted her offering, its warm eyes meeting hers. In that moment, an unspoken bond formed, a connection that transcended words and spoke to the heart. The fox, whom Lila named Silver, became her companion on her journeys into the whispering woods. Together, they explored hidden glades and secret streams, uncovering the wonders that lay beyond the veil of the ordinary. Silver, with his keen senses and agile movements, guided Lila to places she had never imagined. A waterfall that sang with the voices of long-lost spirits, a grove where ancient trees whispered tales of old, and a meadow where flowers bloomed in colors unknown to the human eye. As days turned to weeks, Lila's friendship with Silver deepened, and with it her understanding of the forest's magic grew. She learned to listen to the songs of the trees, to read the patterns of the stars reflected in the pond, and to speak the language of the wind. But the true revelation came one moonlit night, when Lila discovered the hidden world that lay beneath the forest's surface. It began with a dream, a vivid vision of a door carved into the trunk of an ancient oak, adorned with symbols that glowed with a soft luminescence. Lila awoke with a start, the image clear in her mind. She knew, with an unshakable certainty, that the door existed somewhere within the whispering woods. With Silver by her side, she set out at first light, her heart filled with a sense of purpose. The journey was long and fraught with challenges. The path twisted and turned, leading them through thickets and over streams, under skies that shifted from blue to gray. But Lila's determination never wavered, and Silver's presence was a constant source of comfort. They traveled in silence, their bond strengthened by the shared goal that lay ahead. As dusk fell, they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees stood taller and the air hummed with an ancient energy. It was here that Lila found the door from her dream, nestled within the gnarled roots of a majestic oak. The symbols carved into its surface glowed with a gentle light, illuminating the clearing in a warm golden hue. Lila approached the door with reverence, her hand trembling as she traced the intricate patterns. With a deep breath, she pressed her hand against the wood, and the symbols flared to life, casting a radiant glow that enveloped her and Silver. The door swung open slowly, revealing a pathway that led into a world beyond imagination. Together, they stepped through the threshold, entering a realm where the boundaries between reality and fantasy blurred. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, and the ground beneath their feet was soft and cool. Lila gazed in wonder at the landscape before them, a meadow bathed in the soft light of 1,000 twinkling fireflies, a river of crystal-clear water winding through fields of lavender, and in the distance, a castle of shimmering glass that seemed to float upon the clouds. This was the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary of magic and wonder that lay just beyond the reach of the ordinary. It was a place where dreams took flight, where the impossible became possible, and where the soul found solace in the beauty of the unknown. As Lila and Silver explored this enchanted realm, they encountered beings of extraordinary grace and kindness, sprites that danced upon the breeze, gentle giants who tended to the gardens, and wise old owls who shared stories of the world's creation. Each encounter taught Lila a new lesson, a deeper understanding of the magic that lay within and around her. But their journey was not without its trials. There was a mystery that lingered in the air, a sense of unrest that cast a shadow over the land. The creatures of the hidden world spoke of a darkness that threatened to consume their haven, a force that sought to unravel the delicate balance of magic and nature. Lila knew that her role was not merely to witness the wonders of this world, but to protect it. With Silver by her side, she embarked on a quest to uncover the source of the darkness and restore harmony to the enchanted realm. Their journey took them to the farthest corners of the hidden world, where they faced challenges that tested their courage and resolve. In the depths of an ancient forest within the hidden realm, they discovered the source of the darkness, a powerful sorceress who had been consumed by her desire for control. Her magic had grown twisted and malevolent, poisoning the land and its inhabitants. Lila realized that the sorceress, once a guardian of the forest, had lost her way, her heart hardened by fear and mistrust. With compassion and understanding, Lila approached the sorceress, her gentle voice breaking through the barriers of anger and despair. She spoke of friendship and forgiveness, of the beauty that lay in embracing the unknown and trusting in the power of love. Silver, with his quiet presence, offered a reminder of the bond that connected all living things, a testament to the strength found in unity. Moved by Lila's words and the purity of her spirit, the sorceress began to see the error of her ways. Slowly, her heart opened to the possibility of change, and the darkness that had clouded her vision began to lift. With Lila's guidance, she learned to harness her magic for good, to heal the land and restore the balance that had been lost. As the sorceress's magic transformed from destructive to nurturing, the hidden world blossomed anew. The skies cleared, the rivers sparkled with life, and the creatures of the realm rejoiced in the harmony that had been restored. Lila and Silver, their journey complete, stood at the heart of the enchanted meadow, their hearts filled with a sense of peace and fulfillment. With the mystery resolved and the hidden world thriving once more, Lila and Silver prepared to return to Elderglen. But the lessons they had learned and the friendships they had forged would remain with them always, a reminder of the magic that lay within and around them. As they stepped through the door and back into the whispering woods, Lila felt a sense of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. She had discovered a world of wonder and enchantment, a place where dreams took flight and the impossible became possible. But more importantly, she had learned that the true magic lay in the power of friendship and the strength of the human spirit. With Silver by her side, Lila returned to the village, her heart forever touched by the beauty of the hidden world and the lessons it had imparted. As she shared her tales with the villagers, her eyes alight with the magic of her adventures, she knew that the story of the Whispering Woods would live on in the hearts and minds of all who listened. And so, the village of Elderglen continued to prosper, its people bound by the magic of the forest and the enduring spirit of friendship and love. The Whispering Woods, with its hidden world of wonder, remained a sanctuary of dreams, a place where the boundaries between reality and fantasy blurred, and where the soul found solace in the beauty of the unknown. As the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and gentle woman, her spirit as vibrant as ever. She often returned to the Whispering Woods, her flute in hand, to play the melodies that had once summoned the magic of the forest. And though the world around her changed, the bond she shared with Silver and the hidden world remained unbroken, a testament to the enduring power of love and friendship. And so, the tale of the Whispering Woods and its hidden world became a cherished story in the village of Elderglen, passed down through generations and kept alive by the dreams and imaginations of all who dared to believe in the magic that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Story 28, The Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Compass. In the heart of a quaint village named Willowbrook, nestled snugly between rolling hills and sprawling meadows, there lived a young boy named Finn. With tousled chestnut hair and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Finn was known for his curiosity and his unwavering kindness. Every day after his chores were done, Finn would wander into the nearby woods, a place he found both intriguing and comforting. The villagers often spoke of these woods in hushed tones, calling them the Whispering Woods, for legends said they were alive with ancient secrets. Autumn had painted the landscape with hues of amber and gold, and the air was crisp with the scent of fallen leaves. One afternoon, as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows that danced playfully among the trees, Finn set out on his usual adventure. His heart was light, and his spirit was ready for whatever wonders the woods might reveal. On this particular day, something extraordinary caught his eye, a glimmer beneath the roots of a grand old oak. Finn knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and earth to uncover an object unlike anything he had seen before. It was a compass, but not an ordinary one. Its casing glinted with a soft, warm glow, and the needle spun gently as if alive. Intrigued, Finn cradled the compass in his hands, feeling a strange warmth spread through his fingers, as though the compass was whispering secrets only he could hear. Suddenly, the air around him seemed to shift. The woods, usually alive with the chatter of birds and the rustle of leaves, fell into a deep, expectant silence. Finn glanced around, a mix of excitement and trepidation fluttering in his chest. He sensed that this compass held a magic beyond his understanding, and perhaps it was the key to the mysteries of the Whispering Woods. Deciding to follow wherever the compass might lead, Finn stood up, his heart thumping with anticipation. The needle, which had been gently spinning, now pointed decisively in one direction. With a deep breath, he began his journey, the compass guiding his steps deeper into the woods than he had ever ventured before. As Finn walked, the woods transformed around him. The towering trees seemed to bend slightly, their branches forming archways that beckoned him forward. The path beneath his feet was soft, covered with a carpet of pine needles that muffled his steps. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting intricate patterns that danced across his path like living lace. The air was alive with the scent of moss and earth, and Finn felt as though he had stepped into a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of everyday perception. His senses tingled with the vibrancy of the forest, the call of a distant bird, the gentle trickle of a hidden stream, and the whispering of the leaves as if sharing secrets. After what felt like hours, Finn came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and shimmering with an ethereal glow. The compass in Finn's hand pulsed gently, its needle pointing directly at the archway, urging him forward. Finn hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the unknown. But the compass's warmth was reassuring, and he felt a sense of purpose, as if he was meant to step through the arch. Gathering his courage, he walked forward, his heart steady and sure. As he passed through the archway, the world around him shifted once more. The air seemed to hum with energy, and the light took on a softer, dreamlike quality. Finn found himself in a place that defied explanation, a hidden world within the woods, alive with magic and mystery. Here, the trees were taller, their leaves a vibrant emerald that shimmered in the gentle breeze. Flowers of every color dotted the landscape, their petals glistening like jewels in the sunlight. A nearby brook sang a merry tune, its waters clear and sparkling as they danced over smooth stones. And there, beside the brook, stood a figure, a girl with hair like spun gold and eyes as green as the deepest forest glades. She wore a dress woven from leaves and flowers, and her presence filled the clearing with a sense of peace and wonder. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "I am Lyra, guardian of this realm. You are the first to find your way here in many years." Finn felt a warmth spread through his heart, as if he had found an old friend. He introduced himself, explaining how the compass had guided him to this enchanted place. Lyra smiled, a twinkle of knowing in her eyes. "The compass you hold is no ordinary object. It was created by the ancients to guide those pure of heart to the heart of the Whispering Woods. Here, the magic of the world is strongest, and here one can learn to listen to the whispers of the earth." Intrigued, Finn asked her what he must do now that he had found this hidden realm. Lyra gestured to the compass, which lay still and quiet in his hand. "The compass has brought you here, but your journey is just beginning. To truly understand the magic of this place, you must learn to see with more than your eyes, to listen with more than your ears." And so, under Lyra's gentle guidance, Finn began to explore the hidden realm. Each day brought new wonders. A grove of singing trees, a meadow where the flowers danced in time with the wind, a pool where the stars themselves seemed to gather to bathe. Finn learned to move with patience and respect, to observe the delicate balance of life that thrived around him. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself changing too. He became more attuned to the subtleties of the world, more aware of the connections that bound all living things together. He learned to communicate with the creatures of the forest, to understand their needs and fears. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Finn sat by the brook with Lyra. The air was cool, and the soft murmur of the water was soothing. "You have learned much, Finn," Lyra said, her voice warm with approval. "But there is one final lesson you must understand. The magic of this place is not just in the wonders you see and feel. It is in the relationships you build, the kindness you show, and the understanding you cultivate. Magic is strongest when it is shared, when it is used to bring light and hope to others." Finn nodded, feeling the truth of her words resonate deep within him. He realized that his journey had not only been about discovering the hidden world, but also about discovering the capacity for magic and kindness within himself. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Finn knew it was time to return to his own world. He bid farewell to Lyra, promising to carry the lessons he had learned into his life in Willowbrook. With the compass guiding him once more, Finn retraced his steps through the archway and back into the Whispering Woods. The journey home felt different, enriched by the experiences and friendships he had forged in the hidden realm. When he emerged from the woods, the village of Willowbrook lay before him, bathed in the soft glow of lamplight. Finn felt a renewed sense of connection to his home, to the people he cared about, and to the world around him. From that day forward, Finn was known not only for his curiosity and kindness, but also for the light of understanding that shone in his eyes. He shared the magic of the Whispering Woods with those around him, teaching them to see the beauty in the everyday, to listen to the whispers of the world, and to cherish the bonds of friendship and community. And though he never revealed the secret of the enchanted compass, Finn knew that its magic lived on, not in the object itself, but in the hearts of those who dared to dream, to explore, and to believe in the wonder of the world. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, where the hills rolled gently and the meadows stretched wide, the magic of the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, a testament to the power of friendship, understanding, and love. Story 29. In the gentle twilight of a far-off galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the vast velvet sky, two worlds orbited each other in a cosmic dance. One was Lumina, a planet of shimmering crystal forests and glowing rivers, where the air sang with the soft hum of energy. The other was Verdantia, a lush green world teeming with life, its trees so tall they seemed to touch the clouds. From Lumina came a creature named Viora. She was a being of light, her form ever shifting and translucent, reflecting the colors around her like a prism. Viora had a heart as radiant as her appearance, filled with curiosity and a desire to understand the universe beyond her home. From Verdantia hailed a creature named Kale, a sturdy, earthbound being with skin like the bark of ancient trees. His eyes were deep pools of green, mirroring the verdant beauty of his planet. Kale was strong and steady, his roots deeply embedded in the values of his people: loyalty, honor, and the quiet wisdom of the forests. Their paths crossed one fateful day when a celestial storm swept through their galaxy, a swirling tempest of stardust and energy, causing a rift in the space between their worlds. Viora and Kale were both drawn to the anomaly, each driven by their planet's quest to understand and heal the breach. As Viora glided through the shimmering portal, she was enveloped in a swirl of colors and sounds unlike anything she had ever experienced. On the other side, she emerged in a dense forest on Verdantia, the air filled with the rich scent of earth and leaves, the ground soft and warm beneath her ethereal form. Kale, who had ventured to the same location, stood rooted to the spot, eyes wide with wonder and a hint of caution. He had never seen a being like Viora, her presence both alien and beautiful, her light casting gentle rainbows across the forest floor. Their initial meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Viora, accustomed to the harmonious hum of Lumina, found the silence of Verdantia unsettling. She attempted to communicate with Kale through her melodic language of light, but he, unfamiliar with her ways, misinterpreted her gestures as signals of hostility. In turn, Kale's deep, resonant voice, akin to the rumble of distant thunder, startled Viora. His attempts to communicate seemed to her like the growls of a wild creature. They were two beings from different worlds, each trying to find a common ground, but stumbling over the barriers of language and perception. Yet, as the celestial storm continued to rage, threatening to tear apart the delicate balance of their galaxy, they realized they needed to put aside their differences. The rift was growing, and with it, the potential for great harm to both Lumina and Verdantia. In the days that followed, Viora and Kale worked side by side, learning to understand each other through shared gestures and the universal language of empathy. Viora discovered that Kale's strength was not just in his physical form, but in his unwavering determination and kindness. Kale found that Viora's light was not merely a spectacle, but a source of warmth and hope. Together they faced numerous challenges. When a surge of energy from the storm threatened to engulf them, it was Kale's quick thinking and Viora's calming presence that saved them. As they navigated through the dense forests and shimmering fields of energy, they began to see the world through each other's eyes. One evening, as they rested beneath the verdant canopy, Kale shared stories of his ancestors, the rich history of Verdantia woven into the fabric of his tales. Viora, in turn, painted pictures of her world with streams of light, showing Kale the beauty of luminous crystal forests and the symphonies of color that danced across her skies. In these quiet moments, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond forged not by similarity, but by mutual respect and understanding. They learned that even the most unlikely companions could find common ground, their differences becoming strengths when faced together. As the storm began to subside, their combined efforts finally sealed the rift, bringing harmony back to their galaxy. The skies cleared, revealing the twinkling stars once more, each one a beacon of hope and possibility. With their task complete, Viora and Kale knew it was time to part ways, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude. They stood together at the place where their worlds met, the air shimmering with the magic of their shared journey. "Thank you, Kale," Viora whispered, her light flickering softly. "I have learned so much from you." "And I from you, Viora," Kale replied, his voice a gentle rumble. "Our worlds will always be a little brighter because of this friendship." With a final embrace, a melding of light and earth, they bid each other farewell, knowing that their bond would endure across the stars. As Viora returned to Lumina and Kale to Verdantia, they carried with them the lessons of their journey. They had discovered that friendship could bridge any divide, that understanding and kindness were the keys to overcoming even the greatest challenges. And so, under the vast canopy of the galaxy, where stars whispered ancient secrets and planets danced in eternal harmony, the story of Viora and Kale became a legend, a gentle reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even amidst the wonders of the universe, it is the heart that shines brightest. Story 30. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods lived a young girl named Lila. Each morning, Lila would stroll through the village square, her heart brimming with curiosity about the world beyond her small home. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her stories that seemed to weave magic with words alone. The villagers often said that she had a sparkle in her eyes that hinted at ancient secrets. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves painted the pathways in hues of amber and gold, Lila's grandmother handed her a peculiar gift, wrapped in soft velvet cloth. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with delicate vines and tiny creatures that seemed almost alive. Lila felt a gentle warmth emanating from the box, and a sense of quiet wonder stirred within her. "Open it only when your heart is ready," her grandmother whispered, her eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. Curiosity tingled in Lila's fingertips as she carried the box to her favorite spot by the edge of the forest, where the sun filtered through the trees like liquid gold. She sat there, the box resting on her lap, watching the dance of light and shadow. Days turned to weeks, and Lila found herself drawn to the box, yet something held her back, an intuition that whispered patience. One evening, as the village celebrated the Harvest Moon Festival, Lila found herself alone at the edge of the festivities, the box cradled in her arms. Her heart fluttered with an inexplicable longing, and she knew the moment had come. With a gentle breath, she opened the box. Inside was a small, shimmering pendant shaped like a crescent moon. As her fingers brushed the pendant, a soft glow enveloped her, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, like a whisper from the forest itself. Suddenly, the world around her shifted, and she found herself standing in a realm that seemed both familiar and wonderfully strange. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming night flowers, and the sky was awash with stars that sang softly. Lila was not alone. A small, luminous creature with wings like gossamer approached her. It was a fae, with eyes like dew-kissed leaves and a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, Lila," the fae chimed. "I am Nyx, the guardian of the grove. You have been chosen to unlock the secrets of this realm." Lila marveled at the beauty around her and felt an inner peace she had never known. "But why me?" she asked, her voice echoing softly in the enchanted air. Because your heart is open, and your spirit is kind, Nyx replied with a gentle smile. There is a gift within you that can bring harmony to our worlds. With Nyx as her guide, Lila embarked on a journey through the magical realm. They traveled along moonlit streams and through fields where the flowers hummed with the songs of the earth. Along the way, they met other creatures, each with their own unique gifts. There was Eldor, the wise old owl whose feathers held the wisdom of ages, and Mira, the playful sprite who could weave dreams into the fabric of the night. Together, they ventured deep into the heart of the forest, where a great challenge awaited. The balance of magic had been disrupted by a forgotten sorrow that lingered like a shadow. The creatures of the realm had tried to restore it, but they needed a heart unclouded by doubt and a mind open to the whispers of the world. Lila listened intently to the stories shared by her new friends. She realized that the key to restoring balance lay not in strength or power, but in understanding and compassion. As they neared the source of the imbalance, Lila felt a gentle pull within her, a connection to the very essence of the forest. The place was a grove, ancient and sacred, where the air was thick with memories. Lila closed her eyes and let the warmth of the pendant guide her. She listened to the echoes of the past, the laughter and tears that had woven the fabric of this realm. With a heart full of empathy, she spoke words of comfort to the lingering sorrow, acknowledging its pain and offering it peace. As her words filled the air, the grove began to glow with a soft, healing light. The shadows lifted, and the harmony of the realm was restored. Lila felt a gentle warmth envelop her, the gratitude of the forest wrapping around her like a gentle breeze. With their mission complete, Nyx and the other creatures gathered around Lila, their eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you, Lila," Nyx whispered, "for your heart has healed the soul of our world." As the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, Lila found herself back in her village, the pendant resting warmly against her chest. The village square was just as she had left it, yet everything seemed imbued with a newfound sense of magic. Her grandmother stood waiting, her eyes filled with understanding and pride. "You have discovered the true magic, my dear," her grandmother said, embracing Lila with a warmth that felt like home. "The magic of the heart." From that day on, Lila carried the pendant close, a reminder of her journey and the friends she had made. She shared her stories with the villagers, her voice weaving a tapestry of wonder and wisdom. And as she spoke, the village thrived, its people united by the gentle magic of kindness and understanding. And so, in the village nestled between the hills and the whispering woods, Lila's tale became a cherished memory, a bedtime story that lulled children to sleep with dreams of magical realms and the power of a kind heart. The stars twinkled above, and the night wrapped the village in a tender embrace, a reminder that magic was not just in faraway lands, but within the hearts of those who dared to dream. Story 31. Once upon a time, in a world where magic hid among the ancient trees and whispering streams, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though she appeared ordinary, Willow possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to see the hidden realms that coexisted with the natural world around her. From the moment she could toddle, Willow had been drawn to the forest that surrounded her village. The trees beckoned her with their rustling leaves, and the gurgling brooks seemed to whisper secrets only she could hear. It was in this verdant wonderland that Willow discovered a world unlike any other. Beyond the veil of reality, the forest was alive with enchantment. Tiny fairies flitted among the wildflowers, their gossamer wings leaving trails of glittering dust. Mischievous sprites played hide-and-seek among the mushroom rings, their laughter echoing like tinkling bells. And deep within the ancient oaks, wise tree nymphs stood as silent guardians, their bark-like skin blending seamlessly with their arboreal homes. Willow's ability to see this hidden realm was both a gift and a burden. While she delighted in the magical creatures' antics and the vibrant colors that danced before her eyes, she also felt isolated, unable to share her extraordinary experiences with those around her. That is, until the fateful day she met Oak. Oak was a young dryad, a tree spirit, whose life force was intertwined with a mighty oak tree. Unlike the other dryads who kept to themselves, Oak was curious about the human world and longed for a friend. When he first saw Willow wandering through the forest, her eyes wide with wonder, he knew he had found a kindred spirit. At first, Willow was startled by the talking tree, but Oak's gentle demeanor soon put her at ease. They forged an unlikely friendship, bonding over their shared love for the natural world and their sense of being different from those around them. As the seasons passed, Oak and Willow embarked on countless adventures together. They chased will-o'-the-wisps through misty meadows, danced with the fairies under the full moon, and explored ancient ruins where magic hummed in the very stones. But their most extraordinary adventure began when Oak confided in Willow about a long-forgotten legend. Deep within the forest, hidden behind a veil of enchantment, lay a magical wellspring, a powerful source of pure, untamed magic. Oak had heard whispers of its existence from the oldest trees, but its location remained a closely guarded secret. Willow's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of uncovering such a wondrous treasure. Together, they embarked on a quest to find the wellspring, guided only by cryptic clues left by those who had gone before. Their journey took them through twisted pathways where the laws of nature seemed to bend and shift. They navigated treacherous ravines and scaled treacherous cliffs, their determination fueled by the promise of the magic that awaited them. Along the way, they encountered both allies and foes. Wise old owls offered guidance, while mischievous trolls attempted to lead them astray. Through it all, Willow and Oak's friendship only grew stronger, their bond forged in the fires of adversity. Finally, after many trials and tribulations, they stumbled upon a hidden glade unlike any other. At its center, a crystal-clear pool shimmered with an otherworldly glow, the wellspring of magic they had sought for so long. As Willow and Oak approached the pool, they could feel the raw power radiating from its depths. It was a force both ancient and primal, a wellspring of pure potential waiting to be tapped. In that moment, Willow realized that her journey had been about more than just finding the wellspring. It had been a journey of self-discovery, a path that had strengthened her bond with the natural world and her understanding of the magic that flowed through all living things. With newfound wisdom and a deeper appreciation for the wonders around her, Willow made a solemn vow to protect the wellspring and the hidden realms it nourished. She would be a guardian, ensuring that the magic never fell into the wrong hands, and that the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds remained undisturbed. From that day forward, Willow walked a path that bridged the human and magical realms. She became a trusted friend to the creatures of the forest, a confidant to the dryads, and a protector of the ancient mysteries. And whenever she felt the weight of her responsibilities grow heavy, she would return to the wellspring, basking in its ethereal glow and drawing strength from the enduring magic that flowed through every fiber of her being. For Willow had discovered that true magic did not lie in wielding power, but in the bonds of friendship, the wonder of nature, and the courage to embrace one's true self, no matter how extraordinary it might be. Story 32. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, two unlikely companions were about to embark on a journey that would forever change their understanding of friendship. The first was a gentle being named Leora from the lush, emerald-covered planet of Viridium. Leora's kind was known for their deep connection to the natural world, possessing the ability to commune with flora and fauna in a harmonious symphony of life. The second was a curious and clever engineer named Thrax from the technologically advanced world of Makara. Thrax's people thrived in sprawling cities of steel and light, their sharp minds always crafting inventions that danced on the edge of possibility. His metallic skin shimmered under the light of his planet's twin suns, and his eyes, a brilliant shade of cobalt, could see the tiniest details in the most complex machines. Their paths crossed when Leora's home, Viridium, began experiencing strange disturbances. The once singing trees grew silent, and the vibrant flowers dimmed in color. In search of help, Leora reached out through the cosmic networks, sending a plea across the stars. Thrax, ever eager for adventure and the chance to test his skills, answered the call. He arrived on Viridium aboard his sleek silver ship, the hum of its engines a stark contrast to the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. As he stepped onto the soft, moss-covered ground, Leora watched him with wide, curious eyes. She had never seen a being so different from her own kind, and she felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. "Hello," Thrax said, his voice a smooth blend of warmth and excitement. "I'm Thrax. I hear you could use a hand." Leora nodded, her voice as soft as the whispering wind. "I am Leora, and yes, we are in need of aid. Our world is changing, and we do not know why." Together they began their investigation, an endeavor fraught with challenges and misunderstandings. Thrax, with his mechanical mind, often approached problems with logic and precision, crafting gadgets and devices to probe the depths of Viridium's mysteries. Leora, in contrast, relied on her intuition and her bond with nature, feeling the subtle shifts in the world around her. At first, their differences led to frustration. Thrax would become exasperated when his instruments failed to detect what Leora sensed instinctively. Leora, in turn, struggled to understand Thrax's reliance on machines when she felt answers were to be found in the heart of the forest. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of a Viridium sunset, they sat by a bubbling stream, their faces lit by the golden glow. Tired from a day of fruitless searching, they shared a meal of fruits that Leora had gathered, their flavors a sweet symphony on the tongue. "Leora," Thrax said, pausing to savor the delicate taste of a sunberry, "I think I've been approaching this all wrong. I keep looking for answers in data and diagrams, but maybe I need to see things from your perspective. Can you show me how you listen to the world?" Leora smiled, a gentle curve that brightened her eyes. "I would be honored. Close your eyes, Thrax, and listen. Feel the earth beneath you, the pulse of life that connects us all." As Thrax followed her guidance, he felt a new awareness awaken within him. The rustle of leaves became a melody, the babbling stream a soothing lullaby. He sensed the heartbeat of the forest, a living, breathing entity that spoke in a language beyond words. From that moment, their bond deepened. They learned to blend their strengths, using Thrax's technology to amplify Leora's insights. Together, they discovered the source of Viridium's troubles. A series of underground shifts caused by a rare cosmic event, a passing comet that disturbed the planet's natural rhythms. With Thrax's ingenuity and Leora's wisdom, they devised a plan to restore balance. Thrax crafted a device to stabilize the planet's core, while Leora led him to a sacred grove where ancient energies could be harnessed to aid their efforts. In the days that followed, they worked side by side, their trust in one another growing with each shared challenge. Thrax taught Leora the intricacies of his inventions, while she showed him the beauty of a world in harmony with itself. One night, as they sat beneath the stars, Thrax reflected on their journey. "I never imagined I'd find a friend like you, Leora. We come from such different worlds, but together, we've created something truly special." Leora nodded, her heart full. "You have opened my eyes to the wonders of your world, Thrax, and in doing so, you have helped me see my own world anew. Our friendship is a bridge between our worlds, built on understanding and shared purpose." With the planet restored and their bonds stronger than ever, Thrax prepared to return to Makara. As he stood by his ship, ready to depart, Leora placed a hand on his arm, her touch light as a feather. "Promise me, Thrax, that you will return," she said, her voice a gentle plea. Thrax smiled, his eyes bright with affection. "I promise, Leora. This is not goodbye, but simply until next time." As his ship soared into the sky, Leora watched until it vanished among the stars. Though he was gone, she felt his presence, a warmth that lingered in her heart. In their time together, they had discovered not only the true meaning of friendship, but also a deeper understanding of themselves and their places in the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, their friendship continued to bloom, a testament to the power of connection across the vastness of space. Story 33. Once upon a time, nestled in a quiet village surrounded by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn had a heart as curious as the morning sun and eyes that twinkled like stars. He loved nothing more than to wander the village, peeking into every nook and cranny, his imagination painting the world with colors unseen. One chilly autumn afternoon, as leaves danced down from the trees like golden rain, Finn stumbled upon an old forgotten shop at the end of a winding lane. The shop was small and quaint, with ivy creeping up its stone walls and a bell above the door that tinkled softly like a wind chime. Above the entrance hung a wooden sign that read, whispering wonders. Finn's heart skipped with excitement as he pushed open the door, a gentle warmth enveloping him as he stepped inside. The shop was filled with curious trinkets and peculiar objects, each with its own story to tell. Shelves lined with ornate bottles, peculiar clocks, and shimmering stones beckoned for closer inspection. As Finn wandered through the shop, his eyes caught sight of a peculiar object tucked away on a dusty shelf. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with delicate patterns of swirling vines and tiny stars. The box seemed to hum softly, a melody too faint to hear but felt within. Drawn to its mysterious allure, Finn carefully picked up the box. As his fingers brushed its surface, the box sprang open with a gentle click, revealing a small, glowing feather nestled within. The feather shimmered with an array of colors, each hue more enchanting than the last. Curiosity piqued, Finn took the feather in his hand. As he did, a warm, gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it the scent of blooming flowers and the distant song of a babbling brook. In that moment, Finn sensed that this was no ordinary feather. It was a key to a world woven with magic and wonder. Eager to uncover its secrets, Finn decided to embark on a journey. He tucked the feather into his coat pocket, its gentle glow a comforting presence by his side. As he stepped out of the shop, the bell chimed a farewell, and the door closed softly behind him. Finn's journey led him across the village and into the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient trees whispered tales of old to those who would listen. The woods were alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets, creating a symphony of nature that wrapped around Finn like a cozy blanket. As he ventured deeper into the woods, Finn encountered a wise old owl perched on a low-hanging branch. The owl's feathers were as silver as moonlight, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young traveler," the owl hooted softly, its voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I see you carry the feather of wonders. It is a gift that reveals the extraordinary in the ordinary." Finn, intrigued by the owl's words, listened intently. "How do I unlock its secrets?" he asked, his voice full of wonder. The owl blinked slowly, as if pondering a riddle. "The feather's magic lies not in power or might, but in the heart's ability to see beyond what is, trust in the journey, and embrace the wonders along the way." With the owl's words etched in his heart, Finn continued his journey through the woods. As he walked, he met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and bright, curious eyes. The squirrel chattered cheerfully, offering Finn an acorn as a token of friendship. "Thank you," Finn said with a smile, tucking the acorn into his pocket alongside the feather. The forest soon opened up to a glistening meadow, where the sun painted the grasses with strokes of gold. In the center of the meadow stood a majestic, ancient tree, its branches stretching toward the sky like welcoming arms. Feeling drawn to the tree, Finn approached it with a sense of reverence. As he stood before it, he noticed a hollow at its base, filled with shimmering water that reflected the sky like a mirror. Kneeling by the pool, Finn peered into its depths. To his surprise, the reflection began to ripple and change, revealing scenes of people laughing, sharing stories, and offering kindness to one another. It was a world where even the smallest acts of love and understanding wove magic into the fabric of life. At that moment, Finn understood the feather's true gift. It was a reminder that magic existed in the bonds of friendship, in the beauty of nature, and in the simple joys of life. The feather taught him to see the extraordinary within the ordinary and to cherish each moment as a wonder. With his heart full of newfound wisdom, Finn made his way back to the village. The journey had changed him, not through feats of strength or valor, but through the quiet realization that life's magic was found in the gentle touch of kindness and the warmth of understanding. As Finn returned to his home, the village seemed to shimmer with a newfound light. He shared his adventures with his friends and family, inspiring them to look for the wonders in their own lives. And so the village of Whispering Woods became a place where magic was not confined to fairy tales, but danced in the everyday moments shared between friends and family. And as the years passed, the Feather of Wonders remained a cherished treasure, a reminder of a young boy's journey and the extraordinary magic found within the heart. And each night, as the stars twinkled above and the gentle breeze sang through the trees, Finn would hold the feather close, whispering his gratitude to the world around him, knowing that he carried a piece of that wonder wherever he went. And so, dear listener, may you too find the magic in the ordinary, and let your heart be your guide in discovering the wonders of life. Sleep sweetly, under the blanket of stars, with dreams woven in the threads of a gentle, magical world. Story 34. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight danced in merriment through emerald leaves, there was a quaint little village called Fiddler's Nook. The village was known for its peculiar inhabitants, each with a charm as unique as the stars. The cobblestone paths wound between cottages with roofs of rainbow thatch, and the scent of blooming marigolds wafted through the air, mingling with the melody of bubbling brooks. Among the villagers was Pippa, a sprightly gnome with a hat that changed colors according to her mood. Today it was a bright, cheery yellow. Pippa had a knack for solving problems with creativity and kindness. Her best friend was Tilly, a chatty squirrel who wore a tiny eyeglass perched on her nose, always ready with a cheeky remark or a snippet of woodland news. Together, they were known for their adventures and the laughter they brought to Fiddler's Nook. One sunny morning, as Pippa and Tilly strolled through the woods, they heard an unusual sound, a muffled hiccup followed by a soft, sugary giggle. They followed the sound to a clearing where a small cloud was floating, shimmering with pastel hues like spun sugar. Each time it hiccuped, little raindrops of honeydew fell to the ground, creating sticky puddles. "Oh dear!" Pippa exclaimed, her hat turning a thoughtful shade of lavender. "It seems we have a hiccoughing cloud on our hands." The cloud, noticing Pippa and Tilly, hiccuped again, and a tiny rainbow arched over them, dusting them with glistening dew. Tilly adjusted her eyeglass, peering curiously. "I've never seen a cloud do such a thing. It's both adorable and, well, a bit of a sticky situation." Pippa giggled, wiping a drop of honeydew from her cheek. "Indeed, Tilly, we must help this little cloud, but how does one cure a cloud's hiccoughs?" As they pondered, the village's elder, a wise old owl named Professor Hootsworth, flapped over, landing gracefully atop a nearby branch. "Ah, Pippa, Tilly," he hooted, his voice resonating deeply. "I see you've met Nimbus, our mischievous little cloud. He's been hiccuping ever since he floated too close to the fizzberry bush." "The fizzberry bush?" Pippa asked, intrigued. "Yes," Hootsworth nodded. "It's a rare plant that grows sweet berries, but they're known to cause hiccoughs if not consumed carefully." Pippa's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Perhaps we need to counter the fizz with something soothing. But what could that be?" As they mused, Tilly chattered excitedly. "The lemon balm meadow. Its calming scent might just do the trick." With a plan in mind, Pippa, Tilly, and Nimbus set off towards the meadow, the hiccuping cloud trailing above them like a whimsical kite. Along the way, they passed through the glimmering glade, where fireflies danced in daylight, and the melody marsh, where frogs sang in harmonious choruses. Upon reaching the lemon balm meadow, the air was filled with a gentle fragrance, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. Nimbus drifted lower, inhaling the soothing scent, and with each breath, the hiccoughs seemed to lessen. Encouraged, Pippa and Tilly began to hum a gentle lullaby, their voices blending with the whisper of the meadow. Nimbus, feeling the calm wash over him, let out one last hiccup, and then silence. A soft mist of rain fell, refreshing and sweet, as Nimbus sighed in relief, his pastel hues deepening into serene shades. "Bravo!" cheered Hootsworth, who had followed their progress from above. "You've done it!" Nimbus bobbed in gratitude, a small lightning bolt of happiness flickering within him. Pippa's hat turned a jubilant pink as she and Tilly danced a little jig. "We did it, Tilly, and all it took was a bit of lemon balm and some teamwork." As they made their way back to Fiddler's Nook, Nimbus followed, casting gentle rainbows that brought giggles and joy to the villagers. The hiccoughing cloud had become a beloved part of the village, his antics now a fond memory of an adventure filled with friendship and fun. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Pippa and Tilly sat by the fireplace, their hearts warm with the day's success. The crackling fire cast playful shadows, and as they drifted into dreams, they knew that in Fiddler's Nook, with friends by your side, every problem had a whimsical solution waiting to unfold. Story 35. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willow, Nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the summer sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. He spent his days exploring the gentle streams and vibrant meadows that surrounded his home, always on the lookout for something new and wondrous. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with strokes of pink and orange, Finn wandered into a part of the woods he had never explored. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the soft rustle of leaves. It was there, amidst a cluster of ancient oaks, that he stumbled upon an old, weathered chest, half buried beneath a carpet of moss. Its wood was dark and rich, with intricate carvings of stars and swirling clouds. With a sense of excitement tingling in his fingers, Finn brushed away the moss and gently opened the chest. Inside, nestled in a bed of velvet, lay a small, exquisitely crafted compass. Unlike any he had seen before, its needle was made of shimmering silver, and its face glowed with a gentle, iridescent light. Finn held it in his hands, feeling a strange warmth spread through him. The compass seemed to hum softly, as if whispering secrets only he could hear. From that moment on, the compass became Finn's constant companion. Yet it was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle twirled and shimmered, leading Finn to places he had never imagined. It guided him to the heart of the enchanted woods, where the trees whispered tales of old, to the crystal caves, where the walls sparkled with the light of 1,000 diamonds, and to the hidden glade, where the air was alive with the sweet song of birds and the gentle murmur of a babbling brook. On one such journey, the compass led Finn to the edge of a serene moonlit lake. There he met a wise old turtle named Oliver. Oliver had a shell that glistened like polished stone and eyes that twinkled with the light of 1,000 stories. "Greetings, young traveler," Oliver said in a voice as smooth as the lake's surface. "You hold in your hand the compass of possibilities, a gift that reveals paths not just in the world, but within your heart." Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with wonder. "It chooses those who are ready to see beyond what is to what could be," continued Oliver. "Use it well, and it will guide you not just to new places, but to new understandings." Intrigued and inspired, Finn thanked Oliver and continued his journey, the compass gently guiding his way. As he traveled, he met others who became his friends and helpers. There was Melody, a gentle fairy with wings that shimmered like morning dew, who taught him the language of the wind and the trees, and Jasper, a jovial squirrel with a nose for adventure, who showed him the hidden paths and secret treasures of the forest. Together they faced many challenges, each requiring not strength, but wisdom and kindness. When they encountered a raging river that blocked their path, it was Finn's calm and patient listening to the compass's subtle hum that led them to a gentle crossing. When they found a village in despair, their crops withering in a sudden drought, it was Melody's knowledge of the natural world, shared through a song, that revived the earth and brought the rains. But the greatest challenge came when the compass led Finn to the Whispering Mountain, a place known for its mysterious echoes and hidden secrets. As they climbed, Finn and his friends discovered that the mountain was alive with the voices of those who had lost their way, their hopes and dreams trapped within the stone. It was here that Finn realized the true power of the compass. It was not just a guide to new places, but a key to unlocking the hearts of those bound by fear and doubt. With Oliver's wise words echoing in his mind, Finn knew what he had to do. He listened deeply to the mountain's whispers, understanding their pain and longing. With Melody and Jasper by his side, he shared stories of hope and friendship, weaving a tapestry of light and warmth that reached deep into the mountain's core. Slowly, the echoes softened. The mountain began to hum with a new melody, one of freedom and joy. The trapped voices found their way back to the world, carrying with them the lessons of their journey and the strength of their dreams. With the mountain's burden lifted, Finn and his friends descended, their hearts light with triumph and the joy of a challenge overcome. As they reached the base, the compass in Finn's hand glowed with a gentle, warm light, its journey complete for now. Returning to Willowbrook, Finn knew he had changed. He had learned that true magic lies in the courage to explore the unknown, the wisdom to listen, and the kindness to share. The compass had shown him not just the wonders of the world, but the wonders within himself. And so, with the sun setting behind the hills and stars beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, Finn placed the compass back in its chest, knowing that its journey was far from over. For as long as there were hearts open to wonder and adventure, the compass of possibilities would continue to guide those who dared to dream. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit enriched by his adventures, Finn settled into his cozy bed, the soft glow of the fireplace casting dancing shadows on the walls. As he drifted into a gentle sleep, the compass hummed softly, a reassuring melody that promised new adventures and endless possibilities. And thus, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle embrace of the night, Willowbrook rested, cradled in the warmth of dreams and the promise of a new dawn. Story 36. In the heart of a lush, verdant valley, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village, famed for its charming cottages with thatched roofs and gardens that seemed to bloom eternally, was home to a young woman named Leora. Leora, with her curious auburn curls and eyes the color of the summer sky, had always felt a peculiar unease about change. She cherished the familiar rhythm of life in Willowbrook and found solace in the predictability of her days spent tending her garden or weaving baskets by the hearth. Yet, as the seasons shifted and the winds began to dance a little differently, Leora sensed a stirring within her, a longing that whispered of adventures untold and worlds unseen. Despite this inner call, she clung to her routine, fearing the unknown like a shadow that lurked just beyond the light of her cozy cottage. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked shyly through a veil of mist, Leora set out on her daily walk through the woods that bordered her village. The path was carpeted with leaves in hues of amber and gold, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she strolled, lost in thought, she caught sight of a peculiar shimmer at the edge of the path. Curiosity piqued, she bent to inspect it and found a tiny, glistening acorn nestled amidst the leaves. Unbeknownst to Leora, this was no ordinary acorn. It was imbued with ancient magic, a gift from the forest spirits who watched over the valley. As she held it in her palm, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a gentle pulse, as if the acorn had a heartbeat of its own. Without fully understanding why, she slipped it into her pocket and continued her walk, feeling a strange sense of comfort. Days turned into weeks, and Leora found herself returning to the spot where she had discovered the acorn, drawn by an invisible thread. Each visit seemed to fill her with a serene energy that soothed her fears. The forest, with its rustling leaves and whispering winds, became her sanctuary. It was during one such visit that she met Aurelia, an elderly woman with eyes that twinkled like stars and a presence that radiated warmth. Aurelia was known as the village wise woman, and her gentle wisdom was sought by many. She often wandered the woods, gathering herbs and listening to the stories the trees had to tell. "Ah, Leora," Aurelia greeted her with a knowing smile. "The forest tells me you found something special." Leora hesitated, then showed Aurelia the acorn. "I found this," she said softly, "and it feels different." Aurelia nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "Change can be daunting, dear one, but it is also the seed of growth. This acorn is a reflection of your own journey. It holds the potential for transformation just as you do." "But I fear change," Leora admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Aurelia reached out, placing a reassuring hand on Leora's shoulder. "The forest teaches us that change is a natural part of life. The trees shed their leaves, yet they are never diminished. They only grow stronger, more resilient. Trust in your own resilience, Leora." With Aurelia's words echoing in her heart, Leora began to see her world through new eyes. Each day she nurtured the acorn, planting it in a small pot and watching as it slowly sprouted, its tender shoot reaching for the sun. As the acorn transformed, so too did Leora. She started to embrace small changes, venturing beyond her comfort zone with each new sunrise. Her friends and neighbors noticed the change in her, and their encouragement fueled her courage. There was gentle Rowan, the village storyteller, whose tales of distant lands and daring adventures inspired Leora to dream bigger. And sweet Marin, the baker, who shared her kitchen with Leora, teaching her the art of creating new recipes from old favorites. As the seasons passed, Leora found herself blossoming alongside the sapling that had grown from the magical acorn. She discovered a love for painting, capturing the beauty of Willowbrook's landscapes on canvas. She learned to play the lute, filling her cottage with melodies that danced through the air like autumn leaves. And with each new endeavor, she felt the shackles of fear loosening their hold. One evening, as the village gathered for the annual harvest festival, Leora stood before her friends and neighbors, her heart full of gratitude. "This year has taught me that change is not something to be feared," she spoke, her voice steady and warm. "It is a journey, a beautiful, transformative journey that leads us to discover who we truly are." The villagers cheered, their faces aglow with the light of lanterns and the warmth of friendship. Leora's heart swelled with joy as she realized that she belonged, not just to the village, but to the ever-changing tapestry of life itself. As the night wore on and the stars blinked down from the velvet sky, Leora wandered back to the woods, where Aurelia awaited her. The wise woman smiled, her eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "You have grown beautifully, Leora," Aurelia said, her voice a soft caress. "Remember, transformation is a journey without end. Embrace it with an open heart." Leora nodded, feeling a profound peace settle within her. She knew that while the path ahead was uncertain, she was no longer afraid. With the love of her village and the magic of the forest guiding her, she would continue to grow, one step at a time. And so in the heart of Willowbrook, where magic lingered in the air and friendship bound the villagers in a tapestry of warmth, Leora's story became a beacon of hope, a reminder that within each of us lies the power to transform, to blossom, and to embrace the wondrous beauty of change. Story 37. In a quaint village nestled between a serene forest and a gentle, meandering river, there lived a young girl named Mira. Her home, a cozy cottage with ivy-covered walls and a thatched roof, stood at the edge of the village. The scent of wildflowers always wafted through the open windows, and the sound of the river's lullaby could be heard at night, soothing Mira to sleep. Mira was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as warm as the golden sunflowers that grew in abundance around her home. She spent her days exploring the forest, her eyes wide with wonder at the mysteries it held. Her constant companion was a small, mischievous squirrel named Pip, whose bushy tail flicked with excitement at every new adventure they embarked upon. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and orange, Mira set off into the forest with Pip perched on her shoulder. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of pine needles and damp moss. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the sunlight filtering through the leaves created a dance of light and shadow on the forest floor. "Let's see what secrets the forest holds today, Pip," Mira whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. Pip chattered in agreement, his tiny paws patting Mira's cheek affectionately. They walked for hours, following the winding paths that twisted and turned like the pages of a storybook, until they stumbled upon a part of the forest Mira had never seen before. Here, the trees seemed older, their trunks thick and gnarled, draped in curtains of moss. The air felt different, charged with a sense of mystery and magic. In the center of this grove stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching up to the sky, as if trying to touch the clouds. At the base of the tree, Mira noticed something glimmering in the dappled sunlight. She knelt down and brushed away the fallen leaves to reveal a small, intricately carved box made of a wood so dark it seemed almost black. Curious, she gently lifted the box, feeling its surprising weight in her hands. Pip scampered down her arm, sniffing the box with caution. Mira's heart raced with anticipation as she opened the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, lay a delicate silver key, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change as the light caught them. "This is no ordinary key, Pip," Mira murmured, tracing her fingers over the cool metal. "I wonder what it unlocks." As if in response to her words, a soft, melodious voice echoed through the grove, though Mira could see no one around. "The key you hold is the key of whispers, young one. It opens the way to a hidden world, a place where magic breathes and dreams take flight." Mira glanced around, her eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" she called out, her voice trembling with excitement. The voice, soothing and gentle, seemed to come from the very air itself. I am the spirit of this forest, a guardian of the hidden realms. Only those with a pure heart and an open mind can find the key of whispers and the world it reveals. Mira's heart swelled with a mixture of awe and determination. She looked at Pip, whose eyes sparkled with shared excitement. "Shall we find this hidden world, Pip?" With a quick nod and a flick of his tail, Pip scampered back onto Mira's shoulder. Holding the key tightly, Mira felt a tingling sensation spread through her fingertips. The forest around her seemed to shift, the trees bending and swaying as if bowing to an unseen force. A path appeared before them, shimmering with a faint silvery light. Mira took a deep breath and stepped forward, feeling a gentle pull guiding her along the path. The forest around her faded into a soft haze, and she felt as though she were walking through a dream. As they journeyed, Mira noticed the air growing warmer, filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine and the distant sound of tinkling laughter. The path led them to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its heart stood a magnificent stone archway, entwined with flowering vines that glowed with an ethereal light. "This must be it," Mira whispered, her voice filled with awe. She lifted the key of whispers and inserted it into a small opening in the archway. With a soft click, the key turned, and the archway shimmered, revealing a swirling portal of colors and light. Mira's heart raced with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. She glanced at Pip, who gave her an encouraging nudge. With a deep breath, Mira stepped through the portal, feeling a gentle breeze wrap around her like a comforting embrace. On the other side, Mira found herself in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. The sky was a tapestry of colors, shifting from deep indigo to vibrant magenta, dotted with stars that seemed to dance with joy. The ground was covered in soft, luminescent grass that tickled her toes as she walked. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed this magical realm, their eyes twinkling with curiosity and kindness. Mira and Pip wandered through this wonderland, their hearts filled with delight at every new discovery. They met talking animals, friendly sprites, and wise old trees that shared stories of ancient times. As they explored, Mira realized that each creature and plant had a story to tell, a lesson to impart. The world was alive with wisdom, and Mira felt herself growing, her heart expanding with each encounter. She learned about the importance of balance, of listening to the whispers of the world, and of cherishing the friendships that warm the soul. Days turned into nights and nights into days, though time seemed to flow differently in this enchanted realm. Mira felt a deep connection to this world, as if it had always been a part of her, waiting patiently for her to find her way. One evening, as the sky glowed with the soft light of 1,000 stars, Mira sat beneath a tree that whispered secrets of the universe. Pip nestled beside her, his eyes half closed in contentment. "This world is beautiful," Mira said softly, her voice filled with a sense of peace. "But I know I must return home. The forest and the village need me, and I carry the lessons of this place in my heart." The spirit of the forest, who had been watching over her journey, spoke once more, its voice a gentle caress. "You have learned well, Mira. The magic of this world will always be with you, guiding your steps and lighting your path." With a grateful heart, Mira rose to her feet, feeling the warmth of the land embrace her one last time. She and Pip made their way back to the stone archway, the key of whispers glowing softly in her hand. As they stepped through the portal, Mira felt a gentle tug, as if the world were bidding her a fond farewell. The forest welcomed her back, its familiar scents and sounds wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. Mira and Pip returned to their village, their hearts filled with the magic and wisdom of the hidden world. They shared their stories with the villagers, who listened in awe and wonder. The lessons Mira had learned spread like the warm rays of the sun, touching the lives of everyone in the village. And so, Mira's days continued, filled with exploration and discovery, her heart forever changed by the magic she had encountered. She knew that the true magic lay not in the hidden world itself, but in the kindness and wisdom she carried within her. As the years passed, Mira grew into a wise and gentle woman, known throughout the land for her understanding and compassion. She never forgot the lessons of the hidden world, and the key of whispers remained a cherished token, a reminder of the journey that had transformed her life. On quiet evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars appeared in the sky, Mira would sit by her window, the soft glow of the Key of Whispers illuminating her face. She would think of the magical realm and the spirit of the forest, and her heart would fill with gratitude for the adventure that had begun on that fateful day in the woods. And thus, Mira's story became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a beacon of hope and wisdom for all who heard it. It taught them that the greatest magic of all lies not in distant lands or enchanted objects, but in the love and friendship that light the way through life's journey. And so, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the gentle night wrapped the world in its tender embrace, Mira's story continued to inspire. A timeless reminder of the beauty that lies within each of us, waiting to be discovered. Story 38. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled within the heart of a lush, enchanted forest, there was a place known as Willowbrook. Willowbrook was a haven of warmth and tranquility, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lavender, and the gentle babbling of a nearby brook provided a soothing melody that lulled the village to sleep each night. The villagers of Willowbrook were a close-knit and cheerful bunch, always ready to lend a helping hand or share a story by the fire. Among them was a young girl named Lila, known for her curious nature and an insatiable love for the mysteries of the world. Her days were spent wandering the forest, collecting curious stones and peculiar leaves, always accompanied by her faithful companion, a wise old owl named Oswin. Oswin had been Lila's guide and friend ever since she was a small child. His feathers were a patchwork of soft browns and grays, and his eyes gleamed with the wisdom of many moons. Together, they explored every nook and cranny of Willowbrook and beyond, always seeking answers to the wonders and enigmas they encountered. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze and the forest was painted in hues of amber and scarlet, Lila noticed something unusual. Near the edge of the brook, where the water was crystal clear and the pebbles shone like jewels, a peculiar pattern of footprints appeared in the soft earth. The prints were unlike any animal tracks she had ever seen, with long, delicate toes and a curious spiral at the heel. Intrigued, Lila knelt by the brook, tracing the strange markings with her fingers. "What do you think, Oswin?" she asked, glancing up at the owl perched on a low-hanging branch. Oswin tilted his head, considering the tracks with a thoughtful gaze. "These are unusual indeed," he hooted softly. "A mystery worth unraveling, I dare say." Encouraged by her friend's words, Lila decided to follow the trail. The footprints meandered through the forest, weaving between towering oaks and whispering pines, until they led to a secluded glade bathed in dappled sunlight. Here, the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of bees could be heard amidst the blossoms. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched high into the sky. Beneath its boughs, Lila spotted a small, glittering object nestled among the roots. As she reached for it, she saw that it was a delicate, golden locket, intricately engraved with swirling patterns and tiny, twinkling gemstones. "What a beautiful treasure," Lila murmured, turning the locket over in her hands. As she did, the locket sprang open with a soft click, revealing an enchanting scene within, a tiny, enchanted forest, complete with miniature trees and a shimmering brook, just like Willowbrook itself. Oswin fluttered down to Lila's side, peering at the locket with keen interest. "It seems this locket holds a secret," he said, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. Lila nodded, tucking the locket safely into her pocket. "We must find out who it belongs to," she declared, "and why these footprints led us here." Together, Lila and Oswin returned to the village, eager to share their discovery with the wise herbalist, Elder Fern. Elder Fern was known for her vast knowledge of the forest and its secrets, and she welcomed them into her cozy cottage with a warm smile. The air inside was fragrant with the scent of dried herbs and freshly baked bread, and the crackling fire cast a comforting glow upon the walls. As Lila recounted their adventure and showed Elder Fern the locket, the old woman listened intently, her eyes alight with interest. "This is indeed a rare find," she said, examining the locket closely. "Such craftsmanship is uncommon, and the magic held within is strong." Elder Fern closed her eyes, murmuring softly under her breath. The air seemed to shimmer with a gentle energy, and when she opened her eyes again, they were bright with understanding. "This locket belongs to the Willow spirits," she revealed, her voice filled with awe. "They are the gentle guardians of our forest, and they must have left this for you to find." Lila's heart swelled with excitement. The Willow spirits were the stuff of legends, whispered about in fireside tales and bedtime stories. To think that they had left a message for her was both thrilling and humbling. But why would they leave such a treasure? Lila wondered aloud. And what do the footprints mean? Elder Fern smiled enigmatically. The Willow spirits are known to communicate in ways that are not always straightforward, she explained. Perhaps they are trying to guide you to something important, something that needs your attention. With renewed determination, Lila thanked Elder Fern and set out once more into the forest, Oswin gliding silently beside her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, they followed the trail of footprints farther into the woods. The path led them to an ancient stone circle, hidden deep within the forest. The stones were covered in moss and ivy, their surfaces worn smooth by the passage of time. In the center of the circle lay a small wooden box, its lid ajar, revealing a collection of colorful seeds. Lila picked up one of the seeds, examining it closely. It shimmered with a soft, iridescent glow, and she felt a gentle warmth emanating from it. These must be enchanted seeds, she realized, recalling tales of magical plants that could heal the land and bring prosperity to those who nurtured them. Oswin nodded in agreement, his eyes shining with understanding. "The Willow spirits must have left these for you to plant," he suggested. "Perhaps they have sensed a need for renewal and growth within our village." With care and reverence, Lila gathered the seeds and returned to Willowbrook. She shared her findings with the villagers, who were eager to help plant the enchanted seeds throughout the village and the forest beyond. The seeds sprouted quickly, growing into vibrant plants that filled the air with their sweet fragrance and brought a newfound vitality to the land. As the village flourished, the mystery of the footprints was solved, an expression of gratitude from the Willow spirits for Lila's willingness to listen and act on their behalf. The villagers celebrated with a joyous festival, singing songs of thanks and dancing beneath the stars. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, nestled within its enchanted forest, where mysteries were embraced and friendships blossomed like the flowers of spring. Lila and Oswin continued their adventures, ever curious and open to the wonders of their magical world, knowing that with wisdom and friendship, any challenge could be overcome. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the gentle night breeze whispered through the trees, Lila drifted off to sleep, her heart warm with the knowledge that she was part of something truly special, a world where magic and kindness intertwined, creating a tapestry of endless possibilities. And so, with a peaceful sigh, she dreamed of new mysteries to explore, with Oswin by her side. Story 39. In a tranquil village where the rolling hills kissed the sky and the whispering winds carried the scent of wildflowers, there lived a young woman named Isolde. Her cottage sat nestled at the edge of the forest, a place where sunlight danced through the leaves and shadows played among the trees. Despite the serene beauty surrounding her, Isolde felt adrift, caught in the ebb and flow of a world that seemed ever-changing, while she remained the same. Isolde was known in the village for her herb garden, a place of wonder where lavender and rosemary grew in fragrant abundance. People would often visit her for remedies and advice, yet Isolde herself felt like a seed stuck in the soil, unable to sprout. She longed for something more, a change that would lift her spirit and set her heart free. But every time she contemplated change, a chill of uncertainty crept over her, holding her back. One evening, as the sun painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, Isolde wandered into the forest. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the song of distant birds. She walked deeper and deeper, her feet following an unseen path, until she came upon a glade she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Isolde approached, she felt a peculiar warmth emanating from the tree, as if it pulsed with a life of its own. Curiosity piqued, she extended her hand to touch the bark, The moment her fingers brushed against it, a shiver ran through her, and she heard a soft voice resonating within her mind. "Dear child," the tree seemed to whisper, "you seek change, yet fear binds you. Embrace the magic within, and you shall find the transformation you desire." Startled, Isolde stepped back, but the voice lingered in her thoughts like a gentle echo. She glanced around, half expecting to see someone else, but the glade was empty, save for her and the tree. With a deep breath, she sat at its base, feeling the earth solid beneath her. The forest seemed to hold its breath, and she closed her eyes, allowing herself to drift into a peaceful slumber. That night, Isolde dreamed of a world filled with shimmering light and vibrant colors. She was a butterfly, her wings iridescent and delicate, fluttering through meadows of endless possibility. She felt the wind beneath her wings, lifting her higher and higher, and with each beat, a sense of freedom enveloped her. It was a world where fear was but a distant memory, and joy was a constant companion. When she awoke, the first light of dawn was filtering through the leaves, casting the glade in a golden glow. Isolde felt different, a quiet resolve building within her. She stood up, brushed the leaves from her skirt, and made her way home, the words of the tree echoing in her heart. Over the following days, Isolde began to embrace small changes. She rearranged her herb garden, planting new varieties of flowers and healing plants. She painted her cottage in warm, inviting colors, and opened her doors to the villagers, offering them not just remedies, but a place of comfort and peace. Her closest friend, a kind-hearted young man named Aidan, noticed the transformation. Aidan had always admired Isolde's gentle spirit and often visited her, offering to help with her garden or simply to share stories by the fire. As he watched her grow and change, he felt inspired by her courage. "Isolde," he said one evening as they sat beneath the stars, "you've become a beacon of light in this village. Your courage to change has touched us all." Isolde smiled, her heart warm with gratitude. "The forest has taught me that change is natural, like the seasons. We must embrace it with open hearts." As the seasons turned, so did Isolde's life. She found joy in the transformation of her surroundings and within herself. The villagers often spoke of the magic that seemed to radiate from her cottage, attributing it to the enchanted forest. But Isolde knew the truth. The magic lay within her all along. One autumn day, as leaves danced in the crisp air, Isolde returned to the glade. The ancient tree stood as it always had, steadfast and wise. She placed her hand on the bark once more, feeling the familiar warmth. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice soft as the breeze, "for helping me find my wings." The tree rustled gently, as if nodding in acknowledgement. Isolde turned to leave, a sense of peace settling over her. As she walked away, she knew that while the world around her would continue to change, she had found the strength within to embrace it, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the magic of her own heart. And so, in the quiet village by the forest, Isolde's story became a gentle reminder to all who heard it, that within each of us lies the power to transform, to grow, and to find beauty in every change that life brings. And with each step on the path of discovery, we become more of who we are meant to be, surrounded by the warmth of friendship and the timeless magic of the world around us. Story 40. In a quaint village tucked away in a verdant valley, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming flowers and the sun painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had an insatiable curiosity and a heart as vast and open as the sky above. Her days were spent exploring the lush meadows and whispering woods that surrounded her home, always in search of something wondrous and new. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the deepening twilight, Lila sat by the crackling hearth in her family's cozy cottage. The warmth of the fire wrapped around her like a snug blanket, casting flickering shadows on the walls. Her grandmother, a woman with silver hair and eyes that shone with the wisdom of ages, settled into her rocking chair beside her. "Tell me a story, grandmother," Lila pleaded, her eyes wide with anticipation. Her grandmother smiled, a gentle, knowing smile, and began to weave a tale that Lila had never heard before, a tale of hidden worlds and magical objects, of friendship and mystery. "Long ago," her grandmother began, "in a time when the world was still young and full of wonders, There existed a magical realm hidden within the folds of the natural world. This realm was known as Sylphshire, a place where the spirits of nature danced freely and enchantment lingered in every leaf and breeze. Lila's eyes grew even wider as she imagined such a place, her mind painting vivid pictures of shimmering forests and glistening streams, where creatures of legend roamed and the air was alive with magic. In Sylphshire, her grandmother continued, there was a secret known only to a few, a secret of a magical object called the Luminara Stone. This stone possessed the power to illuminate the truth and reveal the hidden paths of the heart. It was said to be the heart of Sylphshire itself, pulsing with the light of the world. The fire crackled softly, and Lila could almost feel the warmth of the Luminara Stone, glowing with an inner radiance that could dispel even the deepest shadows. But, her grandmother said, her voice taking on a more somber tone, such power was not without its dangers. For the Luminara Stone could only be wielded by those with pure intentions and a heart full of love and courage. Many sought it, but few were worthy. Lila listened intently, captivated by the tale and the promise of adventure that lay within it. There was a young spirit named Aaron, her grandmother said, a gentle soul with a mischievous twinkle in his eye and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Aaron lived in Sylphshire and had long been a friend to all who dwelled there. He was beloved by the creatures of the forest, who often sought his counsel and friendship. Lila could see Aaron in her mind's eye, a sprite-like figure darting through the woods, his laughter echoing among the trees, and his presence as comforting as the first light of dawn. One day, her grandmother continued, a shadow fell over Sylphshire. A mysterious fog crept through the woods, clouding the minds and hearts of its inhabitants. The once vibrant realm began to wither, and despair took root where joy had once flourished. Lila felt a pang of sadness at this turn in the story, her heart aching for the loss of the magical world her grandmother had described. Aaron knew that the only way to save his home was to find the Luminara Stone and use its light to dispel the darkness. But the path to the stone was fraught with challenges, hidden behind veils of illusion and guarded by the spirits of the forest. Only those with a heart pure and true could hope to find it. With determination shining in his eyes, Aaron set out on his journey, guided by the whispers of the wind and the gentle rustle of leaves. He ventured deep into the heart of Sylphshire, where the forest grew thick and tangled, and the air shimmered with unseen magic. As Aaron journeyed, he encountered many trials, each designed to test his resolve and the purity of his heart. The first was a river of mirrors, its surface reflecting not only the world around it, but the deepest fears and desires hidden within one's soul. Standing before the river, Aaron hesitated, for he had heard tales of those who had become lost in its depths, unable to face the truths it revealed. But with a deep breath and a steady heart, he stepped forward, trusting in his love for Sylphshire and his friends. As he gazed into the river's surface, Aaron saw visions swirling in the water, of laughter shared beneath the stars, of friendships forged in the light of the sun, and of moments when he had faltered but found strength in those he loved. The reflections were not just of fears, but of hope and courage, and they gave him the strength to continue. Emerging on the other side, Aaron felt lighter, as if he had shed a weight he hadn't known he carried. The river had shown him not only his fears, but his capacity for love and bravery. The forest seemed to sense his triumph, the trees whispering encouragement as he moved deeper into the woods. The next challenge he faced was a labyrinth of thorns, its twisting paths obscured by a thick, shadowy mist. Aaron paused, feeling the prickle of thorns beneath his fingertips. The labyrinth was a maze of choices, each turn shrouded in uncertainty, but he knew he could not falter. With each step, he listened to the gentle guidance of the forest, its whispers leading him toward the paths that felt right in his heart. And so, with patience and trust, Aaron navigated the labyrinth, each choice reaffirming his belief in himself and the love that guided him. When he finally stepped free of the thorns, he found himself in a clearing bathed in a gentle, silvery light. In the center of the clearing stood a grand, ancient tree, its branches reaching skyward like arms open in embrace. Beneath its roots, nestled in a bed of moss, lay the Luminara Stone, its light pulsing with the rhythm of the earth. Aaron approached the stone reverently, feeling its warmth and energy resonate with his own heart. As he touched it, a rush of light enveloped him, filling him with a profound sense of peace and understanding. With the power of the Luminara stone, Aaron returned to Sylphshire, its light chasing away the shadows and lifting the fog that had clouded the realm. The forest came alive once more, vibrant and full of joy, the spirits of nature dancing in gratitude. Aaron's journey had not only saved Sylphshire, but had transformed him as well, deepening his understanding of love and courage. The Luminara stone remained a part of him, its light forever a beacon of hope and friendship. As Lila's grandmother finished the tale, the fire had burned low, its embers glowing warmly in the hearth. Lila felt a contented peace settle over her, the story weaving its magic into her heart. "Remember, my dear," her grandmother said softly, "the light of the Luminara stone lives within us all. It is our love and kindness that illuminate the world, even in the darkest times." With a gentle kiss on her forehead, Lila's grandmother bid her good night, leaving her to dream of hidden worlds and the magic that lies within every heart. And as Lila drifted into sleep, she knew that, like Aaron, she too carried a light that could brighten the shadows and guide her through any journey life might offer. Story 41. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whisper of the wind seemed to carry secrets as old as time, lived a community of creatures who thrived in a world woven from the threads of magic and nature. The forest was a tapestry of towering trees whose canopies reached up to the sky in a verdant embrace, while their roots delved deep into the rich earth, anchoring the world above to the mysteries below. As dawn tiptoed through the forest, the first light of morning kissed the dew-laden leaves, transforming them into glistening gems that shimmered like stars fallen to earth. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the sweet, heady aroma of wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor. It was a symphony of scents, a gentle reminder of the wonder held within every corner of this enchanted realm. In this mystical sanctuary, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, each playing their part in the delicate balance of life. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the colors of twilight, and whose eyes held the wisdom of countless moons. Orin was the guardian of the forest's secrets, his presence a gentle reminder of the ancient knowledge that flowed through the woods like an unseen river. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, a young squirrel named Saffron scurried through the underbrush. His fur was as soft as the finest velvet, and his eyes sparkled with the curiosity of youth. Saffron was known for his boundless energy and his infectious zest for discovery. Yet despite his exuberance, he was wise enough to know that the forest had stories to tell, stories that could only be heard by those who listened with an open heart. As Saffron darted beneath the shadow of an oak, he paused, ears twitching at a sound that seemed to rise from the earth itself. It was the soft murmur of the forest, a language spoken by the rustling leaves and the gentle sigh of the wind. Intrigued, Saffron followed the sound, weaving his way through the trees until he reached a clearing bathed in the golden light of morning. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent willow tree, its branches cascading like a waterfall of green silk. Beneath its sheltering canopy sat Orin, perched upon a gnarled root that jutted from the earth like an ancient sentinel. The owl's gaze was serene, his presence a calming balm to the vibrant energy that buzzed within Saffron. "Good morning, Orin," Saffron chirped, his voice as bright as the sunlit morning. "The forest seems to be whispering today." Orin blinked slowly, his eyes reflecting the dappled light that filtered through the willow's leaves. "It is indeed, young Saffron," he replied, his voice like the soft rustle of feathers. "The forest speaks in many ways, and today it shares a tale of balance and change." Saffron settled on his haunches, his tail wrapping around him like a warm embrace. "Will you tell me the story, Orin?" he asked eagerly, his heart open to the wisdom the ancient owl might share. Orin nodded, a gentle smile gracing his beak. "Listen closely, for this is a tale of the seasons and the harmony they bring." And so, Orin began, his voice weaving the story with the gentle cadence of a lullaby. Long ago, when the world was new, and the magic of the forest was fresh and vibrant, the seasons danced through the year like graceful partners, Each one brought its own gifts, painting the world with their colors and filling it with their songs. In the spring, the forest awoke from its slumber, the air alive with the scent of blossoms and the promise of renewal. It was a time of birth and growth, when the earth burst forth with life, and the creatures of the forest rejoiced in the warmth of the sun. Then came summer, with days of golden light and nights that hummed with the songs of crickets and frogs. The forest was lush and full, a haven of abundance where every creature found its fill and the world seemed to hold its breath in contentment. Autumn followed, painting the forest in brilliant hues of red, orange, and gold. It was a time of harvest, of gathering and preparing for the colder days to come. The air turned crisp, and the scent of fallen leaves mingled with the sweet aroma of ripe berries and nuts. Finally, winter arrived, draping the forest in a blanket of snow that sparkled under the pale light of the moon. It was a time of rest and reflection, when the world slowed and the creatures of the forest sought warmth and shelter. Each season held its place in the cycle of life, each one a vital thread in the tapestry of the forest's magic. Together, they taught the creatures of the forest the importance of balance and the beauty of change. As Orin's tale came to a gentle close, Saffron sat in thoughtful silence, his heart filled with the warmth of the story. The seasons are like a family, he mused, each one different, but all working together to make the world whole. Orin nodded, his eyes gleaming with approval. Indeed, young Saffron, and just as the seasons work together, so too must we. Every creature, every tree and stream plays a role in the harmony of the forest. Saffron felt gentle breeze ruffle his fur, carrying with it the soft whisper of the forest's gratitude. He understood now that the world was a living, breathing tapestry, and he was a part of it. With a heart lightened by newfound wisdom, Saffron scampered back into the forest, eager to share what he had learned with his friends. He knew that together, they could keep the balance and ensure that the magic of the forest would endure for generations to come. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, the forest settled into a peaceful hush. The creatures nestled into their burrows and nests, lulled to sleep by the gentle lullaby of the wind through the trees. And beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient Willow, Orin closed his eyes, content in the knowledge that the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and magic. For as long as the creatures remembered the lessons of the seasons, the forest would continue to thrive, a testament to the enduring power of nature and the wisdom it imparted. In this way, the ancient forest and its inhabitants lived in a perfect symbiosis, a reminder to all who ventured into its depths that true magic lies not in the grand and the spectacular, but in the quiet, gentle balance of life itself. Story 42. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight danced through leaves like playful sprites, and the air was always sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there lay a small, hidden village named Glimmerbrook. This was no ordinary village. It was a place where enchantment was as common as the morning dew, and every creature, great or small, had a spark of magic in their soul. In Glimmerbrook lived a peculiar little gnome named Pippin. He was not like other gnomes who spent their days tending gardens or crafting fine pottery. Pippin had a unique talent. His beard grew in rainbow colors, shimmering with hues that changed with his mood. Today, it was a vibrant turquoise, indicating his determination to solve a peculiar problem that had befallen the village. The issue began one morning when the villagers awoke to find that all their laughter had vanished. No matter how hard they tried, not a single chuckle or giggle could escape their lips. Jingles the Jolly, the village jester, had been the first to notice something amiss when his usual routine of somersaults and silly faces resulted only in puzzled expressions. Pippin, with his kaleidoscopic beard fluttering in the gentle breeze, gathered his friends for a meeting by the sparkling stream that wound through the village. There was Tilly the Tinkerer, whose mechanical wings allowed her to flit about like a dragonfly. Her quick wit was matched only by her endless curiosity. Beside her sat Fergus the Fiddler, a portly hedgehog whose music had always been the soul of their gatherings, his quills adorned with tiny, jingling charms. "Friends," Pippin began, his voice as comforting as a warm cup of cocoa on a chilly night, "we must discover where our laughter has gone and bring it back to Glimmerbrook." Tilly tilted her head, her wings whirring softly as she thought. Perhaps it's hidden somewhere nearby, she suggested, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Maybe it's been borrowed by a trickster pixie. Fergus twirled a quill around in his paw, nodding thoughtfully. Aye, but how do we find something invisible and silent? He pondered aloud, his brogue as rich as the earth. Pippin's beard shimmered a thoughtful lavender. I suspect the Laughing Lake might hold a clue. It's said that the lake can mirror not just our reflections, but our spirits too. The trio set off, their path lined with daisies that seemed to sway in encouragement. As they reached the Laughing Lake, its surface was as smooth as polished silver, reflecting the azure sky above. Pippin leaned over, peering into the depths as his friends joined him. Suddenly, an unexpected sight met their eyes. A chorus of tiny fish giggling and gurgling beneath the water, their scales glinting like sequins. These were the giggle guppies, known for their contagious laughter that could ripple through the air like a summer breeze. "Why, it's the guppies!" exclaimed Tilly, her wings fluttering with excitement. "But why are they hoarding all the laughter?" One particularly plump guppy, with eyes as round as marbles, swam to the surface, its giggles bubbling into words. "We borrowed your laughter to help us learn a new dance. We meant no harm, honest." Pippin chuckled, his beard turning a soft pink of amusement. "Ah, fishy fandango! But without laughter, Glimmerbrook feels quite dreary. Perhaps you could share it back?" The guppies huddled together, their tiny voices chiming like wind chimes. "We could share. How about a trade? We'll teach you our dance, so we all can share in the joy." With a plan in place, the villagers gathered by the lake as twilight painted the sky in soft shades of purple and gold. The guppies leapt and twirled, their dance a delightful whirl of bubbles and splashes. The villagers followed along, their hesitations melting into laughter as they stumbled and spun. Laughter echoed once more through the whispering woods, rich and vibrant, like a melody refound. Fergus plucked his fiddle, weaving music with the guppies' giggles, while Tilly soared above, trailing starry sparks. Pippin watched contentedly, his beard now a radiant rainbow, reflecting the happiness restored to Glimmerbrook. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, painting the village in a warm glow, Pippin spoke softly to his friends. "Sometimes, laughter is not just about joy, but about sharing it with others." And so, with hearts lighter and spirits brighter, the villagers of Glimmerbrook drifted into dreams, their slumber wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the promise of another day filled with magic and mirth. Story 43, Whispering Pines and the Lantern of Wishes. Beginning. In a quaint village nestled between the rolling hills and the whispering pines, there was a timeless charm that seemed to cradle every home and heart in a gentle embrace. At the edge of this village, where the wildflowers danced in the mellow breeze and the brook sang its endless song, lived a peculiar old woman named Maud. Her cottage was a tapestry of ivy and honeysuckle, and her garden was a riot of colors and scents, a patchwork quilt of nature's finest. Maud was known far and wide not just for her soothing teas and the stories she wove, but for something far more mysterious, a lantern. This was no ordinary lantern, mind you. It was said to be a lantern of wishes, a magical object that glowed with the soft, inviting light of countless stars. The lantern was suspended from the gnarled branch of an ancient oak in her garden, casting its glow across the cobblestones and into the windows of her cozy abode. One crisp autumn evening, when the air was imbued with the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke, a young girl named Leora found herself drawn to Maud's cottage. Leora, with her hair as wild as the thistle and eyes as bright as the morning sun, had heard many tales about Maud and her lantern. But it was not just curiosity that led Leora there. It was a deep yearning for something she couldn't quite name. "Good evening, dear," Maud greeted, her voice as warm and inviting as the hearth fire that crackled behind her. "What brings you to my little corner of the world?" Leora hesitated, biting her lip. "I've heard about your lantern," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "Is it true? Can it really grant wishes?" Maud chuckled softly, the sound like the gentle tinkling of wind chimes. "Ah, the lantern of wishes. It can indeed make dreams come true, but only for those who truly need it. And remember, dear heart, what we wish for is often not what we truly need." Leora pondered Maud's words as the leaves rustled overhead, a symphony of secrets. She was about to speak when a sudden gust of wind carried with it the scent of pine and earth, as if the forest itself was leaning in to listen. "Would you like to see it?" Maud asked, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light. Nodding eagerly, Leora followed Maud into the garden. The lantern hung like a beacon of hope, its light flickering with a life of its own. As they drew closer, Leora noticed that the lantern was not made of metal or glass, but of something more ethereal, perhaps dreams spun into form. "Go on, child," Maud encouraged. "Place your hand upon it and think of your heart's desire." With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Leora reached out and touched the lantern. It was warm against her skin, and as she closed her eyes, she felt a gentle pulse of energy, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. She thought of her village, of the people she loved, and of her greatest wish, to find a place where she truly belonged, where she could be herself and shine like the stars. As she opened her eyes, a soft glow enveloped her, and the world around her seemed to shift and shimmer. Suddenly, she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The trees were tall and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets of time and magic. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and pine, and the ground beneath her feet was soft with moss. "Where am I?" Leora wondered aloud, her voice echoing like a melody through the trees. "This is the Forest of Echoes," said a gentle voice. Turning, Leora saw a small creature with fur as white as snow and eyes as deep as the night sky. "I am Kirin, guardian of these woods. You have been brought here by the Lantern of Wishes." Leora blinked in surprise, her heart racing with wonder and curiosity. "But why? What am I supposed to do here?" Kirin smiled, a soft, knowing smile. "You have a journey to make, young one. A journey that will lead you to your true self and help you understand the wishes of your heart." And so, Leora set off with Kirin by her side, her heart filled with anticipation and a hint of fear. As they walked, the forest revealed hidden pathways and secret glades, each more beautiful and enchanting than the last. They passed streams that sang lullabies to the stones, and meadows that danced with the colors of 1,000 wildflowers. Along the way, Leora met creatures of all shapes and sizes, wise owls with feathers like moonlight, playful foxes with eyes that sparkled like mischief, and deer that moved like shadows through the underbrush. Each encounter taught her something new, a gentle lesson woven into the fabric of her journey. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Leora and Kirin came upon a clearing where the air was thick with magic. In the center stood a great tree, its branches reaching up to the heavens, its roots delving deep into the earth. "This is the Tree of Whispers," Kirin explained, his voice soft with reverence. "It holds the memories of all who have passed through these woods." Leora approached the tree, her heart pounding with a sense of awe and wonder. As she placed her hand upon its trunk, she felt a gentle hum of energy, as if the tree was alive and breathing. She closed her eyes, and in that moment she saw visions of the past, of all the creatures and people who had walked these lands before her. With each vision, Leora felt a part of herself awaken, a deeper understanding of her place in the world and the importance of friendship and kindness. She saw the struggles and triumphs of those who had come before her, and she realized that she was not alone in her journey. She was part of something greater, a tapestry of lives and dreams woven together by the threads of time. When Leora opened her eyes, she felt a sense of peace and belonging she had never known before. She turned to Kirin, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion. "Thank you for guiding me." Kirin nodded, his eyes shining with a warmth that mirrored the lantern's glow. "You have found your way, Leora. Remember, the magic of the Lantern of Wishes is not in granting desires, but in helping you find the path to your true self." With a newfound sense of purpose, Leora returned to the village, her heart light and her spirit free. She carried with her the lessons of the Forest of Echoes, the wisdom of the Tree of Whispers, and the friendships she had made along the way. As she entered the village, she was greeted with smiles and open arms, and she knew that this was where she belonged. The village, with its rolling hills and whispering pines, was her home, and she would cherish it always. And so, under the watchful eye of the Lantern of Wishes, Leora found her place in the world, her heart forever illuminated by the magic of the forest and the love of those she held dear. As the years passed, Leora became a storyteller in her own right, sharing the tales of her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Her stories, filled with hope and wonder, touched the hearts of all who heard them, and the village thrived under her gentle guidance. And in the garden of Maud's cottage, the lantern of wishes continued to glow softly, a beacon of hope and magic for all who sought its light. For in the end, it was not the granting of wishes that changed the world, but the journey to find them. And as the stars twinkled overhead and the night wrapped the village in its embrace, Leora's gentle voice could be heard, weaving stories of magic and friendship, of courage and love, leaving all who listened with hearts full of dreams and eyes bright with wonder. The end. Story 44. Once upon a time, there lived a young girl named Lily, who had a most extraordinary gift. She could talk to inanimate objects. At first, she thought it was just her imagination running wild, but as she grew older, she realized that the voices she heard were quite real. One warm summer evening, Lily was sitting in her backyard, listening to the gentle hum of the wind chimes. To her surprise, the chimes began to speak. "Lily," they tinkled softly, "we have a secret to share with you." Lily's eyes widened with wonder. "A secret? What kind of secret?" The chimes jingled merrily. "We are not mere decorations, but guardians of a magical world that exists beyond the ordinary." Lily could scarcely believe her ears. "A magical world? But how do I find it?" "You must embark on a journey," the chimes explained, "and gather 5 enchanted objects, each with its own unique power. Only then will the path to the magical realm be revealed." Lily's heart raced with excitement. Without hesitation, she agreed to take on this extraordinary quest. Her first stop was the old willow tree at the edge of the garden. As she approached, the tree's branches swayed in greeting. "Hello, Lily," the tree creaked. "I've been expecting you." From its twisting boughs, the willow presented Lily with a beautiful carved wooden flute. "This is no ordinary instrument," the tree said. "When played with a pure heart, it can summon the most wondrous of melodies." Lily's fingers traced the intricate patterns on the flute, her eyes shining with curiosity. With a deep breath, she brought the flute to her lips and played a simple tune. Instantly, the air filled with the sweet sounds of birdsong, as if 1,000 feathered friends had joined in harmony. Next, Lily's journey led her to the bubbling stream that flowed through the meadow. There, a kindly frog hopped onto a rock and croaked, "Greetings, young one. I have been tasked with giving you this." He held out a smooth, polished river stone. "This stone holds the power of clarity. Keep it close, and it will guide you when the way seems murky." Lily gratefully accepted the stone, marveling at its warmth against her palm. As the days passed, Lily collected each of the enchanted objects: a golden ribbon that could untie any knot, a piece of chalk that could draw doorways to distant lands, and a tiny bell that rang with the sound of pure joy. Finally, with all 5 objects in her possession, Lily stood before an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky. The tree's deep, rumbling voice echoed through the forest. "Well done, young Lily. You have proven yourself worthy of witnessing the magic that lies beyond." With a creak and a groan, the oak tree slowly parted its trunk, revealing a shimmering portal. Lily gasped in awe at the wondrous sights that awaited her: towering crystal spires, floating islands, and creatures unlike any she had ever seen. Clutching her enchanted treasures close, Lily stepped through the portal and into a world of endless possibilities, her heart filled with gratitude for the extraordinary journey that had forever changed her life. From that day on, Lily became a bridge between the ordinary and the magical, using her gifts to spread wonder and delight wherever she went. And whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would look to her enchanted objects, reminding herself that even the most humble of things could possess the most extraordinary of secrets. Story 45. In a tranquil village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Woods, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where the gentle hum of bees mingled with the soft rustle of leaves, and every sunrise painted the world in hues of gold and rose. The villagers were known for their warmth and the gentle way they spoke to one another, each word like a soothing melody carried on the breeze. Leora, however, felt a restlessness within her heart. She loved the village deeply, but there was an unspoken magic in the air that she longed to understand. Change was a concept that made her uneasy, for she cherished the familiar comfort of her daily routines. Yet, there was a whisper inside her, urging her towards something she couldn't quite grasp. One morning, as the sky blushed with the first light of dawn, Leora set out for a walk in the whispering woods. The path was soft beneath her feet, carpeted with velvety moss and scattered with delicate petals. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she felt a gentle pull, as if the trees themselves were guiding her. It was then she came upon a clearing where the sunlight danced through the branches, casting dappled shadows on a small, shimmering pond. The water was impossibly clear, and as Leora peered into its depths, she gasped. Floating just beneath the surface were tiny, iridescent creatures, their wings glinting like fragments of a rainbow. They were water fairies, beings of pure magic, known to the villagers only through whispered tales. Awestruck, Leora watched as the fairies weaved intricate patterns across the water, their movements a mesmerizing dance. As she observed, a sense of calm washed over her, and with it, a sense of connection. The fairies seemed to reflect the change she feared, their iridescence shifting with every heartbeat, yet always remaining beautiful. Suddenly, one of the fairies flitted towards her, hovering just above the water's edge. Its tiny voice was like the tinkling of silver bells. "Do not fear change, dear Leora. Embrace it, for it is through change that we discover our true selves." Leora felt warmth spread through her chest, a gentle glow that seemed to mingle with the sunlight. She realized that the fairies, with their ever-shifting beauty, were a mirror to her own journey. They transformed with grace, and in doing so, revealed their inner magic. As she sat by the pond, another figure joined her, an elderly woman named Malus, known for her wisdom and kindness. Malus had long been a friend and mentor to Leora, her presence as comforting as a well-worn quilt on a chilly night. "What do you see, my dear?" Malus asked, her voice a soothing balm. "I see change," Leora replied softly, "and I see its beauty." Malus nodded, her eyes twinkling like the stars that would soon adorn the night sky. "Change is the essence of life, Leora. It is how we grow, how we learn. Just as the seasons shift, so must we." Encouraged by Malus's words and the fairies' gentle wisdom, Leora began to spend her days in the clearing, learning from the fairies and embracing the magic of transformation. She discovered that within her lay a wellspring of courage, a quiet strength that had always been there, waiting to be awakened. With time, Leora found herself more at ease with the changes in her life. She learned to see them not as disruptions, but as opportunities for growth and discovery. In embracing the unknown, she unearthed new facets of herself, each more vibrant and dazzling than the last. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora stood by the pond, her heart full of gratitude. The fairies flitted around her, their luminescence a gentle glow against the encroaching darkness. She had come to understand that change was not something to fear, but a dance to be embraced, a melody to be woven into the tapestry of life. With a heart now open to the world's wonders, Leora returned to her village, where the people welcomed her with open arms. They noticed the change in her, how she moved with newfound grace, how her eyes sparkled with an inner light. She shared her journey with them, the lessons learned and the beauty discovered, and in doing so inspired others to embrace their own transformations. The village thrived in the gentle embrace of change, its people growing together, their bonds strengthened by the magic of acceptance and love. And Leora, once apprehensive of change, found herself deeply rooted in the present, yet ever eager to explore the endless possibilities of the future. In the heart of the whispering woods, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora had discovered her true self, a self that was ever changing, ever growing, and ever beautiful. And in the gentle glow of the fairies' light, she learned the most important lesson of all, that life, in all its beautiful transformations, is a journey to be cherished, a story to be lived with an open heart, and a spirit full of wonder. Story 46. In the velvety expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like distant lanterns in an abyssal night, there existed a small iridescent planet known as Luminara. It was a world bathed in gentle hues of violet and azure, its skies adorned with the shimmer of two soft moons. The inhabitants, the Lumini, were beings of light and energy, known for their ethereal glow and serene nature. They moved gracefully, leaving trails of shimmering particles in their wake, and communicated through harmonious melodies that resonated in the soul. Among them was a Lumini named Solara, whose glow was particularly warm and comforting. Solara had an insatiable curiosity, often venturing to the planet's edge to gaze at the stars, dreaming of the worlds beyond. Far across the galaxy, on a rugged, mineral-rich planet named Drakkar, lived the Drakkarians. These beings were sturdy and strong, their bodies resembling polished stone with veins of glittering minerals. The Drakkarians were known for their resilience and practical wisdom, often crafting tools and structures that stood the test of time. One Drakkarian, a young explorer named Tharn, had a heart full of adventure and a mind open to the unknown. With his trusty star cruiser, he journeyed from Drakkar to explore nearby systems, yearning to understand the universe beyond his rocky home. It was on one such expedition that Tharn's cruiser, battered by a meteor storm, was forced to land on Luminara. The crash was softened by the planet's lush, luminescent flora, but left Tharn stranded, his cruiser in need of repairs he couldn't manage alone. Solara, drawn by the unusual sight and sound of the crash, floated towards the scene. What she found was beyond anything she had imagined. Tharn, a being so different from her own kind, stood amidst the wreckage. His presence was imposing, yet there was a gentleness in his eyes that calmed her initial apprehensions. Communication was their first challenge. Solara's melodic language was foreign to Tharn, and his deep, rumbling voice unfamiliar to her. Yet, through gestures and expressions, they began to understand one another. Solara, with her radiant smile and graceful movements, conveyed welcome and curiosity. Tharn, with his earnest gaze and steady demeanor, expressed gratitude and hope. As days turned to nights, under the watchful gaze of Luminara's twin moons, Solara and Tharn worked together to repair the star cruiser. Solara's knowledge of Luminara's natural resources and Tharn's skillful hands proved to be a perfect blend of strengths. They gathered luminescent vines to bind fractured panels and harvested energy from the planet's shimmering crystals to recharge the cruiser's core. In their shared labor, they encountered moments of frustration and misunderstanding. Solara, accustomed to the gentle rhythms of her world, struggled to keep pace with Tharn's methodical urgency. Tharn, on the other hand, found Solara's ethereal approach bewildering. Yet, it was through these challenges that they discovered the value of patience and the strength found in diversity. One evening, as they rested beneath the glittering canopy of stars, Solara sang a melody that spoke of her dreams and fears. Though Tharn could not understand the words, he felt the emotion in her song, a longing for connection, a fear of the unknown. In response, Tharn shared stories from his world, tales of his people and their enduring spirit. Through these exchanges, they began to see each other not as alien, but as kindred spirits. A turning point came when a sudden storm swept across the land, threatening to destroy their hard work. Solara's glow dimmed with fear as the winds howled, but Tharn stood firm, his presence a rock amidst the chaos. He guided Solara to safety, shielding her with his strong frame, and together they weathered the storm. In that moment, Solara learned the true strength of Tharn's kind, and Tharn discovered the quiet bravery that lay within Solara. When the skies cleared, the landscape was transformed. The storm had uncovered a hidden deposit of crystals, their energy more potent than any they had found before. With this newfound resource, they completed the repairs on the cruiser. As they worked side by side, they understood that it was their differences that had made them stronger, their misunderstandings that had led to growth. The day of departure arrived, bittersweet in its inevitability. Tharn, his cruiser now ready, prepared to return home. Solara, her heart heavy yet full of gratitude, stood beside him. They exchanged gifts. Solara offered a crystal from her world, its light a reminder of her warmth and friendship. Tharn, in return, gave Solara a small piece of Drakkarian ore, a symbol of his resilience and strength. As Tharn's cruiser ascended into the sky, Solara watched until it became a distant star, a new light in the heavens. Though they were worlds apart, the bond they had forged remained unbreakable. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship, an understanding and acceptance that transcended differences, a connection that bridged the vastness of space. On Luminara, Solara continued her starlit vigils, her glow brighter than ever, a beacon of hope and friendship. And on Drakkar, Tharn shared his tales of the luminous being who had taught him the beauty of harmony and the power of unity. In the tapestry of the universe, their story became a cherished thread, a reminder that even in the vastness of space, companionship and understanding could illuminate the darkest corners, and in doing so kindle a warmth that endured across galaxies. Story 47. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and a sparkling river, there lived a young girl named Clara. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, where the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the river were the village's lullabies. The houses, built from warm, honey-colored stone, glowed under the sun's embrace, and the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine. Clara was a curious soul, her heart as bright as her smile. She was known to wander the village from dawn till dusk, her eyes wide with wonder at the world around her. One particular afternoon, as the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over Willowbrook, Clara stumbled upon something most peculiar. She had been wandering near the edge of the village, where the wildflowers danced in the breeze, when she noticed an old, gnarled oak tree that she had never seen before. The tree stood tall and majestic, its branches stretching out as if yearning to touch the sky. But it wasn't the tree itself that caught Clara's attention. It was an ancient, weathered satchel nestled among the roots. The satchel was made of deep blue leather, its surface etched with delicate silver patterns that shimmered like starlight. Clara's heart fluttered with excitement as she knelt down and gently opened the bag. Inside, she found a peculiar object, a small, intricately designed mirror. Its frame was wrought of silver, adorned with tiny, glimmering gemstones that seemed to change color with every tilt. Curiosity piqued, Clara held the mirror up to her face, and to her astonishment, the reflection was not of herself, but of a landscape she had never seen. It was a breathtaking scene of emerald forests under a sky sprinkled with stars, a place where the air seemed to hum with magic and mystery. Intrigued and enchanted, Clara decided she must find this place, for she felt a strange pull in her heart, as if the landscape was calling her. Thus began her journey, a journey not just across the lands, but within herself. Clara set off early the next morning, the mirror safely tucked in her satchel. She walked through fields of lavender and pastures where sheep grazed lazily, guided by the gentle hum of the world within the mirror. Soon, she met her first helper on this journey, a wise old tortoise named Oliver. Oliver was no ordinary tortoise. His shell was a tapestry of colors, and his eyes gleamed with kindness and knowledge. He plodded alongside Clara, sharing tales of distant lands and ancient wisdom. "The mirror," he said in a voice like rustling leaves, "shows not just a place, but a part of your heart you've yet to explore." As Clara and Oliver journeyed together, they encountered a myriad of characters, a cheerful sparrow named Pippin, who sang songs that made the heart lighter, and Luna, a gentle deer whose soft eyes spoke of compassion and courage. Each friend added a thread of wisdom to the tapestry of Clara's adventure. Their journey was not without challenges. One afternoon, as they trekked through a dense forest, they came upon a river, its waters swift and deep. Clara hesitated, unsure how to cross. It was then that Oliver spoke, "Look into the mirror and see beyond what is visible." Clara took out the mirror and gazed into its depths. The reflection showed not the river, but a path of stepping stones hidden beneath the surface. With a newfound understanding, Clara and her companions crossed safely, her heart swelling with the realization that sometimes the solutions lie in seeing what the eyes cannot. Their journey continued, and with each step, Clara felt herself grow, her heart expanding with courage, her mind with wisdom. Finally, they reached the landscape from the mirror, a place that seemed both new and familiar. The stars above twinkled like old friends, and the forest whispered secrets of the past and future. In this magical land, Clara discovered the truth of the mirror. It was a reflection of her own spirit, a testament to the journey she had taken and the person she had become. It taught her that the greatest adventures are those that lead us to find ourselves. With a heart full of gratitude and joy, Clara returned to Willowbrook. the mirror's magic now a part of her. She shared her stories with the villagers, tales of wisdom and friendship, of seeing with the heart and embracing the unknown. And so, under the starlit skies of Willowbrook, Clara found her place in the world, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the mirror. As she lay in bed each night, the mirror by her side, she would close her eyes, dreaming of new adventures and the wonders yet to be discovered. Story 48, The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between the shimmering silver lake and the majestic whispering pines, a young girl named Mira lived with her family. The village was a tapestry of thatched cottages and cobbled paths, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers in spring. Mira, with her untamed curls and eyes the color of moss after a summer rain, was known for her insatiable curiosity and her knack for finding the extraordinary in the ordinary. Mira's home was at the edge of the village, where the forest began its sprawling embrace. The forest was a place of secrets where sunlight danced through the canopy and painted the ground with dappled gold. Mira often wandered here, her imagination painting stories in the rustling leaves and the chattering brooks. Her favorite spot was an ancient oak, its trunk gnarled and twisted, standing as a silent guardian at the heart of the wood. One crisp autumn afternoon, Mira discovered something peculiar at the foot of the oak. There lay a stone, unlike any she had ever seen. It was smooth and round, with a surface that shimmered like moonlight on water. As she picked it up, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingers, and she felt a gentle hum, as if the stone held a heartbeat of its own. Curious, Mira tucked the stone into the pocket of her woolen coat and continued her exploration. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she noticed subtle changes. The air felt alive with whispers, and the colors around her seemed richer, more vibrant. Leaves rustled with secrets, and the brook's babbling turned into a language she almost understood. Evening descended, wrapping the forest in a cloak of twilight. A soft glow began to emanate from Mira's pocket, and she pulled out the stone, now pulsing with a gentle, comforting light. As she held it, the whispers around her grew clearer, forming words that echoed in her mind. "Guardian of the grove," the stone seemed to say, "the time has come for you to see." With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Mira followed the whispers, which led her deeper into the forest than she had ever dared venture before. The path twisted and turned, and soon the trees parted to reveal a hidden grove. It was a place out of a dream, where the air was thick with the scent of jasmine, and the ground was carpeted in soft moss that glowed faintly in the moonlight. In the center of the grove stood a pool of crystal-clear water, its surface as smooth as glass. Mira approached, the stone in her hand growing warmer. As she peered into the pool, the water shimmered, and images began to unfold before her eyes. She saw the forest through ages past, thriving and rich with magic, a sanctuary for creatures of all kinds. But the images began to change, showing a future where the forest grew silent, its magic dimmed by an encroaching shadow. Mira felt a pang in her heart, sensing the urgency in the visions. The stone pulsed again, filling her mind with a gentle voice. "This is the Whispering Grove," it said. "Its magic is fading, and it needs a guardian to restore its balance." Mira understood then that the stone had chosen her, and with that understanding came a resolution as deep and steady as the roots of the ancient oak. She spent the night in the grove, listening to the stories whispered by the breeze, learning the ways of the forest she loved so dearly. With dawn came a new determination. Mira returned to the village, the stone's light a beacon of hope in her pocket. She sought out her closest friends, Talia and Finn, who had shared many adventures with her in the forest. Together, they would embark on a journey to save the Whispering Grove. Talia, with her fiery spirit and laughter like the tinkling of bells, and Finn, whose thoughtful gaze could see into the heart of any mystery, listened intently as Mira shared her tale. Without hesitation, they pledged their help, and the trio set out, guided by the whispers of the grove. Their journey took them through the heart of the forest, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels. They encountered creatures both marvelous and strange, a family of glowing fireflies that danced in swirling patterns, a wise old owl whose eyes held the wisdom of centuries, and a playful fox with a coat as red as autumn leaves. Each encounter brought new lessons and insights. The owl taught them the importance of listening, not just with their ears, but with their hearts. The fireflies showed them the power of unity, how their collective light could illuminate even the darkest night. And the fox demonstrated the value of playfulness, reminding them to find joy even in the midst of challenges. As they traveled, the stone guided them to places where the magic of the forest had weakened. In each spot, they worked together to restore the balance. They cleared away brambles that choked the life from ancient trees, repaired the banks of streams that nourished the land, and sang songs of healing that carried on the wind. With each act of kindness, they felt the forest respond, its magic growing stronger, its whispers more vibrant. But as they neared the heart of the shadow that threatened the grove, the challenges grew. The sky darkened with storm clouds and the air turned cold, biting at their skin. In the midst of the storm, they found themselves at the edge of a deep ravine, where the land had been scarred by a great upheaval. The stone grew heavy in Mira's hand, and she knew this was the source of the grove's distress. Gathering their courage, the friends worked tirelessly, drawing upon all they had learned. Talia's laughter rang like a bell, dispelling the shadows that clung to the ravine. Finn's calm focus guided their efforts, ensuring that each action was precise and purposeful. And Mira, with the stone in hand, wove the magic of the grove into their work, mending the land and restoring its harmony. As the last shadow lifted, the storm clouds parted, revealing a sky painted with the soft hues of dawn. The ravine shimmered with new life, and the forest around them sighed in relief, its whispers a chorus of gratitude. Exhausted but triumphant, Mira, Talia, and Finn sat together, their hearts full of the knowledge that they had saved the Whispering Grove. The stone, now a soft, steady glow, lay warm in Mira's hand, its mission fulfilled. In the weeks that followed, the village rejoiced in the forest's renewed vitality. The trees stood taller, their leaves rustling with songs of joy, and the streams bubbled with laughter. Mira and her friends often returned to the grove, their bond with the forest deeper than ever. The stone, once a mysterious guide, became a cherished reminder of their journey and the lessons they had learned. It rested on a shelf in Mira's room, a gentle glow that filled the space with warmth and comfort. As time passed, Mira grew, her experiences shaping her into a wise and compassionate young woman. She became a guardian not just of the grove, but of her village, always listening for the whispers of the world around her, ready to lend her strength and kindness wherever it was needed. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Grove, where the magic of the forest flowed like a gentle stream, Mira found her place, woven into the tapestry of life, her story a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the gentle whispers of the world. The end. Story 49. Once upon a serene evening, in a quaint village nestled within the embrace of whispering pines, there lived a gentle soul named Honora. She dwelt in a cottage that seemed to sigh with the passage of time, its stone walls covered in a tapestry of ivy, and its windows glowing with the soft, amber light of a crackling hearth. Honora had long been known for her kindness and the gentle way she tended to her beloved garden, but deep within her heart lingered a shadow of uncertainty, for she struggled with the tides of change that life inevitably carried. As the seasons began their gentle turn from the verdant embrace of spring to the golden hues of summer, Honora noticed a peculiar transformation in her garden. One particular evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky painted itself in hues of lavender and rose, she discovered a peculiar blossom among her familiar flowers. Its petals shimmered with a silvery hue, delicate as moonlight, and an ethereal fragrance wafted through the air, wrapping around her with a comforting embrace. Intrigued yet hesitant, Honora reached out to touch the blossom, finding it surprisingly warm and pulsing with a gentle rhythm, as if alive with its own heartbeat. As her fingers brushed against the petals, she felt a whisper of magic slip through her veins, a soft reminder that life was full of mysteries waiting to be embraced. Her dear friend and neighbor, Elowin, a wise woman with eyes like twinkling stars, came to visit, as she often did. Elowin, with her wild curls crowned with a wreath of wildflowers, noticed the change in Honora's garden and the unease in her friend's heart. Sitting together on the weathered bench under the old oak tree, Elowen listened as Honora spoke of her fears of change and the strange flower that seemed to mirror the unknown path before her. "My dear Honora," Elowen said, her voice a soothing melody in the cool evening air, "change is but the song of life. It comes with its own beauty, even if it is hidden beneath uncertainty. The blossom you have found is a gift, a reflection of the transformations within you. Embrace it, and you might find clarity in its magic." Encouraged by Elowen's wisdom, Honora decided to nurture the mysterious bloom. Each day she tended to it with care, watching as it grew in strength and beauty, its glow casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The village folk, drawn by the tale of the magical flower, came to witness its splendor, offering their own stories of change and growth, weaving a tapestry of shared experience and understanding. As the days turned into weeks, Honora began to feel a change within herself, as if the magic of the blossom had sparked a quiet transformation in her heart. She found herself more attuned to the rhythms of the world around her, the rustling leaves, the song of the river, the laughter of children playing in the fields. She began to see the beauty in the unknown, in the possibilities that each new day brought. One golden afternoon, as Honora sat by the river with Elowen, watching the sunlight dance upon the water, she realized that the fear that had once held her captive had softened. She spoke of her newfound peace, of the understanding that change was not an adversary, but a gentle guide urging her toward growth. Elowen smiled, her eyes bright with pride. "You've discovered a truth many seek, Honora, that within the heart of change lies the seed of transformation. It is through embracing the unknown that we truly find ourselves." As summer gave way to the rich tapestry of autumn, Honora's garden flourished like never before. The magical blossom, once a solitary beacon of silver, had spread its beauty, entwining with the other flowers, creating a symphony of colors that spoke of unity and harmony. Honora, too, had blossomed, her spirit as vibrant as the garden she so lovingly tended. And so, with each passing season, Honora continued to grow, guided by the magic of the mysterious blossom and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend, Elowen. She learned that change, while often cloaked in uncertainty, was the universe's way of whispering its secrets, of guiding each soul on its journey of discovery. In the warm glow of her cottage, Honora would often reflect by the hearth, the fire crackling softly, as if echoing the gentle rhythm of her heart. She was at peace, knowing that every change, every transformation, was a step toward becoming all she was meant to be. And in this peaceful understanding, Honora found not only herself but a world full of magic and wonder, waiting to be embraced with open arms and a heart full of hope. Story 50. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds against the velvet of space, there existed a small planet named Luminara. It was a place of soft, perpetual twilight, where the skies glowed in gentle hues of lavender and rose, and the air was sweet with the scent of luminescent blossoms. On Luminara, there lived a being named Thalor, a Lumian, with skin that glowed softly like the moon's reflection on a quiet sea. Thalor was gentle and curious, with eyes that could see the world in a spectrum of colors beyond ordinary sight. He spent his days tending to the radiant gardens that covered his planet, speaking in quiet tones to the flowers that bloomed under his care. One day, as Thalor was humming a tune to a particularly stubborn starflower, a shadow passed overhead, something unusual in the ever-constant twilight. Looking up, he saw a small spacecraft descending through the sky, sputtering and shaking as if it were a bird with broken wings. It crashed softly into a nearby meadow, the impact cushioned by the thick, feathery grass. Thalor hurried to the site, heart pounding, not with fear but with a curious excitement. As he approached the craft, its hatch opened with a low hiss, and out stumbled a being unlike any Thalor had ever seen. It was Rin, a traveler from the planet Nox, where the world was cast in eternal night, and the beings were cloaked in shadow. Rin's eyes, large and dark as the depths of space, met Thalor's glowing gaze. For a moment they stood in silence, two souls from worlds apart, each as alien to the other as the stars themselves. Rin's form was obscured in a shroud of shifting darkness, a stark contrast to Thalor's luminous presence. "Are you hurt?" Thalor asked, his voice gentle, the words forming a bridge between them. Rin hesitated, then shook her head. "I am lost," she replied. her voice carrying a hint of the wind through the trees. "My ship is broken, and I have no way to return home." Thalor nodded, understanding the unspoken plea in her words. "Come," he said, extending a glowing hand. "Stay with me. We will find a way to help you." Thus began their unlikely companionship. At first, the differences between them seemed insurmountable. Thalor was used to the soft light and warm colors of his world, while Rin craved the cool shadows and the comfort of darkness. They struggled to understand each other's ways, often speaking past one another, their words lost in translation. But they shared a mutual determination to bridge their worlds. Thalor showed Rin the beauty of his gardens, the way the starflowers opened only to his song, their petals shimmering with the colors of the dawn. Rin, in turn, revealed to Thalor the wonders of the night, how the shadows danced and whispered secrets that only she could hear. One afternoon, as they wandered near the edge of the forest, a sudden storm rolled in, the sky darkening with swift-moving clouds. Thunder rumbled like a great beast awakening, and rain began to fall in shimmering sheets. Rin instinctively sought the shelter of the shadows, while Thalor stood, mesmerized, under the downpour, his skin glowing brighter against the gloom. "Thalor!" Rin called from the shadows, her voice tinged with worry. "You'll catch your death out there." Thalor laughed, the sound like the tinkling of wind chimes. "No, Rin, I am fine. The rain is beautiful, is it not? It brings life to the gardens." Rin watched him, her heart touched by his joy, and she stepped from the shadows, allowing the rain to wash over her. Together they stood in the storm, united in their difference, finding beauty in each other's perspective. As the days passed, they faced challenges that tested their growing friendship. When Rin's ship proved beyond repair, Thalor refused to let her despair. "We will build a new one," he declared, his conviction a beacon in the dark. Together, they scavenged materials from the forest and the remains of her craft, their hands working side by side, forging something stronger from the pieces of the past. In these moments of shared labor, they discovered a rhythm, a harmony that transcended the barriers of their worlds. Rin learned to appreciate the light, the way it illuminated the unseen corners of her heart, while Thalor found comfort in the shadows, where dreams were born and possibilities took root. One evening, as they sat by the newly constructed ship, their task nearly complete, Rin spoke, her voice soft as the night breeze. "Thalor, I have learned much from you, more than I ever thought possible. You have shown me the light within myself." Thalor smiled, his glow gentle and warm. "And you, Rin, have taught me to embrace the dark, to find peace in its embrace. Together we have made something beautiful." Their friendship, shaped by the challenges and misunderstandings they had overcome, had grown into something profound, a bond that transcended the stars themselves. When the time came for Rin to leave, there was no sadness, only a deep, abiding joy in the knowledge that they would always be connected, no matter the distance. As the ship rose into the twilight sky, Rin looked back one last time, her heart full. Thalor stood below, his light a beacon of hope, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and love. And in the quiet of Luminara, under the watchful eyes of 1,000 stars, the gardens bloomed brighter than ever, a symbol of the friendship that had blossomed between two unlikely companions. Story 51. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and ancient woods, there lived a gentle soul named Amara. Her cottage stood at the edge of the village, where the whispering winds carried secrets of the forest, and the stars twinkled like lanterns in the night sky. Amara was known for her kind heart and her garden, which bloomed with an array of flowers that seemed to sing in the breeze. But despite her serene surroundings, Amara felt a restlessness within her, a yearning for something she couldn't quite name. The seasons passed, each bringing its own beauty, yet Amara felt as if she were standing still while the world danced around her. One soft autumn evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Amara wandered into the forest. Here the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. She had walked these paths many times, yet tonight they seemed to beckon her deeper into the heart of the woodland. As she moved through the forest, she noticed the trees beginning to glow with an ethereal light. The leaves shimmered like emeralds in the moonlight, and the air was filled with a gentle, melodious hum. Amara paused, entranced by the beauty around her, when a small, luminous creature fluttered into her path. Its wings were like stained glass, catching the light in a dance of colors. "Hello, Amara." The creature chimed in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "I am Lyric, a guardian of the forest. I sense a change within you, a desire to grow, but you mustn't fear it, for change can lead to great beauty and understanding." Amara knelt, her eyes wide with wonder. "I feel lost, Lyric. I long to grow, but I don't know how." Lyric fluttered closer, the glow of its wings casting a warm light. "The journey of growth is like the unfolding of a flower, Amara. It cannot be hurried, nor can it be forced. But with patience and an open heart, you will find your way." Touched by Lyric's words, Amara nodded. "Will you help me?" "Of course," Lyric replied, its voice a comforting melody in the quiet forest. "But remember, the answers you seek are within you. I will guide you to those who can help you see them." With a gentle nod, Lyric led Amara deeper into the woods. The path wound through towering oaks and over babbling brooks until they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient tree, its bark silvered with age, and around it gathered a group of forest creatures, wise old owls, gentle deer, and even a family of foxes, all with eyes that shone with intelligence and kindness. One of the owls, its feathers flecked with gold, welcomed Amara with a solemn nod. "We have been waiting for you, child of the village. The forest senses your struggle and seeks to aid you." Amara felt warmth spread through her heart at their acceptance. "I wish to understand how to embrace change, how to grow," she confessed. The fox, with eyes like embers, stepped forward and spoke in a voice that was both gentle and wise. "Change begins with understanding who you are and who you wish to be. Let the forest show you your true self." As the fox spoke, the clearing shimmered, and Amara found herself surrounded by visions of her life. Her days in the village, her time tending to her beloved garden, her moments of quiet reflection. She saw herself as a child, curious and unafraid, and as a young woman, tender-hearted and hopeful. Then the visions shifted, and she saw herself as she could be, confident, serene, embracing the changes of life with grace. The path to this future was not without its challenges, but Amara felt a newfound strength within her, a knowledge that she could indeed grow and change. When the visions faded, the creatures of the forest watched her with knowing eyes. "What did you learn?" asked the golden-flecked owl. Amara took a deep breath, her heart light with understanding. "I learned that change is not something to fear, but to welcome. That within me lies the strength to become who I wish to be." Lyric fluttered to her shoulder, its wings a gentle caress. "And now, you are ready to begin your journey." With gratitude in her heart, Amara thanked the forest creatures and bid them farewell. As she walked back along the path to her village, the moonlight seemed to guide her steps, and the night air felt alive with promise. In the days that followed, Amara embraced her life with renewed vigor. She tended to her garden with love, watched the changing seasons with wonder, and found joy in the simple moments of each day. She shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, inspiring them to find their own paths of growth and transformation. And though she still walked the same paths in the village and tended to her garden, Amara was a different person. She had learned that change was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself and the world around her. With each passing day, she blossomed, much like the flowers she so dearly loved, into the person she was always meant to be. And so, under the watchful eyes of the forest and the twinkling stars, Amara's journey of growth and transformation continued, a testament to the beauty of personal discovery and the magic that lies within the hearts of those willing to embrace change. Story 52. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees danced with the wind's gentle song, there lived a curious little creature named Pippin. Pippin was a pollen sprout, as tiny as a thimble, with a body that shimmered like morning dew and wings like delicate petals of lavender. His joyful spirit and insatiable curiosity made him beloved by all creatures of the woods, from the chattering chipmunks to the wise old owls. The Whispering Woods was a place of wonder, where mushrooms glowed at twilight and streams sang lullabies. Yet, the most magical spot of all was the moonlit meadow. It was said that when the moon's light touched the meadow's flowers, they bloomed with the colors of the rainbow, and secret wishes whispered through the air. One sunny morning, As the light sprinkled through the leaves like golden confetti, Pippin fluttered over to his best friend, Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks was a hedgehog with spines that twinkled like stars and a perpetual twinkle in his eye. He was known for his love of music, often heard strumming a tune on his tiny lute made from a walnut shell. "Pippin," Fiddlesticks greeted, his voice as cheery as the first birdsong of dawn. "What adventure awaits us today?" Pippin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let's visit the moonlit meadow. I heard the elderberries are having a dance-off tonight." Fiddlesticks chuckled, his spines rustling like a gentle breeze. "A dance-off? How delightful. But we must be careful of the topsy-turvy tangle." The topsy-turvy tangle was a patch of enchanted vines near the meadow known for mischievously twisting anything that came too close. Many a creature had found themselves upside down or inside out after an encounter with the tangle. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of rose and amber, Pippin and Fiddlesticks set off on their adventure. The path to the moonlit meadow wound through the woods, past the babbling brook, and under arches of wild roses that perfumed the air with their sweet scent. Along the way, they met their friend Lila, a ladybug with spots that glimmered like tiny jewels. Lila was an artist, always creating vibrant paintings with the natural dyes she collected from flowers. She was perched on a toadstool, finishing a masterpiece of the sunset. "Pippin, Fiddlesticks," she called, her voice as bright as her colors. "What brings you this way?" "We're off to see the elderberries dance-off," Pippin explained, flitting around Lila's painting in admiration. "How enchanting," Lila exclaimed, packing her paints. "May I join you?" And so, the trio continued, laughter trailing behind them like a ribbon in the wind. As they neared the moonlit meadow, they encountered their first twist of the evening. A peculiar sight greeted them. The topsy-turvy tangle had sprawled across the path, its vines weaving a web that shimmered with a silvery sheen. "Looks like the tangle's feeling extra mischievous today," Fiddlesticks noted, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Pippin hovered closer, his wings stirring the air with a soft hum. "We need to outsmart it," he declared. "But how?" Lila tapped her tiny foot, gazing at the tangled vines. "Perhaps it needs a new perspective," she suggested, her artistic mind whirring with possibilities. Inspired, Pippin fluttered to a nearby flower and plucked a petal. With a sprinkle of pollen and a dash of imagination, he fashioned it into a tiny kaleidoscope. "Let's see how things look through this," he said, offering it to his friends. Fiddlesticks peered through the petal scope, his eyes widening with delight. "It's beautiful. Everything's a swirl of colors and shapes." Encouraged, Leela took her turn, giggling at the sight. "It's like a painting coming to life." Armed with their newfound perspective, the trio approached the topsy-turvy tangle. As they gazed through the kaleidoscope, the vines seemed to twist into patterns, creating a pathway that was invisible to the naked eye. Carefully, they followed the path, weaving in and out of the vines until they emerged on the other side, free and jubilant. The moonlit meadow lay before them, bathed in the ethereal glow of the rising moon. Flowers unfurled their petals in a cascade of colors, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of honeysuckle and dreams. The elderberries stood in the center, their tiny forms vibrating with excitement as they prepared for their dance-off. One by one, they took turns twisting and twirling, their movements accompanied by the harmonious hum of crickets and the gentle strum of Fiddlesticks' lute. Pippin, Lila, and Fiddlesticks watched in awe, applauding each performance with enthusiasm. When the last elderberry took its bow, the meadow erupted into a joyous celebration, with creatures from all corners of the woods joining in the dance. As the night deepened, the friends lay on a cushion of soft moss, gazing up at the stars that sprinkled the sky like sugar crystals. They talked and laughed, their hearts light with the magic of the evening. "You know," Fiddlesticks mused, plucking a gentle tune on his lute, "sometimes all it takes is a new way of seeing things." Pippin nodded, his wings fluttering contentedly. "And good friends to share the adventure with." Lila smiled, her spots twinkling in the moonlight, "and a little bit of magic along the way." As the stars winked down at them and the woods whispered a lullaby, the friends drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams filled with the whimsical wonders of the whispering woods. And so, in the heart of the magical forest, where friendship and imagination danced hand in hand, the night wrapped around them like a comforting blanket. promising more adventures to come. Story 53. In the gentle embrace of a galaxy where stars twinkled like the scattered jewels of a celestial crown, there existed a planet known as Lyria. Lyria was a place of serene beauty, where the skies were painted in hues of lavender and gold, and the gentle hum of the winds sang through the towering emerald trees. It was here that our story begins, amidst the delicate rustle of Lyria's whispering leaves. On Lyria lived a creature named Tali, a small, fox-like being with fur as soft as moonlight. Tali's eyes were large and filled with the curious sparkle of 1,000 questions. She was known for her gentle heart and her knack for finding beauty in the simplest of things. Her days were often spent exploring the lush glades and shimmering streams, always in search of new wonders. One peaceful afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the verdant landscape, Tali was drawn to the edge of her familiar world by a strange, pulsing light. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation as she approached a clearing she had never seen before. There, nestled amidst the wildflowers, was a small, gleaming spacecraft, a curious sight in a land untouched by technology. From the vessel emerged a being from a distant planet, a creature named Lyra. Lyra was a tall, elegant figure with skin that shimmered like starlit water. Her eyes, deep and wise, held the weight of the cosmos within them. She had traveled far from her home, the icy world of Glacium, seeking knowledge and understanding in the warmth of Lyria's embrace. At first, Tali and Lyra regarded each other with cautious curiosity. They were so different, Tali with her earthy charm and playful spirit, Lyra with her ethereal grace and quiet strength. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstanding. Tali's chirps and trills, so expressive among her own kind, seemed strange to Lyra, while Lyra's melodic glimmers of light were a language Tali struggled to comprehend. Yet beneath these initial barriers, there was an undeniable sense of connection. Both creatures were alone in their own ways, searching for something beyond the boundaries of their worlds. In the silence of the twilight, they began to find a rhythm, a shared language that transcended words and sounds, a language of gestures, of touch, of shared wonder. As days turned into weeks, Tali and Lyra embarked on many adventures across the enchanting landscape of Lyria. They explored the echoing caverns, where crystals sang with the music of the universe, and danced through the fields of luminescent flora that glowed with the memories of ancient stars. With each shared experience, their friendship deepened, woven together by laughter and moments of quiet reflection. One day, as they wandered near the edge of a tranquil lake, a sudden storm swept across the sky. The winds howled, and the once gentle lake turned into a churning tempest. Tali, who had never seen such fury from nature, trembled in fear. But Lyra, with her knowledge of the icy storms of Glacium, instinctively reached out, wrapping her shimmering arms around Tali. Her presence was a beacon of calm amidst the chaos. Together, Lyra communicated through a gentle glow, "We can face any storm." Tali, feeling the warmth of Lyra's assurance, nodded, her fear melting away like morning mist. They huddled together, weathering the storm until the skies cleared and the rainbow sunlight returned to dance upon the water. In that moment, Tali understood the true essence of friendship. It was not just in the shared joy of discovery, but in the unwavering support during times of fear and uncertainty. It was in the gentle understanding that bridged the gaps between their worlds. As the seasons passed, the bond between Tali and Lyra only grew stronger. They learned from each other's strengths, and their differences became treasures that enriched their lives. Tali taught Lyra the art of listening to the songs of the earth, while Lyra shared the wisdom of the stars, guiding Tali's gaze to the wonders beyond her sky. Their friendship became a tapestry of stories, stitched together with threads of kindness, empathy, and shared dreams. And in their companionship, they discovered that the heart's language was universal, transcending the vastness of space and the diversity of life. As the sun set on another day, painting the sky in hues of hope and peace, Tali and Lyra sat side by side beneath the canopy of stars. The gentle night wrapped around them like a warm embrace, and in that serene silence they knew they had found something truly special, a friendship that was as boundless as the universe itself. And so, in the tender glow of the night, their hearts whispered the timeless truth, that friendship is the greatest journey of all, one that spans the infinite reaches of the cosmos and brings light to even the darkest corners of the soul. Story 54. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Luna. She was a free spirit with an insatiable curiosity and a heart brimming with wonder for the natural world around her. One crisp autumn evening, as Luna wandered amongst the towering oak trees, she stumbled upon an old, weathered chest half buried beneath a carpet of fallen leaves. Intrigued, she brushed away the debris and gently lifted the lid, her eyes widening in awe at the sight before her. Inside the chest lay a single object, a delicate glass orb that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. As Luna's fingers traced its smooth surface, she felt a strange warmth pulse through her body. And in that moment, the world around her seemed to shift. Suddenly, the forest came alive in a way she had never witnessed before. The trees whispered secrets in a language only her heart could understand, and the rustling of leaves became a symphony of melodic chimes. Luna realized with a gasp that this magical orb had unlocked a hidden world within the very woods she had explored countless times before. Clutching the orb close to her chest, Luna set out on a journey of discovery, her eyes now open to the wonders that had been concealed from her until this very moment. She marveled at the fairies that danced among the wildflowers, their gossamer wings leaving trails of stardust in their wake. She giggled with delight as mischievous pixies played tricks on unsuspecting woodland creatures, and she listened in rapt attention as the ancient oak trees shared tales of times long forgotten. As the days passed, Luna's bond with this enchanted realm grew stronger, and she found herself drawn deeper into its mysteries. One day, while resting beneath the canopy of a mighty oak, she encountered a peculiar creature, a small, furry being with twinkling eyes and a warm smile. This was Willow, a gentle spirit tasked with guarding the secrets of the forest. Willow became Luna's trusted guide, leading her through hidden glades and whispering groves, each more breathtaking than the last. Together, they unraveled the mysteries of the enchanted orb, learning that it was a powerful talisman capable of revealing the true essence of the natural world to those pure of heart. However, their journey was not without its challenges. They soon discovered that a dark force was lurking within the shadows of the forest, seeking to corrupt the magic and twist it for its own sinister purposes. Luna and Willow found themselves embroiled in a race against time to protect the delicate balance of the enchanted realm. Their quest led them deep into the heart of the forest, where they encountered a brotherhood of wise old oak trees, ancient guardians who had sworn to safeguard the secrets of the woods. With their guidance, Luna and Willow embarked on a perilous journey to the summit of the Misty Mountains, where they hoped to find a powerful enchantment that could banish the darkness forever. Along the way, they forged unexpected friendships with a mischievous band of pixies and a brave young centaur named Arden. Together, this unlikely group faced treacherous rapids, navigated twisted labyrinths of thorns, and outsmarted cunning tricksters who sought to lead them astray. As they drew closer to their goal, Luna could feel the weight of her responsibility growing heavier. She realized that the fate of the enchanted realm rested upon her shoulders, and she found herself wavering, doubting her own strength and resolve. It was in this moment of vulnerability that Willow shared a powerful lesson with her. "Luna," the gentle spirit whispered, "the true magic lies not in the orb or any enchantment, but within your own heart. It is your courage, your compassion, and your unwavering belief in the goodness of this world that will guide you through even the darkest of times." Emboldened by Willow's words, Luna found a newfound determination burning within her. She knew that she could not falter, for the sake of the enchanted realm and all those who called it home. In a climactic showdown atop the Misty Mountains, Luna and her friends faced the dark force head-on, their combined courage and unwavering friendship proving to be a formidable force against the encroaching shadows. With the enchanted orb glowing brilliantly in her hands, Luna channeled the pure essence of the natural world, unleashing a powerful wave of magic that banished the darkness forever. As the last traces of the malevolent force dissipated, a profound silence settled over the mountaintop. Luna looked around at her friends, their faces aglow with triumph and relief, and she felt a surge of gratitude and love swell within her heart. In that moment, she realized that her journey had been one of self-discovery, as much as it had been an adventure through the enchanted realm. She had grown from a curious young girl into a brave, compassionate champion, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the natural world. As the sun set over the misty mountains, Luna and her friends embarked on the journey back home, their bonds of friendship stronger than ever before. And though the enchanted orb had revealed its secrets, Luna knew that the true magic would always reside within her heart, a constant reminder of the wonders that await those who embrace the beauty and wisdom of the natural world. From that day forward, Luna became a guardian of the forest, sharing her knowledge and experiences with others and inspiring them to appreciate the hidden marvels that surrounded them. And whenever she felt doubt or uncertainty creeping in, she would gaze upon the enchanted orb and remember the transformative power of courage, friendship, and an unwavering belief in the magic that dwells within us all. Story 55. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest where the whispers of leaves told tales older than memory, there existed a world unseen by human eyes. This was no ordinary forest, but a realm where the threads of reality and magic wove tightly together, creating a tapestry of life that danced to the rhythm of nature's own heartbeat. In this enchanted place, the air was perpetually filled with the sweet, earthy scent of moss and wildflowers, and the ground was soft underfoot, carpeted by a lush emerald blanket of ferns and fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered softly through the dense canopy above, casting a gentle dappled light that seemed to twinkle with a life of its own. This was the realm of the sylphony, the forest's gentle guardians, whose existence was as much a part of the forest as the trees and streams themselves. The sylphani were small, ethereal beings, their skin the color of sunlit bark, eyes like deep forest pools. They moved with the grace of a breeze rustling through leaves, their laughter a melodious echo that mingled with the songs of birds and the rustle of the wind. Among them was a wise and gentle elder named Thera, whose hair flowed like silver moonlight, and whose presence was as calming as the lull of the distant river. Thera had lived many seasons, witnessing the forest's cycle of life and renewal. Under her guidance, the sylphani maintained the delicate balance of their world, ensuring that every creature, from the smallest ant to the mightiest stag, thrived in harmony. They knew the ways of the forest, the secrets of the earth, and the language of the skies, passed down through generations like a sacred melody. As the story begins, the forest was awakening from the slumber of winter. A gentle thaw had begun, as the snow melted into the earth, and the first buds of spring peeked shyly from the branches. The air was crisp and fresh, carrying the promise of new beginnings. The sylphani were busy preparing for the great spring awakening, a celebration of life's renewal, where every creature would join in a symphony of joy and gratitude for the warmth returning to their world. One morning, as the soft hues of dawn painted the sky, Thera felt a ripple of unease. The forest, usually humming with quiet contentment, seemed to hold its breath. The breeze whispered of a disturbance, a disharmony that troubled the elder deeply. She gathered the sylphani around her, their bright eyes filled with concern. "There is a shadow in our midst," Thera spoke, her voice gentle but firm. "A disruption of the balance we cherish. We must find its source and restore harmony for the well-being of all who dwell here." The sylphani nodded, understanding the gravity of the task. Among them was a young, curious sylphani named Aaron, with a heart full of wonder and a spirit eager for adventure. Aaron stepped forward, his eyes shining with determination. "I will help find the cause, and with our wisdom, we shall set things right." Thera smiled at Aaron's enthusiasm, her heart warmed by the courage of youth. "Then let us begin," she said, and together they set out, their footsteps light upon the forest floor. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the world around them unfolded its secrets. They passed a babbling brook, its waters clear as crystal, where fish darted like arrows beneath the surface. The air was alive with the scent of pine and cedar, mingling with the sweet aroma of blossoming flowers, each petal a delicate work of art. They listened to the songs of the birds, each note a story of the sky, and watched as squirrels chattered and leaped from branch to branch, their bushy tails flicking with playful energy. The forest was a symphony, every creature a note in the grand composition of life. Yet, as they traveled, a subtle sadness lingered in the air, a discordant note that grew stronger with each step. It was Aaron who first noticed the change, a cluster of trees whose leaves were withered and brown, their branches drooping as if under a great weight. The ground was dry and cracked, devoid of the usual vibrant life. "This is where the imbalance lies," Aaron whispered, his voice barely audible over the gentle sigh of the wind. Thera knelt beside one of the trees, her fingers brushing the bark with tender care. She closed her eyes, feeling the tree's spirit, its story whispered through the touch. "These trees are thirsty," she said softly. "The stream that nourishes them has been blocked. We must find out why." With renewed purpose, they followed the path of the stream, its once lively song now a faint murmur. As they moved, the forest itself seemed to lean in, watching, waiting. They soon came upon a dam of sticks and mud, built by a family of industrious beavers. The dam was a marvel of natural engineering, but it had inadvertently disrupted the water's flow, causing the trees downstream to suffer. The sylvani gathered, discussing how best to restore the stream without harming the beavers' home. It was Thera who spoke, her wisdom guiding them. "We must speak with the beavers as friends and find a solution that honors the needs of all." Aaron approached the beavers, his heart open and kind. The beavers, aware of their visitors, paused in their work, eyes curious and bright. Aaron explained the plight of the trees, his words gentle and respectful, appealing to their shared love of the forest. The beavers listened intently, their small faces thoughtful. They had not realized the consequence of their actions, focused as they were on building a safe home for their kits. With understanding came compassion, and they agreed to alter their dam, allowing the water to flow freely once more. Together, the sylvani and the beavers worked, adjusting the dam with care. As the water began to trickle, then rush, the trees seemed to sigh in relief. The leaves perked up, their green vibrant against the sky, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of life returning. With the balance restored, the forest came alive in celebration. The birds sang with renewed vigor, and the animals danced in the dappled sunlight. The spring awakening began, a joyous festival of harmony and gratitude. Thera gathered the sylvani around her once more, her eyes shining with pride. "This is the lesson we must remember," she said softly. "That in understanding and friendship, we find the strength to overcome any challenge. Our world is a tapestry, each thread vital to its beauty." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of gold and rose, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber. The sylvani, tired but happy, lay beneath the stars, the gentle hum of the forest a lullaby to their ears. Aaron lay beside Thera, his heart full of the day's lessons. "Thank you for guiding us," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. Thera smiled, her ancient eyes filled with warmth and love. "The forest guides us all, dear Aaron. We are but its humble caretakers, learning and growing with every season." And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the forest drifted into dreams, secure in the knowledge that harmony had been restored, and that the gentle guardians of the sylvani would always be there to protect its delicate balance. And as the night deepened, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying the timeless song of the forest, a melody of peace, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of nature's harmony. Story 56, title, The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and shaded by the wispy branches of willow trees, there was a legend whispered by the old and cherished by the young. It spoke of the Whispering Grove, a hidden world within the dense forest that lay beyond the village's edge. It was said that only those with pure intentions and a heart open to wonder could find their way to this secret realm, where the trees talked and the streams sang. Young Mara, with her curious spirit and wide, bright eyes, had grown up hearing tales of the Whispering Grove. Her grandmother, a gentle soul with a voice as soft as the wind through the leaves, would often tell her stories by the hearth, the fire crackling softly as shadows danced along the walls. Mara's heart would swell with the magic of those tales, and each night she dreamed of finding the grove herself. One crisp autumn morning, under a sky brushed with the golden hues of dawn, Mara decided it was time to seek out the fabled grove. She packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, a flask of warm tea, and her grandmother's old compass, its needle always pointing true. As she stepped out of her cottage, the air was cool and filled with the scent of fallen leaves, promising adventure. The path into the forest was well trodden by those who gathered firewood and herbs, but Mara knew she must venture beyond the familiar tracks. She followed the sound of the wind as it whispered through the trees, guiding her deeper into the woods where sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the distant call of birds, creating a symphony that resonated with Mara's eager heart. As she ventured further, Mara began to notice unusual things: mushrooms that glowed faintly in the dim light, vines that seemed to twist and curl of their own accord, and flowers that shimmered with colors she had never seen before. It was as if the very air was infused with magic, and she felt a tingling sensation, like a gentle touch brushing against her skin. After what felt like hours, Mara stumbled upon a clearing. In its center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. This was the heart of the Whispering Grove. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a melody that seemed to come from the tree itself, resonating with warmth and wisdom. As Mara approached, she noticed a small door at the base of the tree, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change as she looked at them. She hesitated, feeling a flutter of apprehension mingled with excitement. Taking a deep breath, she reached out and touched the door, which swung open silently, revealing a spiral staircase descending into the earth. With her heart thumping in her chest, Mara descended the stairs, the air growing cooler and carrying the scent of earth and moss. At the bottom, she emerged into a vast cavern illuminated by a soft, ethereal light. The walls were lined with crystals that glimmered like stars, and at the center stood a pool of water, its surface perfectly still and mirror-like. Mara approached the pool, drawn by its serene beauty. As she peered into the water, she saw not her own reflection, but scenes of the past and possible futures. She saw her grandmother as a young girl, playing in these very woods. She saw herself, older and wiser, surrounded by friends and family, and she saw the village of Willowbrook, flourishing and filled with joy. The sight filled her with a profound sense of peace and purpose. She realized that the Whispering Grove was more than just a hidden world. It was a place of reflection and transformation, a sanctuary where one could find clarity and strength. As she stood there, the air around Mara began to shimmer, and from the shadows emerged a figure, a creature of light and grace, with eyes that glowed like the sun and wings that shimmered like moonlight. It was the guardian of the grove, a being who watched over the magic of the forest. "Welcome, Mara," the guardian spoke, its voice a harmonious blend of wind and water. "You have found your way to the heart of the grove, a place where truth and dreams intertwine." Mara nodded, unable to find words, but feeling the guardian's presence fill her with warmth and understanding. "You are here because your heart is open and your spirit is kind," the guardian continued. "The grove has chosen you to be its keeper, to protect its secrets and share its wisdom with those who seek it." Mara listened, her heart swelling with the honor and responsibility. She knew that her journey was not just about finding the grove, but about becoming a part of its legacy. With a gentle smile, the guardian extended its hand, offering Mara a small, shimmering stone. "This is a token of the grove's trust. It will guide you when you are lost and remind you of the magic that dwells within your heart." Mara accepted the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. As she held it, she felt a connection to the grove and the guardian, a bond that transcended time and space. "Thank you," Mara whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. The guardian nodded, its full form beginning to fade into the light. "Remember, Mara, that true strength comes from love and understanding. Share your light with the world, and the grove will always be with you." With those words, the guardian disappeared, leaving Mara alone in the cavern. She looked around, feeling the weight of her new role, but also the joy of it. She knew that she had found not just a hidden world, but a part of herself that she had never known. As Mara made her way back up the spiral staircase, the path seemed brighter, the air filled with a sense of promise. She stepped out into the clearing once more, the sun now high in the sky, casting its golden light over the grove. With the stone tucked safely in her satchel, Mara began her journey home, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She knew that she would return to the grove, to listen to its whispers and learn its secrets. But for now, she had a story to share, one of magic and friendship, of courage and transformation. The village of Willowbrook welcomed her back with open arms, and as Mara told her tale by the warmth of the hearth, the villagers listened with wonder and awe. Her grandmother, with tears of pride in her eyes, hugged her tightly, knowing that Mara had found her place in the world. In the days that followed, Mara became a guide for those who sought the grove, teaching them to listen to the whispers of the forest and to find the magic within themselves. The grove flourished under her care, its secrets safe and its wisdom shared. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove lived on, a testament to the power of love and the strength of an open heart, a story passed down through generations, whispered by the wind and carried by the trees. For in every heart there is a hidden grove, waiting to be discovered, a place where dreams take root and magic blooms. As the sun set over Willowbrook, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Mara sat by her window, the stone from the grove glowing softly in her hand. She smiled, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Grove was not just a tale, but a truth that lived within her, a light that would guide her always. And in the gentle embrace of the night, as the stars began to twinkle in the heavens, the world seemed a little brighter, a little more magical, with the promise of new beginnings and the warmth of a story well told. Story 57. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust drifted like snowflakes in the void, lay a cluster of planets, orbiting the warm embrace of twin suns. Among these planets were Arenthia, home to the airy, ethereal Calorians, and Vorten, a tumultuous world of dense jungles and towering cliffs, inhabited by the sturdy, earthbound Vortali. The Calorians, with their gossamer wings and translucent skin that shimmered with the hues of dawn, valued tranquility and harmony above all. In contrast, the Vortali, with their thick, leathery hides and eyes as deep as forest shadows, thrived on strength and endurance, relishing the challenges of their rugged world. It was on a day when the two suns aligned, casting an ethereal glow across the cosmos, that the great cosmic symposium was held, a gathering of species from across the galaxy to exchange knowledge and foster peace. It was here that two unlikely companions first crossed paths. Lyra, a young Calorian who had never ventured beyond the gentle breezes of Arenthia, and Kor, a Vortali explorer known for his indomitable spirit and loud laughter that could shake the leaves from the tallest trees. Their meeting was framed by the grandiose arches of the Celestial Hall, where delegates mingled and shared tales of distant stars. Lyra, curious yet timid, fluttered near the edges of the crowd, her wings casting delicate rainbows wherever the light caught them. Kor, accustomed to the boisterous camaraderie of his kind, noticed her and approached with a hearty greeting that startled her into a reflexive flutter backwards. Forgive me," Kor rumbled, his voice as deep as the chasms of his home planet. "I forget that not everyone is accustomed to such enthusiasm." Lyra hesitated, her iridescent eyes wide. "It's quite all right," she replied softly, her voice like the whisper of a breeze through leaves. "I am just not used to such robust greetings." Despite this initial awkwardness, or perhaps because of it, a peculiar friendship began to form. They were paired together for an interplanetary project, tasked with finding a rare celestial bloom that only opened its petals once every millennium, deep within the nebula of whispers. This shared mission would take them far from the comforts of their own worlds, demanding cooperation and understanding. Their journey began aboard a sleek, silvery starship that hummed with the soft energy of Calorian design, yet was reinforced with the sturdy materials favored by the Vortali. As they traveled through the vastness of space, they shared stories of their homes. Lyra spoke of the gentle winds and pastel skies of Arenthia, while Kor described the thundering waterfalls and vibrant flora of Vorten. Yet, their differences were not always easy to navigate. One evening, as the ship glided through a field of glittering meteoroids, a misunderstanding arose. Kor, eager to adjust their course manually as was common practice among his people, inadvertently overrode the delicate navigational settings that Lyra had meticulously programmed. The ship veered slightly off course, sending them into a minor asteroid belt that set alarms ringing with urgency. Lyra, her wings tremoring with the sudden stress, turned to Kor with eyes wide. "We must work together, Kor. I understand your way, but we need balance, both our strengths." Kor, realizing his mistake, nodded solemnly. "I see now, Lyra. I acted without considering your expertise. Let us find harmony in our differences." With this new understanding, they combined their skills, Lyra recalibrating the navigation to weave gracefully through the asteroids, while Kor used the ship's manual controls to shield them from any smaller debris that threatened their path. As they emerged unscathed, a bond of mutual respect began to form, each recognizing the value in the other's approach. Their journey continued, filled with moments of unforeseen challenges and quiet revelations. On one occasion, when the ship's energy reserves dwindled unexpectedly, it was Kor's knowledge of survival in harsh conditions that saved them. He devised a method to harness the energy from nearby cosmic rays, a skill honed from his time on Vorten, where the jungles often required resourcefulness to navigate. In return, Lyra's gentle guidance showed Kor the art of patience and observation. She taught him to read the subtle shifts in starlight that indicated the presence of the elusive celestial bloom they sought. Her insight transformed their mission from a mere quest to a shared adventure, a dance of light and shadow across the velvet expanse of the universe. As they approached the nebula of whispers, the kaleidoscope of colors swirling around them like an artist's palette, they finally found the celestial bloom, its petals unfurling in slow, graceful motion, revealing a heart of purest gold. The sight was breathtaking, a testament to the beauty that could be found when different worlds came together. In that moment, Lyra and Kor understood that their friendship had become a bridge between their worlds, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. They had learned that true friendship was not about erasing differences, but celebrating them and using each other's strengths to overcome any obstacle. As they returned to the great cosmic symposium, the bloom safely nestled in their ship, Lyra and Kor were greeted not as representatives of separate planets, but as allies, a living symbol of the harmony that could be achieved when hearts were open. Their tale became a cherished story throughout the galaxy, a reminder that even the most unlikely of companions could find common ground and shared purpose. And as the stars twinkled like watchful eyes from the velvet night, the two friends knew that they had discovered something more precious than the celestial bloom, a friendship that would last a lifetime. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin suns, they sat side by side, dreaming of new adventures, confident that together there was no corner of the universe too distant to reach, no challenge too great to overcome. Story 58. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to locals as the Curiosity Corner. The shop was owned by a gentle old man named Mr. Whitaker, whose eyes twinkled with the secrets of 1,000 stories. Dust motes danced in the golden afternoon light that streamed through the windows, landing softly on the shelves crammed with peculiar trinkets and forgotten treasures. One crisp autumn morning, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop, her cheeks rosy from the brisk air. Lila was known for her insatiable curiosity and kind heart, forever seeking the stories hidden within the ordinary. Today she was on a quest to find something special, a gift for her grandmother's birthday. As Lila browsed through the shelves, her fingers brushed against a small, intricately carved wooden box tucked away in a corner. The box seemed to hum with a gentle warmth, and as Lila opened it, she found a simple yet beautifully crafted brass key nestled inside. There was something about the key that felt extraordinary. "Ah, I see you've found the heart's key," Mr. Whitaker said, appearing beside her with a knowing smile. "They say it has the power to unlock things hidden deep within." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "What does it unlock?" she asked. "Ah, that is a mystery," Mr. Whitaker replied, his voice soft like a lullaby. "The key chooses what it wishes to reveal, and it requires a journey of understanding and kindness." Intrigued, Lila decided to take the key with her, hoping it might lead her to a special gift for her grandmother. She thanked Mr. Whitaker, who waved her off with a gentle reminder. Remember, dear Lila, the heart can see what the eyes cannot. Clutching the key, Lila set off on her journey through the village, with the autumn leaves crunching under her feet and the crisp air filled with the scent of pine and earth. Her first stop was the village square, where the townsfolk gathered at the bustling market. Here she met Tobias, the baker's son, whose laughter was as warm and comforting as his father's freshly baked bread. "Where are you off to, Lila?" Tobias called out, his hands dusted with flour. "I'm searching for something special." Lila replied, showing him the key. "Do you know what it might unlock?" Tobias pondered for a moment, then grinned. "Well, have you tried the old chapel at the edge of the village? They say it holds secrets of its own." With Tobias's suggestion in mind, Lila continued her journey, the afternoon sun dipping lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of amber and gold. As she approached the old chapel, she was joined by another friend, Penelope, the village librarian. Penelope was as wise as the books she cherished, and her gentle smile was a beacon of calm. "Lila, you look as if you're on an adventure," Penelope observed, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "I am," Lila replied, holding up the key. "I'm trying to discover what this unlocks." Penelope nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps the key isn't just about unlocking doors, but opening hearts. Sometimes the journey itself reveals what we truly seek." Encouraged by her friend's insights, Lila approached the chapel. It was a quaint, ivy-clad building, its stones weathered by time. She felt a flutter of anticipation as she inserted the key into the lock of the ancient door. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a sunlit sanctuary filled with the soft glow of stained glass and the sweet scent of lavender. Inside, Lila found a small gathering of villagers, each with stories of their own. Among them was Agnes, the village healer, known for her gentle hands and wise words. She approached Lila with a tender smile, her eyes filled with understanding. "Welcome, dear Lila," Agnes said. "You see, the key you carry is not just for doors. It has brought you here, to a place where stories and hearts intertwine." As Lila listened to the villagers share their tales of kindness, courage, and love, she realized that the true gift for her grandmother was not something material, but the warmth of these stories and the bonds of friendship they represented. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned home that evening, the sky now a canvas of twinkling stars. She shared her day's adventures with her grandmother, who listened with a gentle smile and eyes that sparkled with pride. And so, nestled by the hearth, with the comforting crackle of the fire and the soft whisper of the night, Lila understood that the heart's key had indeed unlocked something precious, an understanding that the most extraordinary gifts are those shared from the heart. In the quiet moments before sleep, Lila held the key close, its warmth a reminder of the magic that lies within the bonds of kindness and friendship. And with that, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle glow of newfound wonder. Story 59. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lay a quaint little village known as Moon Hollow. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where cobblestone paths wound around cottages with thatched roofs, and where the air was always fragrant with the scent of lavender and freshly baked bread. The villagers lived in harmony with the forest, sharing their home with creatures both ordinary and magical. Among these creatures was a wispy little fox named Lumina, her fur shimmering as if sprinkled with stardust. Lumina was known for her curious nature and her knack for solving the oddest of puzzles that the woods presented. One crisp autumn morning, as the villagers went about their daily routines, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. It started with the gentle ringing of wind chimes, though no breeze stirred the air. Then, the apples in the orchards began to glow softly, a warm golden light pulsing from within. The villagers, both intrigued and a little baffled, gathered in the square to discuss these unusual events. Elder Willow, a wise and gentle soul with a beard as long and white as winter snow, stood at the center. His eyes twinkled with the knowledge of many years, and he spoke with a voice that was like the rustling of leaves. "There is magic at play here, my friends," he said, "but it is not the kind to fear. We must understand it." With a nod, Lumina stepped forward, her eyes bright with curiosity. "I shall journey into the woods to see what I can discover," she announced, her voice as light and quick as her paws. The villagers nodded, comforted in the knowledge that Lumina's sharp eyes and keen mind would be on the case. With a swish of her tail, Lumina set off into the forest, her path illuminated by the dappled sunlight that danced through the branches. As she trotted deeper into the woods, Lumina noticed that the forest felt different, almost as if it were holding its breath. The usual chorus of bird songs was softer, more tentative. She paused by the edge of a small, sparkling stream and took a moment to observe her surroundings. Her ears perked up at the sound of gentle laughter, a musical note that seemed to float on the air. Following the sound, Lumina found herself in a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a ring of ancient stones, each one etched with runes that glowed with the same golden light as the apples. Sitting atop one of the stones was a tiny creature, no taller than a toadstool, with wings that shimmered like a dragonfly's. It was a sprite, a rare and magical being known for its playful nature. "Hello there," Lumina greeted softly, not wanting to startle the sprite. "I've come to find the source of the magic in our village. Do you know anything about it?" The sprite giggled, a sound like the tinkling of silver bells. "Oh, indeed I do. It's a game of sorts, a little enchantment of joy. We sprites have woven a spell to share the happiness of the harvest with all who reside in Moon Hollow." Lumina tilted her head, intrigued. "But why now, and why the glowing apples?" The sprite fluttered its wings, rising into the air to dance a little jig. "The harvest is a time of plenty and gratitude. We wanted to remind the villagers of the magic in everyday things, to see the world anew. The apples glow with the warmth of friendship, and the chimes sing of laughter." Understanding dawned on Lumina, her heart warming with the sprite's intent. "That's a lovely thought," she said, "but the villagers are puzzled. Perhaps if they knew it was a gift, they could appreciate it fully." The sprite paused mid-flight, considering Lumina's words. "Ah, a wise suggestion indeed. We did not mean to confuse anyone. I shall speak with the others." With a twirl, the sprite disappeared into the forest, leaving a trail of sparkling light. Content with her encounter, Lumina made her way back to the village, where the villagers eagerly awaited her return. As she relayed the sprite's message, a sense of wonder spread among them, bringing smiles and nods of understanding. Elder Willow chuckled, his eyes crinkling with joy. "It seems we have much to learn from the simple beauty of the world around us. Let us celebrate this gift, this reminder of the magic in our lives." That evening, the village came alive with celebration. Lanterns were hung from trees, casting a warm glow over the festivities. The villagers gathered to share stories, laughter echoing into the night. And as the moon rose high above Moon Hollow, its silvery light mingled with the golden glow of the apples, creating a tapestry of enchantment. Lumina sat at the edge of the gathering, watching the happiness spread among her friends and neighbors. Her heart swelled with a sense of fulfillment, knowing that even the smallest of creatures and gestures could bring about great joy. And so, with the night enveloping the village in a gentle embrace, Moon Hollow rested in peace, comforted by the knowledge that life's mysteries often carried the sweetest of surprises. As the stars twinkled above, the village drifted into slumber, the air still sweet with laughter and the promise of more magical mornings to come. Story 60. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Maribel. Her days were spent wandering the meadows, sketching the wildflowers that swayed in the breeze, and collecting stories from the elders of the village. Maribel had a special knack for listening, and it was said that she could hear the whispers of the world around her, even when others could not. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in a cascade of gold and crimson, Maribel decided to visit the old market at the edge of the village. The market was a place of wonder, filled with stalls brimming with colorful fabrics, fragrant spices, and curious trinkets. The air was alive with the chatter of vendors and the soft rustle of shoppers searching for treasures. As Maribel wandered through the market, her eyes fell upon a small, unassuming stall run by a kindly old woman named Agnes. Agnes was known for her collection of peculiar objects, each with a story waiting to be told. Her stall was a jumble of gleaming glass bottles, odd-shaped stones, and time-worn books. Maribel's gaze was drawn to a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled among the other items. It was no larger than a loaf of bread, with delicate patterns etched into its surface. She felt a gentle warmth emanating from it, as if it held a secret longing to be discovered. "What catches your eye, dear?" Agnes asked, her voice as warm and inviting as the scent of freshly baked bread. "This box," Maribel replied, her curiosity piqued. "It feels special." Agnes nodded knowingly. "Ah, that box has been with me for many years. It's said to hold the whispers of the earth itself, a magical item that reveals the unseen wonders of the world to those who listen with an open heart." Maribel's eyes widened with wonder. "May I hold it?" "Of course," Agnes replied, handing the box to Maribel with a gentle smile. As Maribel cradled the box in her hands, a soft hum filled the air, and the carvings seemed to glow faintly. She felt a tingling sensation, like the first touch of sunlight after a long winter night. With a deep breath, she opened the lid. Inside was a small, shimmering stone, smooth and cool to the touch. It pulsed with a gentle light, casting a soft glow on Maribel's face. She felt a connection to the stone, as if it were speaking to her in a language beyond words. "Take it with you," Agnes said softly. "It will guide you on a journey of discovery. But remember, the magic lies not in the stone itself, but in the wisdom you find within." Maribel thanked Agnes with a heartfelt embrace and set off on her journey, the stone nestled safely in her pocket. She followed the path that led away from the village, through the whispering woods and over the sunlit hills. As she walked, the stone seemed to guide her steps, leading her deeper into the heart of the world. Along the way, Maribel met many kind-hearted companions. There was Finn, a cheerful squirrel with a bushy tail and a knack for finding hidden trails. Then there was Lyra, a gentle deer with wise eyes who spoke of the secrets of the forest. And finally there was Pippin, a tiny songbird whose melodies filled the air with joy. Together, they journeyed through the land, each step bringing Maribel closer to the heart of the mystery. As they traveled, they encountered challenges that tested their courage and wisdom. A raging river barred their path, but with Lyra's knowledge of the forest, they found a hidden bridge. A thick fog descended upon them, but Finn's keen eyes spotted the way through. And when night fell and the chill of darkness crept in, Pippin's songs lifted their spirits and guided them to a safe resting place. Throughout their journey, Maribel learned to listen not only to the world around her, but also to the quiet wisdom within her own heart. The stone's gentle glow seemed to mirror her growing understanding, casting light on the truths she discovered. At last, their journey led them to the base of a majestic mountain, its peak lost in the clouds. Here, Maribel felt a pull stronger than ever, drawing her upwards. With her companions by her side, she climbed the mountain, each step an echo of the lessons she had learned. As they reached the summit, the clouds parted to reveal a breathtaking view of the world below. The sun cast a golden light over the land, and Maribel felt a sense of peace and fulfillment wash over her. It was here, at the top of the world, that the stone's glow reached its brightest, enveloping Maribel in a warm embrace. In that moment, Maribel understood the true magic of the stone. It was not the power to change the world, but the ability to see the world as it truly was, full of wonder, beauty, and the promise of new beginnings. With a heart full of gratitude, Maribel thanked her companions for their friendship and wisdom. Together they descended the mountain, yet their journey complete, yet the bonds they had formed everlasting. When Maribel returned to her village, she carried with her the lessons of her journey. She shared stories of her adventures with all who would listen, and the stone found a new home on her mantle, a reminder of the wisdom she had gained. And so, as the village nestled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling overhead and the gentle sound of the lake lapping against the shore, Maribel's story became a part of the village's lore, a tale of discovery and wonder that would be told for generations to come. And as the fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the cozy room, Maribel whispered to the night, "May we always find magic in the world and wisdom in our hearts." And with that, the village slept, cradled in the comforting embrace of dreams and the promise of a new day. Story 61. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the rolling hills and vast forests of the north, there was an old, crooked house that sat quietly at the edge of the woods. The house, with its ivy-clad walls and sagging roof, belonged to a gentle soul named Moira, a woman known for her kind heart and wise eyes. Moira was the village's unofficial storyteller, weaving tales of wonder that brought warmth on the coldest of nights and comfort on the dreariest of days. Moira lived alone, save for her cat, Whisker, who was as gray as the mist that often rolled down from the hills. Whisker was her constant companion, appearing to listen intently to her stories, stretching luxuriously by the hearth as the fire crackled and popped, sending flickering shadows dancing across the walls. One crisp autumn evening, as the last of the sun's golden rays faded into twilight, Moira sat by her window, knitting a scarf that shimmered with the colors of the forest. Her fingers moved deftly, weaving in shades of emerald, copper, and gold, reflecting the canopy that had begun to shed its leaves in preparation for the coming winter. It was then that a soft, rhythmic tapping at her window drew her attention. Perched on the sill was a small, peculiar bird with feathers that seemed to shimmer like the finest silk. Its eyes, bright and curious, locked with Moira's, and it chirped a melody that was both familiar and strange, like the whisper of a forgotten song. Moira, her heart filled with a sudden sense of wonder, opened the window. The bird fluttered in and landed gently on her shoulder, nuzzling her cheek with its tiny beak. "Oh, what a lovely visitor you are," Moira murmured, a smile warming her face. The bird chirped again, its song carrying a hint of urgency. Moira, being a woman attuned to the whispers of the world, sensed that this was no ordinary bird. She gently stroked its shimmering feathers, feeling an odd, comforting warmth spread from her fingertips. As the night deepened, Moira's home was filled with the scent of pine and the distant sound of the forest's nocturnal symphony. The bird, still perched on her shoulder, seemed to nod toward the forest, its eyes glinting with a mysterious light. Moira, curiosity piqued, decided to follow its silent invitation. Wrapping her newly finished scarf around her neck, she stepped outside, Whisker padding silently at her heels. The air was crisp, tinged with the scent of fallen leaves and damp earth. As she followed the bird into the woods, the path ahead was illuminated by the soft glow of the moon, casting a silvery light that made the forest appear almost ethereal. The deeper they ventured, the more Moira felt the world around her shift. The trees, tall and ancient, seemed to whisper secrets to one another, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She could hear the rustle of small creatures scurrying in the underbrush and the hoot of an owl high above, watching over the forest like a silent guardian. Suddenly, they arrived at a clearing, a hidden glade where the ground was carpeted with soft moss and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming night flowers. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if embracing the night sky. At the base of the tree, nestled within the roots, lay a small, ornate box, its surface inlaid with patterns that seemed to shift and change in the moonlight. Moira approached the box, her heart filled with a sense of awe. The bird, now perched atop the oak, chirped encouragingly. Moira knelt and gently traced the patterns on the box with her fingers. It felt warm to the touch, and as she lifted the lid, a soft, golden light spilled out, illuminating the glade with a gentle glow. Inside the box lay a silver pendant, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance and shimmer with an inner light. Moira picked it up, feeling a connection to the object as if it were a piece of her own heart. The bird let out a melodious trill, its song echoing through the glade and reverberating within her soul. Suddenly, Moira felt a shift within her, a warmth spreading from the pendant and enveloping her like a comforting embrace. She realized, with a clarity that took her breath away, that this was a gift from the forest, a token of its ancient magic, a bond of trust between her and the hidden world she had always felt but never fully seen. As she stood there, the forest seemed to come alive around her. The trees whispered words of welcome, the night flowers bloomed brighter, and the air itself seemed to hum with a gentle, harmonious melody. Moira, her heart brimming with gratitude, knew that this was the beginning of a journey that would change her in ways she could not yet comprehend. She turned to the bird, who looked at her with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice soft yet filled with wonder. The bird chirped, fluffed its feathers, and with a graceful flutter it took to the sky, disappearing into the moonlit canopy. Moira, feeling a deep sense of peace, returned home, the pendant resting warmly against her chest. Whisker followed closely, his eyes gleaming in the moonlight, as if he too understood the magic of the night. As they stepped back into the cozy warmth of her home, Moira felt a profound sense of belonging, of being part of something greater than herself. In the days that followed, Moira discovered that the pendant granted her a unique ability. When she held it close and closed her eyes, she could hear the whispers of the forest, understand the language of the birds, and feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. It was a gift that deepened her connection to the world around her, allowing her to weave stories with a richness and depth that touched the hearts of everyone in the village. Her tales, filled with the magic of the forest and the wisdom of the ages, brought people together, fostering a sense of community and wonder. Children would sit wide-eyed, listening to stories of the hidden world, while elders nodded knowingly, their hearts warmed by the familiar rhythm of Moira's voice. One winter's eve, as snowflakes danced softly outside her window, Moira found herself surrounded by villagers, eager for a story. The fire crackled merrily, casting a warm glow that filled the room with a sense of comfort and kinship. Moira, the silver pendant resting against her heart, began to weave a tale of friendship and courage, of hidden worlds and the magic of the everyday. As her voice carried through the room, the villagers leaned in, captivated by the story's gentle rhythm and the warmth of Moira's words. Her tales spoke of a world where kindness and wisdom triumphed over adversity, where friendships blossomed in the most unexpected places, and where the magic of the forest was a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay just beyond their doorsteps. Moira's stories, filled with life lessons woven into the fabric of the narrative, touched the hearts of young and old alike. They taught of the importance of listening to the world around them, of cherishing the bonds of friendship, and of finding strength in kindness and understanding. As the evening drew to a close, the villagers left Moira's home with hearts full of warmth and minds buzzing with the magic of her stories. They thanked her, their eyes shining with gratitude for reminding them of the wonders of the world and the shared bonds that held them together. Moira, her heart full, watched them leave, knowing that her journey had only just begun. The pendant, a symbol of the forest's trust, continued to guide her, deepening her understanding of the world and her place within it. And so, in the quiet village at the edge of the enchanted woods, Moira continued to weave her tales, stories that brought light and warmth to the darkest of nights and comfort to the coldest of hearts. Her legacy was one of kindness, wisdom, and the gentle magic that lay in the heart of the forest and the soul of the storyteller who listened to its whispers. And as the years passed, the village thrived, its people bound together by the stories that spoke of the hidden wonders of the world and the enduring power of friendship and love. Moira's tales lived on, a testament to the magic of the forest and the heart of the storyteller who had brought it to life. And so, dear reader, as you lay your head to rest and close your eyes, remember the magic that lies within you and the world around you. Let the stories fill your dreams and guide your heart, for in the end, it is the tales we tell and the bonds we forge that light the way. Story 62. In the ancient village of Valoria, nestled between rolling green hills and the whispering woods, there was a legend known by every villager. It spoke of a mystical lantern that resided deep within the heart of the forest, a lantern that cast not just light but magic. This lantern, said to be crafted by the first stardust that ever graced the earth, could illuminate the truth within one's heart and guide lost souls to their destiny. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, considering it both a blessing and a mystery. Many had ventured into the woods in search of it, yet none had returned with proof of its existence. The woods, with their towering trees and thick carpet of moss, seemed to guard the lantern with a sentience all their own. Among the villagers was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky itself. Finn lived with his grandmother, a woman whose stories were richer than the most opulent of tapestries, her voice soft and warm like a blanket on a cold night. She would often tell Finn about the lantern, her eyes twinkling like stars as she spoke of its wonders. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted in hues of lavender and rose, Finn sat at his grandmother's feet by the fireside. The room was filled with the comforting scent of pine wood smoke and the gentle crackle of the fire. "Grandma," Finn began, his voice filled with the earnestness of youth, "do you think the lantern is real?" His grandmother, her face a map of wisdom and time, smiled down at him. "Ah, my dear Finn," she replied, her voice as gentle as the evening breeze. "The lantern is as real as the dreams in your heart. It is said to reveal the truth and guide the pure of spirit." Finn pondered her words, feeling a deep and growing pull toward the woods. That night, as the moon hung high and silver in the sky, he lay in bed, the soft quilt tucked around him, dreaming of the lantern and the adventures it might hold. The following morning, with the sun casting a golden glow over the village, Finn set out toward the woods. He carried with him a satchel filled with provisions, bread, cheese, and a flask of cool spring water, along with a small compass, a gift from his grandfather. As he entered the forest, the air seemed to change around him, becoming cooler and filled with the earthy scent of damp leaves and rich soil. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature. Birds chirped melodiously, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets from the trees. Finn walked with a sense of purpose, the path ahead dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy above. He had no map, but something within him felt sure that he would find what he was seeking. Hours passed, and the forest grew denser, the path winding ever deeper into the unknown. Finn paused to rest by a bubbling brook, its waters clear and sparkling. As he drank from his flask, he noticed a curious sight, a fox with fur as bright as autumn leaves watching him intently from the opposite bank. The fox, with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself, seemed unafraid. Finn felt an inexplicable connection to the creature, as if it had been waiting for him. "Hello," Finn said softly, his voice barely louder than the brook. To his astonishment, the fox nodded, as if acknowledging his greeting. Guided by an instinct he couldn't quite understand, Finn followed the fox as it turned and trotted into the forest. The creature moved gracefully and with purpose, glancing back occasionally to ensure Finn was still with him. They traveled together for what felt like hours, the forest around them becoming ever more magical and vibrant. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with strokes of amber and violet, the fox led Finn to a clearing unlike any he had seen. In its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, branches reaching out like arms of a wise elder. At its base, cradled within the roots, was the lantern. Finn's breath caught in his chest as he approached. The lantern was unlike anything he had imagined, its surface shimmering with colors that seemed to dance and change like the northern lights. As he touched it, a warmth spread through him, a gentle glow that filled him with a profound sense of peace and clarity. In that moment, Finn understood the lantern's true magic. It was not merely a guide through the forest, but a beacon for the journey within oneself. It illuminated the paths of the heart, revealing truths and dispelling doubts. The fox watched silently, its presence a comforting reminder of the bond between all living things. Finn felt gratitude well within him, not just for the lantern, but for the journey itself, the lessons of patience, courage, and trust in the unseen. With the lantern in hand, Finn made his way back to the village, guided by the light that now seemed to emanate from within as much as from the lantern itself. The journey back was swifter, the woods familiar and welcoming, as if acknowledging his newfound wisdom. As he emerged from the forest, the village lay before him, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Finn's heart swelled with a sense of belonging and purpose. He realized that while the lantern had been his goal, the true treasure was the journey and the growth it inspired within him. His grandmother awaited him at the edge of the village, her eyes filled with both worry and pride. As Finn approached, she embraced him tightly, sensing the change within him. "Did you find what you were looking for?" she asked, her voice filled with warmth. Finn nodded, his heart full. "Yes, Grandma," he replied, his voice steady and sure, "and so much more." The days that followed were filled with joy and wonder, as Finn shared the tale of his adventure with the villagers. The lantern, now a cherished symbol of hope and truth, was placed in the village square, a reminder to all of the power of the journey and the light within. And so, the legend of the lantern continued to be passed down through generations, a story woven into the very fabric of Valoria. It spoke not only of magic and mystery, but of the courage to seek out one's own path and the wisdom to recognize the light that resides within. As Finn lay in bed each night, the gentle whisper of the forest and the warmth of the lantern's glow filled his dreams, a reminder that the journey of the heart is the greatest adventure of all. Story 63. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies to the stones, there existed a hidden world known to few. This was a world where the creatures of the forest lived intricate lives, woven together in a tapestry of harmony and balance. The forest was a place of perpetual wonder, its beauty ever-changing with the seasons. In spring, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of new leaves filled the canopy. Summer brought the golden glow of sunlight filtering through the branches, dappling the forest floor in patterns of light and shadow. Autumn painted the woods in hues of amber and crimson, and winter wrapped the world in a blanket of pristine white, where the silence was profound and peaceful. Living within this enchanting realm was a wise old owl named Orin, who had seen many seasons come and go. His feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes glowed with the wisdom of ages. Orin was the keeper of the forest's knowledge, a role passed down through generations of owls who had watched over the land since time immemorial. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves began to fall like gentle whispers to the ground, Orin sat in his favorite tree, a grand old oak that stood at the heart of the forest. From his perch, he could see the entire expanse of his woodland home. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves, mingling with the sweet aroma of ripe berries. Nearby, a gentle breeze stirred the branches, and Orin noticed a young squirrel named Nisa scampering along the limbs. Her fur was a warm chestnut color, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and mischief. Nisa was known throughout the forest for her adventurous spirit and her boundless energy. "Good evening, Orin." Nisa chattered cheerfully as she leapt from branch to branch, her tiny paws making barely a sound. "Good evening, young Nisa," Orin replied, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my oak this fine night?" "I'm gathering acorns for the winter," Nisa explained, pausing to nibble on a nut she had tucked away in her cheek. "But I've heard whispers on the wind of something strange happening in the northern part of the forest. Have you heard anything?" Orin blinked his wise eyes slowly, considering the squirrel's words. "The forest has been speaking of an imbalance," he said thoughtfully. "Something is amiss with the change of the seasons. Perhaps it is time we investigated." Nisa's eyes widened with excitement. "May I come with you, Orin? I would love to see what's happening." Orin nodded gently. "Of course, my dear. Your nimble feet and keen eyes will be most helpful." Together, the wise owl and the spirited squirrel set off through the forest. As they traveled, the sounds of the night surrounded them, crickets chirping softly, leaves rustling underfoot, and the distant call of a nightingale. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery light that guided their way. As they ventured deeper into the northern part of the forest, they began to notice subtle changes. The air felt different here, charged with a strange energy. The leaves on the trees were not the vibrant colors of autumn, but instead had turned an unusual shade of gray, and the forest floor was littered with wilting plants. Nisa scampered ahead, her nose twitching as she sniffed the air. "There's something in the breeze, Orin. Something unfamiliar." Orin perched on a low branch, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "You are right, Nisa. This is no ordinary change of seasons. The balance of nature has been disturbed." As they pondered this mystery, a soft rustling caught their attention. From the shadows emerged a creature neither had seen before. It was a graceful deer, but its coat shimmered with an ethereal glow, like moonlight captured in fur. "Greetings, travelers," said the deer, its voice as smooth and flowing as a gentle stream. "I am Lyra, guardian of the forest's magic." Nisa gazed at Lyra in awe, while Orin inclined his head respectfully. "We seek to understand the changes that have befallen our home," Orin said. Lyra nodded, her luminous eyes filled with a quiet sadness. The magic that sustains our forest is tied to the turning of the seasons. But something has disrupted this cycle, causing the balance to falter. Nisa's whiskers twitched with curiosity. How can we help restore it? The answer lies with the wind spirits, Lyra explained. They are the keepers of the seasonal currents, and their wisdom is vital in restoring harmony. But they reside in the high peaks beyond the forest. Orin ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. Then we must journey to the mountains and seek their guidance. With a shared determination, Orin, Nisa, and Lyra set off towards the distant peaks, their path illuminated by the moon's gentle glow. Along the way, they encountered creatures of the forest who offered their support. A family of foxes provided guidance through tangled thickets, while a chorus of frogs sang songs of encouragement from the streams they crossed. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, the travelers reached the foothills of the mountains. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and fresh snow. The path ahead was steep, but their resolve was strong. Together, they climbed higher and higher, the forest growing smaller below them. As they neared the summit, the wind howled around them, tugging at their fur and feathers, as if urging them onward. Finally, they reached a plateau where the wind spirits dwelled. These spirits were invisible to most, but Orin, with his ancient wisdom, could perceive their presence. They danced upon the breeze, their laughter like the tinkling of distant bells. The leader of the wind spirits, a presence as commanding as the mountain itself, addressed them. "Why have you come, creatures of the forest?" Orin spoke with reverence. "We seek your guidance to restore the balance of the seasons. The forest suffers, and its magic wanes." The wind spirit considered their plea, its voice like a gentle zephyr. "The balance has been disrupted by a storm of greed, a desire to take more than is given. Harmony can only return when all creatures remember the sacred exchange of give and take." Nisa nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. "We must teach our forest to live in harmony once more." The wind spirits gifted them with a song, a melody that carried the essence of balance and renewal. This song, they explained, had the power to awaken the hearts of all who heard it, reminding them of their place within the great circle of life. With gratitude in their hearts, Orin, Nisa, and Lyra returned to the forest. As they journeyed back, they sang the song of the wind spirits, their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves and the murmur of streams. The forest listened, and slowly the magic began to return. The leaves regained their vibrant colors, the wilting plants stood tall once more, and a sense of peace settled over the land. Back in the heart of the forest, Orin perched in his oak tree, watching as life blossomed anew. The creatures of the forest gathered, drawn by the harmony in the air. Even the wind seemed to sigh with contentment, whispering secrets of balance and unity. Nisa scampered up the tree to sit beside Orin. "We did it, Orin. We helped restore the magic." Orin nodded, his heart filled with warmth. "Yes, young Nisa, and now the forest will remember the lesson of harmony." As night fell, the forest glowed with a gentle luminescence, a testament to the enduring magic of nature and the wisdom passed down through generations. And so, the ancient forest continued to thrive, a sanctuary where the wonders of the natural world and the magic of the seasons danced together in perfect harmony. And in the heart of it all, Orin watched over his woodland home, a silent guardian of the night, as the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the sky, guiding the forest into a peaceful slumber. Story 64. In a quaint village nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her days were spent tending to her grandmother's flower shop, a place where the scent of lavender and rosemary hung in the air and the sunlight cast playful patterns on the wooden floor. The shop was a haven of color and life, with blooms that seemed to nod gently in agreement with the stories Leora would tell them as she worked. Yet, despite the beauty surrounding her, Leora felt a restlessness deep within. She had always been drawn to the idea of change, yet feared it in equal measure. The thought of stepping beyond the village's cobblestone streets into the unknown both thrilled and terrified her. She longed for a transformation, something that would bring her closer to the person she dreamt of becoming. One crisp autumn afternoon, as Leora swept the fallen leaves from the shop's doorstep, An elderly man with a long silver beard and twinkling eyes approached. His name was Thaddeus, a traveler known for his tales of faraway lands and mysterious adventures. Thaddeus paused, his gaze thoughtful as he watched Leora. "Ah, my dear," he said in a voice that was like a gentle breeze rustling through the trees. "I see the spark of curiosity in your eyes, yet I also sense your hesitation." Leora smiled shyly, brushing a stray curl behind her ear. "It's true," she admitted. "I want to change, to grow, but I don't know where to begin." Thaddeus's eyes twinkled even brighter. "Sometimes," he said, "the change we seek is closer than we think. Perhaps you need a little magic to guide you." With a flourish, he reached into his satchel and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside lay a delicate, translucent butterfly resting atop a bed of velvet. Its wings shimmered with hues of gold and violet, a marvel of nature that seemed almost otherworldly. "This is no ordinary butterfly," Thaddeus explained. "It mirrors the heart of its keeper. As you grow and embrace change, so too will this butterfly transform." Leora accepted the gift with wide eyes and a heart full of wonder. She placed the butterfly in a nook within the shop where it could catch the morning sun. Each day she tended to it, speaking softly of her hopes and dreams, her fears and doubts. As the days turned to weeks, Leora found herself changing in small but significant ways. She began to take evening walks into the forest, allowing the tranquility of nature to seep into her soul. She listened to the stories of the villagers with new ears, learning from their experiences and wisdom. Her grandmother, a wise woman with a gentle spirit, noticed these changes. "My dear, you are blossoming like a flower in spring," she remarked one morning, as the two of them arranged bouquets for the market. Leora smiled, feeling the truth of her grandmother's words. She felt more connected to herself and the world around her. The fear that had once held her back began to fade, replaced by a quiet confidence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of pink and orange, Leora returned to the shop to check on the butterfly. To her amazement, its wings had shifted, now displaying a vibrant array of colors that seemed to dance in the fading light. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora realized that the butterfly's transformation mirrored her own. She had learned to embrace change, to welcome the unknown with open arms. The magical creature had shown her that transformation was not something to be feared, but to be celebrated. Thaddeus visited the village once more, drawn by the whispers of Leora's growth. He found her in the shop, her face aglow with happiness and purpose. "You have found your path," he said warmly. "Yes," Leora replied, her voice steady and sure. "I have learned that change is a part of life, and that with each new experience we can become more of who we are meant to be." As the village settled into the quiet of the night, Leora stood by the shop's window, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the vast sky. She knew that her journey was just beginning, and with each step she would continue to grow and transform, just like the butterfly that had guided her. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora embraced her newfound understanding of herself and the world, content in the knowledge that true magic lies not in spells or potions, but in the courage to change and the wisdom to grow. Story 65. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest where sunlight dappled the ground in golden patches, there lived a young woman named Mira. Mira was gentle and kind, with eyes the color of the forest at dawn. She made her home in a quaint cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that seemed to bloom just for her. Yet, for all its beauty, Mira felt a lingering unease deep within her heart. Change was stirring in the forest and within Mira herself, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. The trees whispered secrets in the wind, and the brook sang an unfamiliar tune. Mira, rooted in her ways, found herself struggling with this shift. She loved the familiarity of her daily routines, the comfort of the known, but something inside her was yearning for more. One crisp morning, as the mist curled around the trees like a silken scarf, Mira set out on her usual walk. She wore her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched the forest's hues. Her footsteps were soft on the mossy path, and as she walked, she could hear the gentle rustle of leaves, as if the woods were welcoming her. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Mira came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a magnificent tree, its branches sprawling like the arms of a gentle giant. The tree was ancient, with a trunk so wide it would take 10 people holding hands to encircle it. Its leaves shimmered with an iridescent glow, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced in the morning light. Curious and drawn to its beauty, Mira approached the tree and placed a tentative hand on its bark. The moment she touched it, a soft, warm energy coursed through her, filling her with a sense of peace she hadn't felt in a long time. In that instant, a voice, as gentle as the breeze, whispered in her mind, "You are not alone in your journey of change." Startled, Mira stepped back, her heart fluttering like the wings of a bird. The voice continued, soothing and wise. "Change is the essence of life, dear Mira. Embrace it, and you will find the beauty within yourself." Mira spent several moments standing quietly, letting the words sink into her soul. The tree seemed to hum with life, its presence a comforting embrace in the vastness of the forest. As she pondered the tree's message, she realized that perhaps change was not something to be feared, but a path to self-discovery. Determined to understand more, Mira returned to the tree each day. She would sit beneath its boughs, sometimes in silence, other times whispering her hopes and fears to the ancient being. Slowly, the forest began to reveal its secrets. Flowers she had never noticed before began to bloom along her path. Birds with brilliant plumage sang new songs. The brook's melody became a symphony of nature, each note resonating with a part of her soul. One day, as Mira sat in her usual spot, a small creature emerged from the underbrush. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant russet, eyes gleaming with intelligence. It approached with a cautious grace, sensing the gentleness in Mira's heart. "Hello, Mira," the fox spoke, its voice a soft, melodic whisper like the first note of a song. "I am Finley, and I have watched you learn and grow. The forest is pleased with your openness. I am here to help guide you." Mira felt an immediate kinship with Finley, who became a steadfast companion in her journey. Together they explored the forest's mysteries, each day bringing a new lesson, a new understanding of the world and herself. Finley taught Mira to listen to the songs of the wind, to see the magic in the changing seasons, and to trust in the journey of transformation. As the days turned into weeks, Mira found herself changing too. She became more confident, her steps more assured. She learned to let go of her fears and embrace the beauty of the unknown. Her connection with the forest deepened, and she realized that she was a part of something much larger than herself. One twilight evening, as the sunset painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Mira sat with Finley by the brook. The water shimmered with the colors of the sky, and fireflies danced in the growing dusk. "Mira," Finley said softly, "you have grown so much. The forest is a reflection of your heart, ever changing and beautiful. Embrace the magic within you, and you will always find your way." Mira smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. She had learned that change, while daunting, was a pathway to discovery, both of the world and of herself. The forest had taught her to see beyond her fears, to embrace each moment with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Mira stood up, feeling a warmth radiate from within. She knew she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, with the forest and her newfound friend by her side. With a heart full of peace and wonder, Mira returned to her cottage, the forest whispering its songs in the cool night air. She understood now that life was a tapestry of moments, woven together by the threads of change and transformation. And in that understanding, she found comfort, knowing she was exactly where she was meant to be. And so, under the starlit sky, Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the endless possibilities that awaited her, knowing that the magic of the forest would always guide her on her journey of self-discovery. Story 66. Once upon a time, in a whimsical land where rainbows danced across the sky, there lived a young girl named Lily. She had a heart full of curiosity and a smile that could brighten even the gloomiest of days. Lily's best friend was a peculiar creature named Ziggy. Part rabbit, part hedgehog, and a sprinkle of pure magic, Ziggy was as delightfully odd as they come. With tufts of fur that changed color based on his mood, and a knack for wiggling his nose to cast tiny spells, Ziggy was the perfect companion for Lily's adventures. One sunny morning, Lily and Ziggy were frolicking through the enchanted Twistlebend forest when they stumbled upon a most peculiar sight, A cluster of vibrant mushrooms stood in a circle, each one emitting a soft, melodic hum. "Ziggy, what do you suppose those are?" Lily asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Ziggy twitched his nose and let out a little sneeze, causing a puff of glittery smoke to appear. "Why, those are tuna rooms. Quite rare indeed. Legend has it they can grant the power of understanding any language, even that of the forest creatures." Lily's face lit up with excitement. "Imagine being able to talk to the birds and squirrels. We could learn all their secrets and have the most amazing adventures." Without hesitation, Lily reached out to pluck one of the humming mushrooms, but as soon as her fingers brushed against it, the entire circle erupted in a burst of colorful light, and the tuna rooms vanished into thin air. Lily and Ziggy stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the trees. "Whosoever disturbs the sacred tuna rooms must complete a task most daring to undo the magic they've unlocked." An enormous, moss-covered troll emerged from behind a twisted oak, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "I am Grumbledorf, keeper of the forest, and your challenge awaits." Lily gulped nervously, but Ziggy gave her an encouraging nudge. "Fear not, my friend. We'll face this challenge together, with our wits and a sprinkle of Ziggy magic." And so began a series of delightfully absurd trials, each one more outrageous than the last. From untangling a knot of vines that seemed to tie themselves in knots to catching a swarm of giggling pixies in a butterfly net, Lily and Ziggy tackled every task with unwavering determination and a healthy dose of laughter. Finally, they arrived at the last challenge, retrieving a single feather from the elusive flitterbach, a bird so quick and agile that it was nearly impossible to catch. Lily and Ziggy put their heads together, devising a plan that was equal parts clever and utterly preposterous. With Ziggy's help, Lily fashioned a giant slingshot from twisted vines and a pouch made from a nearby hibiscus blossom. Ziggy then used his magic to fill the pouch with a cloud of shimmering dust that would temporarily slow down anything it touched. As the flitterbach zipped past, Lily took aim and fired the slingshot, launching the dust cloud directly in the bird's path. The flitterbach emerged from the cloud, its movements slowed to a gentle flutter, allowing Lily to carefully pluck a single feather from its tail. With a booming laugh, Grumbledorf appeared, clapping his massive hands. "Well done, young ones. You've proven yourselves worthy of the tuna room's magic." In a flash, the vibrant mushrooms reappeared, their humming filling the air with a joyous melody. Lily and Ziggy shared a triumphant grin, their hearts swelling with a newfound sense of accomplishment. From that day on, Lily and Ziggy embarked on countless adventures, their ability to communicate with the forest creatures opening up a world of wonder and friendship. And whenever they encountered a challenge, they faced it with the same unwavering spirit and unwavering bond that had seen them through the trials of the tuna rooms. For in the whimsical land where rainbows danced, the power of friendship and a touch of magic could overcome any obstacle, no matter how delightfully absurd it might be.